hearing. Senators Pampilo Lacson, who is the Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Francis Tolentino, and virtually present, of course, are Senators Bailey, Marcos, Poe, Ontiveros, Relon, Villanueva, Go, Lapid, Recto, so far. Following suit later. And as well as the resource persons who will be introduced later. Today is the second day of this hearing on the three resolutions, particularly PS Resolution 361, introduced by Senator De Lima, PS Resolution 474, introduced by Senator Pangilinan, and PS Resolution 475, introduced by this representation, Senator Lacson, all pertaining to call for an inquiry in aid of legislation for the alleged rampant corruption, irregularities, as well as inefficiencies surrounding the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, or Philhealth, that may lead to the failure of the delivery of health services due to fund misuse amounting to billions of pesos, which could possibly defeat the purpose of which Philhealth was created. And during the previous hearing, we have requested for several documents from Philhealth, and just to put on record, they have already submitted to this committee all the said relevant materials. At this juncture, we may again ask the Senate Secretary to acknowledge the presence of our invited resource persons for today's hearing, and afterwards, the Secretary is hereby directed to administer the oath to all the guests who were not present during the last hearing. We just like to remind our resource persons that those of you who have taken their oath last hearing, that you are still under the same oath. So, may we ask the Senate Secretary to name the resource persons present here this morning?
The following resource persons are present in attendance in today's hearing. From Philhealth, attending virtually are the following: Brigadier General Ricardo Morales, President and Chief Executive Officer; Mr. Arnel De Jesus, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer; Brigadier General Augustus De Villa, Senior Vice President, Operations for All Areas and PROs; Ms. Jovita Aragona, physically present; Mr. Renato Limsh, SVP Fund, present; SVP Management Services Sector, physically present; Mr. Rodolfo Del Rosario Jr., SVP Office of the SVP Legal Sector, physically present; Mr. Israel Francis Pargas, Senior Vice President, Health Finance Policy Sector, physically present; Ms. Nerissa Santiago, Acting Senior SVP and Concurrent Vice President, Data Protection Officer, physically present; Mr. Alejandro Cabading, CPA, Member, Board of Directors, attending virtually; Mr. Et Robal Laborte, Head Executive Assistant, attending virtually; Attorney Thorson Montes Keith, physically present; Attorney Jonathan Mangawang, Corporate Secretary, Philhealth, Board of Directors, physically present; Dr. Susan Mercado, Member, Board of Directors, physically present; Brigadier General Marlene Padua, Member, Board of Directors, attending virtually; Attorney Roberto Labi Jr., Corporate Legal Counsel, physically present. From the Philhealth ex-officio board members, attending virtually are the following: Mr. Benjo Santos Benavides, Undersecretary, Department of Labor and Employment; Secretary Rolando Joselito Bautista, Department of Social Welfare and Development; Ms. Jocelyn Niwane, Assistant Secretary, Policy and Plans Group, DSWD. Attending virtually, Mr. Ryan Lita, Director, Department of Budget and Management Legal Service; Director Rosa Clemente of PhilJEPS, representative of DBM; Ms. Sharon Almanza, Deputy Treasurer, Bureau of Treasury as representative Department of Finance. From the Department of Information and Communications Technology, DICT, physically present, Secretary Gregorio Nasan II, Mr. Emmanuel Ray Caintic, OIC Undersecretary for Special Concerns, Ms. Ludivina Henyo, OIC Government Systems and Strategic Programs Division. From the Commission on Audit, COA, all attending virtually, Chairman Mr. Michael Aguinaldo, Ms. Cleotilde Tuazon, Director 4, Cluster 6 Corp. Attorney Abdul Nasif Faisal, OIC Supervising Auditor. Ms. Norma F. Portillas, Audit Team Leader. From the Government Commission for GOCCs, Mr. Samuel Dagpin Jr., Chairman GCG, attending virtually. Mr. Rene Carl Tupas, Director, Corporate Governance Office A, present, physically present. Mr. Michael Pabalinas, Director, Office of the General Counsel, physically present. And from the Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission, Commissioner Greco Bellica, physically present. And Dr. Rustico Jimenez, President, Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines, attending virtually.
Thank you. Let us now begin with the discussions and give the floor to our guests for their presentations. Those who have been able to present already before, we will limit the presentations to those who were not able to do so unless absolutely necessary. We will call on later those who have manifested. First, Senator Gregorio, Secretary Gringo Honasan of the DICT, and then Commissioner Greco Bellica, and then Attorney Thorson Keith. I understand that General Morales of Philhealth would like to make an opening statement again later on. But just to remind our colleagues, we will allow our colleagues to raise questions after the presentations. I will allow the session is suspended. All right, just to recap, we will allow our colleagues 10 minutes each to ask questions. The order of questioning will be those physically present, and thereafter those who were not able to ask questions the last time, to be fair to everybody, Senator Revilla and Binay, and then the officers, and then those who are virtually present. May we ask the resource persons who will make the presentations for opening statements limited to less than 5 minutes, please. So let's start by acknowledging the Secretary of the Department of Information Technology, Communications Technology, Senator Grego Nasan. What you thought you could escape us?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with all due respect, may I take my oath first?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Present in the first.
That's a good thing about being a former senator. You know what has to be done. May we ask all those who have not taken their oaths to please rise, and the secretary will administer the oaths.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this investigation?
All right, Senator Honasan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate President Vicente Soto III, Senator Panfilo Lacson, Senator Francis Tolentino, Honorable Senators of the Republic of the Philippines, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po. The DICT is one with the government and the nation and expresses its support to this honorable body in shedding light on the issues surrounding the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, or Philhealth. The DICT's role in relation to the information and communications technology, hardware, software, and network infrastructure of Philhealth is limited to reviewing and endorsing an agency's Information System Strategic Plan, or ISSP. The ISSP contains an agency's overall ICT direction, which involves medium-term, 3 to 5 years, planning for its ICT trusts, strategies, and programs for development. It indicates the ICT resource requirements of a particular agency on a per year basis. An ISSP is a written expression of how an organization intends to use ICT to support its data processing and decision-making activities. Section 24 of the General Provisions of the General Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2020 states that the amounts authorized in this act for ICT requirements, accordance, is ISSP, duly endorsed by the DICT. The ISSP also serves as a framework for the organization's efforts to computerize its operations. It shows the organization's intention to use ICT to help realize its vision, mission, and goals. The formulation of an ISSP is aimed at directing the ICT application towards mission-critical, public service sensitive, development management supportive, and revenue-generating areas of government. It is a requirement for the ICT budget approval process and is a part of the medium-term Information and Communications Technology Harmonization Initiative, or MITI. The DICT maintains its position that it has taken the proper steps in reviewing the submissions of Philhealth in relation to its ISSP for 2018 to 2020, in accordance with DICT's mandate as a convener agency of the MITI, alongside the Department of Budget and Management, or DBM, and the National Economic Development Authority, or NEDA. MITI is an initiative that aims to harmonize ICT-related resources, programs, and projects in all agencies and on all levels of Philippine government. It aims to coordinate the government's planning, budgeting, implementing, and evaluation of ICT resources and projects. As a requisite in the acquisition of ICT resources, all national government agencies, SUCs, and GOCCs are required to prepare their ISSP and formally submit the same to the ICT. The ICT then reviews and evaluates the duly submitted ISSP before it issues the endorsement. Upon endorsement by the ICT, the agency will then submit their ISSP to DBM for approval and allocation of the appropriate funds. The DICT reviews and evaluates the proposed ISSPs, the agencies. If found compliant and complete, the department endorses these ISSPs. If there are updates and/or amendments in the planned ICT procurement, then the agency needs to revise or amend their ISSP and then submit the revised or amended ISSP to DICT for review, evaluation, and further endorsement. While it is possible for changes in the ISSP to occur for reasons such as budgetary constraints, changes in market prices, and changes in prioritization by the management, among others, the agency must reflect these adjustments in their ISSP and submit the same to the department so that it can be evaluated for possible endorsement. Philhealth's ISSP covering the period 2018 to 2020 was first submitted to the department on 23 November 2017. It was reviewed and subsequently endorsed to Philhealth on 27 June 2018. Further amendments to the endorsed ISSP were submitted to this department. In relation to Philhealth's pending request regarding its ICT procurement covering the 2020 budget, the DICT has yet to receive from Philhealth its board resolution approving their corporate operating budget, or COB, covering their modified ICT requirements, which will support the request to revise their ISSP. Should Philhealth submit its board resolution approving their supplemental budget for their ICT requirements together with their revised ISSP, then the DICT shall conduct the necessary processes for further review, evaluation, and possible endorsement. It is emphasized that the department, in all its communications and letters on ISSP endorsement, reminds the agency concerned to adhere to the procurement rules and regulations of Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, or GPRA, and its revised implementing rules and regulations to ensure that the best fit and cost-effective solutions are acquired. Finally, Mr. President, honorable senators, ladies and gentlemen, the DIC stresses the paramount importance of health insurance and support Filipinos at critical times such as this present pandemic. We hope that with our submissions, we shall help shed light on the matter. Please be assured that the DICT will fully and truthfully cooperate in this inquiry. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary Honasan. Just in case there will be questions to the ICT Secretary, we will do that later on. Let's now allow the presentation that was requested by Philhealth. So I will acknowledge you first. Philhealth, I understand, will make a presentation. Please try to accommodate the presentation within 5 minutes. Who will I recognize? General Morales first or Ms. Aragona? You Philhealth requested for a presentation. You're recognized. You're not ready? You're not you're no longer make a presentation? All right. In that case, yes, Attorney Del
Mr.
Rosario.
President, our President and CEO will be giving his opening statement, and this will be followed by the presentations of Attorney Labe, Engineer Jovita Aragona, and SVP Renato Limsiaco. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, go ahead, General Morales.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I be heard, please?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, honorable senators, for this opportunity. Philhealth welcomes all this attention on Philhealth because it may finally give this organization what is meant to directly uplift the lives of all Filipinos, the prominence and attention it truly deserves. Fraud has always been with the system, as it has always been in all similar health systems in the world. The problem is systemic and cannot be solved in 1 year, maybe not even 3 years. I miscalculated the time required to get the IT system up and running. 1 year was not enough, and the budget was inadequate for the job. The internal anti-fraud mechanisms were inadequate and inappropriate to address the internal weaknesses. The resources necessary for the transformation of an organization of this size and the mission given to it are not found within the organization. We must fully appreciate the magnitude of the job confronting us and realize that if we succeed, we will directly uplift the lives of every Filipino, 109 million Filipinos. From management, in all humility, we commit hard work, dedication, transparency, and full cooperation in this investigation, and all agencies, so together we can achieve the goals of universal health care. Thank you and good morning.
Proceed.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Limsiaco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable Senators, good morning. Let me read a short opening statement. During the last hearing before the Senate Committee of the Whole, Mr. Alejandro Cabading maliciously and baselessly identified me as being part of the so-called mafia that is allegedly involved in fraudulent and corrupt scheme in Philhealth. Needless to say, his defamatory allegation became the subject of several news reports, and the snap of a finger, I gained national notoriety as against the relative obscurity that I was enjoying before Mr. Cabading and Attorney Attorney Thorson Kit started their vilification campaign against Philhealth and myself in particular. There is an absolute dearth of truth to the malicious allegations against me. Aside from innuendos, surmises, and conjectures, not even a speck of proof was presented by Mr. Kabading and Attorney Kit that would implicate me in any irregularity or prove my participation in the so-called mafia. In my almost 20 years of service in PhilHealth, beginning from my stint as an accountant for Region 8 in 2001 up to the present, I have never been involved in neither I have accused of any wrongdoing. Through the years, I have kept a low profile but maintained a stellar career, as is expected of any dedicated government employee, and blemished by even an insinuation of any misdeed. However, without substantiation, Mr. Kabading vilified me in front of the Senate in the Filipino people. He maligned my character and reputation, and his malicious but baseless accusation destroyed me as a person and a dedicated public servant, exposed my family to ridicule and disrepute, and most importantly, affected my elderly parents. Considering the foregoing, I most respectfully request the Senate to carefully parse the allegations of Mr. Kabading and Attorney Kit and make them accountable for their reckless action should it eventually be shown that accusations are false and bereft of any tangible proof. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, Honorable Senators.
Anyone else from Philhealth?
Mr. President and honorable members of the Senate, so my presentation will be direct to the point to address critical or certain IT issues that came out. One critical issue is the reported network switches that were not utilized and found inside the package. To your honor, these 24 switches are assigned to our PhilHealth regional offices. They are previously used and that they were packed and resealed due to reasons that this will be transferred to the new locations like Leo, room improvements, and pending delivery of the rack cabinets. For the alleged overpriced network switches, we have the comparison. And we would like to say that the standard technical specifications and indicative budget for this procurement were conducted on April 26. So we have to always base that on the technical specification and the requirements. So there will be really varying figures. We have presented that in the submission of our reports. For the overpriced issue like the Adobe, so the Adobe actually the price is not the 21 million as reflected there. It's 504,000 pesos. As you can see, it is being compared with the proposed, which is not yet being approved by the DICT. We are still in the process of letting our board approve this one after the audit that's been done. And it is not right to say that we should compare the proposed, not yet approved, with the ISSP approved. Because once this budget or proposal gets approved, that is the time that we are going to amend our ISSP and submit that to the DICT for their review and endorsement. Now for the issue on the double, so maybe we can go now to the double entries. Like for example, the one cited by Mr. Kabading on the identical IT purchases. Now there are project titles which are actually the same throughout. For example, 2018, 2019, 2020. Like the storage capacity enhancement for Pasig server room. So in 2018, we replaced the obsolete storage system in Pasig server room. So it was intended for the Pasig server room. But however, during the course of our transactions, our main or the production data center needs sufficient storage spaces. So what the IT did was there was some transfer of the storage capacity from the Pasig to the other production data center. So that in 2019, replacing now the obsolete storage system in Pasig with at least 50 more storage capacity because the data all storage in Pasig needs to be migrated and utilization have already reached 85%. Now in 2020, we are going to have also the storage system enhancement support for the Pasig proposed 2020, adding more capacity to the storage, which is now already 85% utilized. So the message here is, although the names are basically, the same, but if you are going to look at the terms of reference, the scope, the coverage of the services, they are actually different. So we are very much willing to give to you or to show to you the past transactions and the terms of reference as well. For the laptops that were indicated, no number, there's another document which can show the detail of this one. Maybe the one that I've seen is the summary, but we can always provide the details if anybody will ask, or even during the time when the audit is being done, we can always reduce the document to the internal audit. So I will not so much detail every overprice because the messaging there actually, sir, is the budget has not been approved. So you really cannot compare those one. There will be varying amount because of the system updates, market trends, new technology. So may I again repeat that after the approval of the board, these budgets will have to be endorsed to the DICT for appropriate revision. That's all, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from Philhealth? Tony Labe?
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning to the honorable senators. The purpose of my presentation is to address misunderstanding and speculation with regard to the IRM process. Part of the President report in their regular board meeting on June 11, 2020 is the IRM releases. Okay, so hospitals are crying for help because of decreased census and increased cost. And IRM is the response. We receive a lot of letter and correspondence from various HCIs. This includes Medical City, Philippine Oncology Corporation, Fresenius, and also from various articles in the newspaper. Question is, should healthcare facilities be allowed to close just because they don't cater to COVID-19 patients? No, because as previously explained by Brigadier General Padua, one of the board members in previous Senate inquiry, it was clear that the intent of IRM is to cater the whole Philippines as everyone is directly affected. IRM has been recognized internationally as a good practice in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. As we can see, World Health Organization in their blog post discussing strategies how to cope with the pandemic. And Philhealth has always kept abreast of current evidence on health financing. IRM is open to facilities who want to continue operations during the pandemic regardless if they cater to COVID-19 cases or not. It is a privilege granted to hospital based on Philhealth's determination. It provides substantial financial aid and it is provided to healthcare institutions who have clear and apparent intent to continuously operate during the pandemic. And of course, it has a lot of safety nets. IRM is not provided arbitrarily. There is a process being followed. Initially, this was given to the regional offices, but eventually, this was centralized to speed up the process. And the process is presented in this screen, Your Honor. So as to how it is provided, as previously mentioned in the previous Senate hearing, so the IRM fund is equal to average reimbursement per day times the number of days covered, the basis of which is the January to December 2019 paid claims as reference to compute for the APRD, or simply put, an institution or HCI which has 365 million claims in 2019, so divided by 365, to an average of 1 million per day times the 90 days. So that hospital is entitled to an IRM fund of 90 million. So the distribution of the IRM that was released by Philhealth are as follows. So there are 711 HCIs per our record and 402 private HCIs released from the region and processed in the head office. There were 103 HCIs. 146 government facilities and 60 process from the head office. PRO is PhilHealth Regional Offices process 146, or a total of 548 processes done by our PROs, and there were 163 HCIs, IRM applications which were approved, processed by the head office, for a total of 711 facilities. IRM is not provided arbitrarily. There is a process being followed, and the breakdown of the 14.97 billion pesos that was initially released by Philhealth, the biggest recipient of the funds were NCR Healthcare Institution, which received 29.08% or 4.35 billion, followed by Region 3 with 13.07% or 1.96 billion. Then Region 4A with 8.34% or 1.25 billion. And Region 7 with 7.36% or 1.13 billion. So as we can see, the distribution of IRM corresponds to the regions with the greatest number of COVID-19 cases. IRM is, there is a process being followed as we mentioned, and these are the top 10 hospitals or HCIs ranked according to figures received. And number 1 is Southern Philippines Medical Center, SPMC, received 326 million pesos. UP PGH, 263.3 million. Davao Regional Medical Center, 209 million. Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center in Cebu City, 204 million. Jose B. Lingad Memorial Regional Hospital in San Fernando, Pampanga, 201 million. National Kidney and Transplant Institute in Quezon City, 179 million. Baguio General Hospital and Medical Center, 165 million. Northern Mindanao Medical Center, 150.2 million. Quirino Memorial Medical Center, 150 million. Eastern Visayas Regional Medical Center, 146 million. All the releases, Your Honors, Mr. President, has been provided with receipts. IRM was not pocketed by anyone as alleged. Thank you, Your Honors. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. So is PhilHealth done with the presentation? All right. Thank you. Well, just you are all under oath. The reactions and the details that you have given us should be very accurate. We will cross-check it with the previous statements and previous details that you have given, just as a reminder, and to those who will be giving their presentations also. We have Attorney Thorson Keith to make the presentation. Attorney Keith, you are recognized.
Good morning, sirs. Good morning, ma'ams, and good morning to the mga kababayan natin. I have no slide, but I can read my presentation. This is regarding another case, but I can answer the IRM later. But I have a presentation regarding another case. Okay, sir. It's just only a 3-page
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Investigation report on Balanga Rural Bank case. Summary of the case. Region 2 personnel Edita C. Conel, Head Accreditation and Quality Assurance Section, and her subordinate Jerome C. Foliante, Social Insurance Officer 3, PhilHealth, credited 9,705,332 pesos to Balanga Rural Bank, located in Bataan Region 3 without any valid reason. After some time, Deutsche Bank complained that it had not received any payment from PhilHealth involving the same amount of 9,705,332 pesos. Region 2 personnel Edita C. Conel and Jerome C. Foliante said that they have been inadvertently credited the money to Balanga Rural Bank, which is located in Bataan, Region 3. The big question is, how did this happen? Deutsche Bank is in Region 2, while Balanga Rural Bank is in Region 3. There's no way Pro 2 can pay banks situated in Region 3. Edita C. Conel, Head Accreditation and Quality Assurance Section, and her subordinate, Jerome C. Foliante, Social Insurance Officer 3, are telling that incident was inadvertent. However, I discovered that it was multiple transactions of payments of reimbursements of PhilHealth benefit claims for 12 consecutive periods for the month of May 2019, between May 2 to 22. This is not merely inadvertent, as the multiple transaction connotes deliberate intent to defraud the government by embezzling the 9,705,332 pesos. The was deliberately not official PhilHealth documents in the central office. I learned in my investigation that both Conel and Foliante are permanent employees of PhilHealth with years of experience and technical expertise in their respective positions, so there should be no room for these kinds of mistakes. I was wondering why then our VP, Oscar Abadu, was not made to explain, so I started investigating now VP Oscar Abadu. On the other hand, Balanga Rural Bank persistently refused to return the above-mentioned amount, but later on agreed because of the demand letter from PhilHealth legal and judicial administrative actions against Balanga Rural Bank by Internal Legal Department of PhilHealth. However, Balanga Rural Bank asserted that it should be compensated for all the troubles and inconvenience it suffered by error, equivalent to 1/2 of 1% of the amount being claimed, or 49,123. On September 25, 2019, Conel Foliante and the following officers below attended a meeting with officers of Balanga Rural Bank Incorporated, Balanga City, Bataan. Number 1, Attorney Rogelio A. Pocallan Jr. He was the OIC OSVP Legal Sector, ang current Senior Manager Internal Legal Department. Number 2, Cherry Carmen B. Divina, Acting Senior Manager Controllership Department. Maria Lourdes V. Nagit, Acting Senior Manager Treasury Department. Dr. Salvacion C. S. Madarang, Medical Officer 7, HCDMD, PhilHealth Regional Office 2. Attorney Joseph P. Pawig, Attorney 4, Legal Office, PhilHealth Regional Office 2. According to Attorney Pocallan, during the said meeting, Conel and Foliante paid the 49,123 pesos to Balanga Bank, which Balanga Bank is asking for the troubles and inconvenience it suffered by error. I was again wondering why I said that the transfer was a mere error, yet it is clear that Region 2 has no authority and access to banks located in other regions, in this case, Bataan, Region 3. I investigated Attorney Pocallan and I learned that he was taking orders from Attorney Rodolfo Jojo Del Rosario Jr. Because of this, I also investigated Attorney Del Rosario and I learned it was supposed to be him who is responsible in conducting investigations in this kind of fraud. But he did nothing and sat down on the case for more than a year to this date. The evidence on the multiple transactions was never reflected by Attorney Del Rosario and Attorney Pocallan, SVP Jovita Aragona, SVP Dennis Mas, SVP Dimshaco, and other PhilHealth officials who have known the anomaly to the PhilHealth board or on any documents. There was also something fishy with the situation because there is no agreement yet or no prior arrangement in PhilHealth that Conel and Foliante shall pay for the above-mentioned amount, and it is very unbelievable that right there and then, Conel and Foliante have that considerable amount of money with them. I concluded that 49,123 pesos was actually paid by one of the officers from central office, but not Conel and Foliante. Some people whom I asked information from in PhilHealth believe that Balanga Rural Bank case was just a decoy to cover up something bigger, corruption by Oscar Abado in Pro 2 during his stint. The questions that should be answered to shed light to this investigation is who owns the account in Balanga Rural Bank and what is the account number? I was asking around about VP Oscar Abado in Balanga, Bataan, and I heard rumors that he has a mistress or chicks who is from Balanga, Bataan. Because of lack of time, I was not able to confirm if the mistress or chicks of VP Abado in Balanga, Bataan owns the account the money was transferred to. On another angle, I discovered that Attorney Rodolfo Jojo del Rosario had plenty of troubles going to Balanga, Bataan, and so it is possible that it was transferred to Attorney del Rosario's account. Be that as it may, the only thing to do is to determine the real owner of the bank account in Balanga, Bataan, and it will open a Pandora's box. Further, this case has established one of the modus of operandi of Philhealth Mafia untouchables and have identified some of them. Thank you very much, sir, and I'm open for questions, sir.
All right, are you done? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Attorney Keith, yes. May we ask Commissioner Belica to please rise for the oath? The Secretary will administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this investigation?
Thank you, Commissioner Belica. You may make your presentation.
Sir, can I start with my opening speech?
Yes, please do so. And if it's possible, so that we can understand what you're saying, you may remove part of your, yes, perhaps a mask. The Senate, 20 times over. Hey, if you want to use the, it's okay.
Yes, sir.
But you're quite safe within the panels.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
I have a PowerPoint presentation also, sir, that I will be talking about in one. Ang PACC ay itinatag ng Pangulong Duterte upang tulungan siyang mag-imbestiga, kumuha ng ebidensya, at isumbong sa kanya ang mga korap na opisyal ng gobyerno at irekomenda sa kanya ang mga aksyon na dapat gawin. Madami na kaming inimbestigahan, kinasuhan, pinatanggal at pinakulong. Pero ang issue ng Philhealth, grabe po ito. Grabe ang nakawan, grabe ang kakapalan, grabe ang kawalangyaan. Ang issue ng Philhealth ay issue ng bawat Pilipino. Dahil ang mandato nito ay siguraduhin na tutulungan tayo sa mga bayarin sa ospital kapag tayo ay nagkasakit. Kung grabe ang sakit ng Pilipino, mas grabe ang sakit ng Philhealth. Kawawa po ang Pilipino. Nandito po ako para sabihin sa inyo at sa bawat Pilipino kung paano pinagnanakawan ng Philhealth ang mga tao. Ito ang unang issue na kailangan nating i-address ngayon dahil 2 hanggang 3 bilyong piso ang inilalabas ng Philhealth linggo-linggo na expose sa korupsyon. At ngayon po, habang nandito tayo sa hearing, ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang nakawan, ang bayaran ng mga magnanakaw na ito dahil hindi nababago ang sistema at hindi naaalis ang mga tao maliban sa tinatanggal ng Pangulo. Dahil sa nakawan, namimiligro tayo na mawala ng pondo. Paulit-ulit ang investigasyon pero walang nababago. Ang investigasyon at resulta nito ay dapat umabot sa ugat ng problema. Hindi pwedeng ulo lang. Kailangan lahat hanggang baba, makasuhan, maparusahan, at mapalitan lahat. Dalawa lang ang kailangan nating tuunan ng pansin para mabago ang korap na sistema sa ngayon. Ang IT at ang legal system. Ang IT system na ginagamit ng Philhealth ngayon has no validation mechanism, kaya na mamanipulate ng mga empleyado at ospital na hindi chine-check ng Philhealth kung totoo ang mga claims nila. Example, para ka nagpagawa ng bahay, ang katiwala mo bumili ng materyales at kinuntsaba ang hardware at dinoble ang presyo ng resibo. Tapos, pinabayaran sa iyo at kinuha ang kanyang komisyon sa hardware. Ganyan niloloko ng Philhealth ang mga Pilipino. Dahil walang validation mechanism, bayad lang ng bayad ang Philhealth ng parang tanga sa mga ospital habang ginagago naman ng tao. Tama na ito, tama na ang nakawan. Pangalawang problema, ay ang korap at mabagal na sistema ng legal or legal system. Iniipit halos lahat ng kaso. Isang example ay ang Corpus Hospital na merong 220 cases na hindi isinampa ng regional office sa kabila ng order ng central office na sampahan ito ng kaso. Please check the slide, Mr. Chair and honorable senators. Ito po ang Philhealth case para tayo ay maintindihan po natin. Nagsisimula po ang lahat sa isang pasyente na lalapit at magpapagamot sa ospital. Ang healthcare facility ay magpapadala po sa in-house IT na data center through e-transporter, e-claims. Ang in-house center po ay magpapadala sa Philhealth ng kanilang claims with random audit lang po. Ibig sabihin, random, hindi lahat titingnan. Ang Philhealth din ay magbabayad sa ospital, pero dun po sa claims ay pinadala, nandun na po ang upcasing, ghost patients, at iba-iba pang mga anomalya na pwedeng gawin. Sa IT system po, ay wala pong malinaw na sistema, hindi transparent, fragmented up to now, kahit bilyon-bilyon na po ang ginamit para sa IT system. At sila-sila lang po ang merong alam kung ano talaga naroroon. Tapos po magbabayad na po ang Philhealth sa ospital. Katapos po niyan, yari ang connive officials at dahil nga po sa na pwedeng gawin health. Ang tao naman bayad ng health. At dyan or 150 billion loss 2018. Pagkuha ng pera, recruitment, unnecessary po yung mga kailangan singil, not admitted, hindi naman na-admit ng hospital. Missions beyond bed po natin na-read. Fake members, fake receipts, percentage, collection. Kung ito sa Philhealth, dahil nga po unvalidated claims na ginagamit ng kanilang IT systems. Next. In total, 153.7 hanggang 2013. 22 loan at least and 100. Sige po, ito naman ang pangyayari at how it is done in the region. Ang hospital claims papunta sa regional Philhealth, pero dahil magka-clog at nagkakaroon ng bottleneck dahil very poor ang systems management nila po, at 14 days hindi na po makakapag-claim ang ospital, so sila po ay legal department, so ang hospital now have to go to the legal department at dun po aayusin ang legal department para sa fixing na yon. Marami na pong pwedeng. Next. Ito po ang proseso ng pagpa-file ng kaso sa Philhealth. From the meron na po sila doong legal services finding investigation. Pagkatapos regional office sa another fact-finding investigation, doon naman sa central office. Nag-fact-finding na sa baba. Ifa-fact-finding, yung fact-finding sa taas. So, andito po ang posibleng mga problema kung saan fact-finding ng fact-finding execution sa arbitration in magasan ng kaso. is to improve, number one, system na diniscuss. At pwede na ang fact-find at saka ang prosecution na nasa central, ibaba lahat ito sa regional dahil regional naman talaga nakakaalam, nakakita ng proseso at pangyayari or ang people on the ground para pagsampa ng region, diretso na sa arbitration, diretso na po sa board. Ito pong problemang ito kaya ako isinasite dahil this is the very problem why there is almost no case that has been filed by the Philhealth office against erring officials, erring hospitals. Dahil sa haba ng sistemang yan, ang dami ng paraan na pwede mong harangin ng mga kaso. Just like what I cited kanina po sa Corpus case where 220 cases has not been acted upon up to this day. Next. Number two, they have to improve their IT and legal infrastructure. Dapat po maglagay ng external validation mechanism ang Philhealth sa kanilang IT system. Marami na pong nag-offer ng solusyon sa problemang ito gaya ng Land Bank, DBP, at iba pang mga private companies at no cost to government. Pero hindi nila inaaksyonan dahil maapektuhan ang kanilang pinagkakakitaan. Hindi kailangan ng Philhealth ng additional funding of 2 billion pesos kung talagang gusto nilang bigyan ng solusyon. Ang problema sa Philhealth dahil gaya ng sinabi ko, meron na po appointment of OIC. Ipapasuspende ang lahat ng involved sa kapalpakan at korupsyon mula board, executive committee hanggang sa regions, pending investigations at mag-appoint ng mga OICs para sa araw-araw na operations. Dahil kung si General Morales, bali wala po ito dahil hindi ma-address ang problema dahil mula ulo hanggang paa ang korupsyon sa Philhealth. I-improve ang legal system by simplifying the legal process at ilabas ang investigasyon sa opisina ng Philhealth para matutukan at maisampa sa korte ang mga kaso hanggang sa pinakadulong empleyado naging parte sa nakawan sa Philhealth. At i-continue ang investigation on fraudulent cases. Ituloy ang investigasyon sa lahat ng kasama ang regional office para ipaliwanag ang upcasing at sobra-sobrang perang ginastos nito. Kami po sa PACC ay may mahabang listahan na iniimbestigahan. Marami po kaming hindi ko na lamang po babanggitin ngayon para hindi makompromise ang ongoing investigations namin, pero mula ulo hanggang paa titingnan namin ang lahat ng dinadaanan nila. Wala kaming palulusutin at wala kaming didiinan. Yun lang totoo ang ilalabas namin at kakasuhan. Magsasampa na rin po kami ng kaso sa ombudsman at ipapatuloy namin ang investigasyon kasama ang task force na binuo ng Pangulo. Ito po ang mensahe ko sa mga empleyado ng Philhealth. Kapag may nakawang nangyari at hindi ka umimik, ang tawag sa iyo kasabwat. At bilang pangwakas, nais ko lang pong sabihin sa Senado at sa Pilipino na sa banal na kasulatan, ang pagnanakaw ay hinahatulan ng parusang kamatayan. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Commissioner Belica. All right. We'd like to thank, of course, our source persons for that. I will beg the indulgence of my colleagues. During the last hearing, if you will recall, it was very seldom that I asked questions. But let me start off by asking the questions from the senators. And these are mostly offshoots of the previous hearing. So before I recognize the Vice Chairman, allow me to focus first on some questions on PhilHealth. So this could be answered by either General Morales, who I hope is virtually present, and anybody else from PhilHealth, if you may. Again, this is to clarify issues that were brought about last hearing. And maraming mga kababayan tayo na nagtatanong tungkol dito sa mga issues na ito. Una, the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. Sa pangalan pa lang, from the name of the agency itself, we can easily deduce that you are an insurance corporation. Tama po ba?
Tama po, that's correct po, Senator.
Correct. So, it is not an insurance company created to indemnify an insured from a loss he or she incurred. Hindi po ba basic ito? No? Halimbawa, meron akong insurance sa sasakyan ko other than the compulsory third-party liability. Nagbabayad ako ng premium. Pag nagkaroon ng damage yung sasakyan ko dahil sa aksidente, saka lang ako makakatanggap ng payment. Ano? My insurance. Yeah.
Opo.
Kung wala naman naging damage sa sasakyan, walang ibibigay sa akin ng insurer. Kahit yung premium na ibinabayad ko, hindi naman ibinabalik sa akin. Ano? Gaya ng Philhealth po. Ako bilang miyembro, nagbabayad ako ng premium every month. Kung hindi ako magkakasakit, wala akong makukuha sa Philhealth. Tama po ba?
Opo. Tama po.
Alright, thank you. With that as a premise, no? Earlier, merong nabanggit at nagpaliwanag si Atty. Labe tungkol dito sa issue ng IRM. Now, while I'm aware that some of these have already been answered during the last hearing, I just want to ask it again that you will give this committee a clear and valid answer. Ano po ang legal basis for implementing the interim reimbursement mechanism o IRM, particularly covering COVID-19 cases?
Let me check my reference. Okay, dito sa aming hinandang sagot, yung legal basis ay Republic Act 7875 na nakalagay amends to supervise, Philhealth to supervise the provisions of health benefits and to set standards, rules, and regulations necessary to ensure quality of care, appropriate utilization of services, fund viability, member satisfaction, and overall accomplishment of program objectives. Sa Section 16 ho ng nasabing batas, nakasabi rin ho, to formulate and implement guidelines on contributions and benefits, healthcare provider arrangements, payment methods. At sa Section D ho ng naturang Section 16, to negotiate and enter into contracts with healthcare institutions, professionals, regarding the payment mechanisms, design and implementation of administrative and operating systems and procedures, financing and delivery of health services in behalf of its members. Yung IRM ho, nagamit na ho yan dati noong panahon ng Yolanda at ng Undoy at nung natatanda ko nung Taal eruption nung January. So, ginamit na ho siya.
All right. Thank you. You mentioned that of Republic Act 7875, because as you read, linawin ko, to formulate and implement guidelines on contributions and benefits, portability of benefits, cost containment and quality assurance, and healthcare provider arrangements, payment methods, again, payment methods and referral systems. Yun po yung nakasaad sa batas.
Opo.
During the last hearing, Atty. Del Rosario said in this hearing, the Charter of PhilHealth that authorizes the PhilHealth Board or the corporation to implement or craft policies in connection with providing payment mechanisms and with the declaration of public health emergency and with the provisions of Bayanihan Act to Heal as one, the board has decided that PhilHealth has to devise a financing mechanism that will help sector to combat the pandemic crisis. Ito po bang payment mechanism pareho ng financing mechanism? Kahit sino naman po makikita na malaki ang pagkakaiba ng term. Ano po ba? Hindi po ba? Magkaiba po yung payment mechanism sa financing mechanism. So yung payment method nyo, doon, pwedeng sabihin sa payment mechanism. Pero yung financing mechanism, iba po yun. Ano po?
Opo, iba po.
Right. Now, kayo po ba, ang PhilHealth po ba has the power to finance any health case provider? Tingin ko po,
Hindi po.
kasama sa mandate, ano? Tama po, no?
Ang mandate ho ng PhilHealth ay magbayad ho ng health services.
Correct. So, it is not within your mandate to finance. Ano? And
Hindi po.
it means that you are doing is an ultra vires act, kung tawagin, ano, ng mga abogado.
Mr. President,
Ah,
if it's okay.
baka ho pwedeng ipaliwanag ni Attorney De Rosario because of the technical nature of the question.
Tapusin ko na rin muna para sa masagot ni Atty. Del Rosario sapagkat siya ay nabanggit dito. When the minority leader, Senator Frank Drilon, asked if there was rendered on your advance payment mechanism, the Atty. Del Rosario then at first said that there was none. But eventually, he changed his answer saying that there was. Ano? Tinitingnan po namin lahat yung journal ng mga sinasabi niyo rito. Can you provide the committee with that legal opinion and read some highlights of it so that the others who are watching or listening to this hearing will be apprised as well? Kasi po, meron kayong hinihingi. Sige po. Kasi,
May I respond, Mr. President?
uh,
Provider payment mechanisms. Philhealth is a healthcare financing institution. We are a social health insurance agency. Social health insurance is one way of financing healthcare. And the financing healthcare on the part of PhilHealth is through the provider payment mechanisms. And the law provides.
sandali lang ho. Sandali
I'm
lang
sorry.
ho.
Go ahead, sir.
Opinion po nyo ba yan o anong base?
No, sir.
nyo
This is
para
based
sabihin?
on the charter of the corporation and the subsequent amendments to the National Health Insurance Act. So if you can get an expert on healthcare financing, if you must. But if you want to listen, Mr. President, I am the Committee on Legislation Chair of PhilHealth. I've been working with your fellow senators and your staff pertaining to the Universal Healthcare Act. You may not know me because I'm working on the sidelines. Ano po? So the healthcare financing mechanism, one of the forms of healthcare financing is social health insurance. That's where PhilHealth comes in. And PhilHealth finances healthcare through the development of provider payment mechanisms. And the law provides, as yung provider payment mechanisms po, iba-iba po yan. Meron po tayong case rate system, meron po tayong fee for service, meron po tayong capitation. Capitation is a prospective payment mechanism. During the deliberations on the Universal Healthcare Act, the legislators decided that it is best for PhilHealth to adopt prospective payment mechanisms. This is also an anti-fraud strategy for the corporation. So, nandun na po yung advance, ayun, meron po tayong global budget. Nandun na po yung capitation pa rin at yung provider case payment mechanism, ay yung case rate. But the law enjoins us to shift to diagnostic-related groups. So this is the reason, Mr. President, that the Congress and the Senate, both houses of Congress and the President to the Executive, decided to amend the composition of the PhilHealth Board. If you must notice, the PhilHealth Board is now composed of healthcare financing experts, supposedly. And they are there to understand. No? They understand the healthcare financing.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
With
May
the indulgence of
may I ask
Senator
the-
Tolentino, go ahead.
resource person to refrain from lecturing this Senate panel because we already know that this committee is part of the Congress crafted that law that you're trying to explain. So to abbreviate that, you answer directly the question propounded by the Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just giving a background on
Mr.
the
President,
answer that I'm trying
may.
to.
The Vice Chairman is recognized.
yes, let's go to specifics, Attorney De Rosario. You're
Yes, sir.
citing the law, no?
Opo,
But lahat ng batas, implementing guidelines, implementing rules and regulations.
that is correct.
Ang tanong ni Senate President, ano naging basis sa issuance noong IRM? Kasi for every
circular issued by PhilHealth, meron pinanggagalingan yan. Specifically for Ondoy, for Marawi, for Yolanda, for Taal. And recently, and the latest, itong COVID-19. Ano naging basis noong circular 2020-0007?
Mr. President, the basis of our circulars is a board resolution
Yes.
passed by the
As in,
PhilHealth
teka
board.
muna sandali.
Go ahead, sir.
As in, do sa Yolanda may board resolution. Ondoy, circular, may board resolution. And so forth and so on. Now, what is the board resolution that was issued or ratified or adopted by the board to authorize the issuance of memorandum of PhilHealth Circular 2020-0007?
Sir, I don't remember
I'll tell you, kasi tinanong ko si Corsec Mangawang, yung board resolution PBR 2515, which we even issued a subpoena ducis tecum, di ba? Now, I will ask you now, kasi yun ang naging basis ng issuance ng 2020-0007 dated March 20, 2020, correct?
I'm not.
No, I'm telling you.
I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yung circular ng PhilHealth 2020-0007 is dated March 20, 2020. Tama? Legal counsel, if he doesn't want.
That is correct, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Now, what is the basis? What is the board resolution that served as the basis for the issue circular 2020-007? Attorney Labe, 2515, hindi ba? Okay. Anong date ng 2515? Andito, pinasubpina namin sa inyo eh. 2515 is dated March 31, 2020. Paano nauna pa yung karitela sa kabayo? Ang umihila sa karitela, in this case, is the board resolution dated March 31, 2020. Because when I asked Jonathan Mangawang, kung kasi meron akong pinakitang unnumbered board resolution dated, yun nga, March 31, 2020, sabi niya, that is the same board resolution being referred to as yung board resolution 2515, signed by 7 members of PhilHealth Board. Now, paano nauna pa yung IRM circular for COVID-19 na dated March 20, samantala yung board resolution ratifying the implementation or the issuance of that circular March 31. Yes, Corsec.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Senator. On January,
No, sagutin mo lang, tanong ko muna, paano nauna yung circular kaysa sa board resolution?
Mr. Senator, there is actually another PBR which was also submitted
Where is that?
to the Senate, and that number is PBR 2496.
2496 refers to Taal.
No, sir, 2496, series of 2020. The title is Resolution Approving the Inclusion of IRM among the special privileges that may be conferred during fortuitous events and emergencies.
Yeah, pero
Mr.
para
Senator.
yun yung board resolution para doon sa Taal IRM. Not for this particular case because walang board resolution at the time that you released the circular para sa COVID-19. Ang ginamit yung reference yung para sa Taal, which is not supposed to be the case because di ba, for every fortuitous event, wala pa nga tayo doon sa COVID-19 because that's another issue altogether. Because pag sinabing fortuitous event, acts of God or acts of man, di ba? Sandali lang, attorney. Ang tanong ko lang, anong basis ng Circular 0007, series of 2020? Di ba yung board resolution ng para just for this particular circular, which is 2515?
Mr. Senator, may I answer?
Sige.
As I mentioned earlier, the board approved on January 28, 2020, January 30, 2020, PBR number 2496, series of 2020. This includes IRM among the special privileges that may be adopted or conferred during fortuitous events and emergencies. There's a necessity to approve this PBR because in previous instances when IRM was utilized for Yolanda, Marawi, etc., the board always issues a PBR for the release of IRM to specific calamity or fortuitous events. So the management requested on January 30, 2020 to include the IRM among the special privileges to be conferred to healthcare providers to ensure that our members will continue to have health access to healthcare services. And so, when the IRM for COVID-19 was issued or implemented by management, despite the authority given under January 30 PBR 2.96, the management deemed it proper to submit to the board for ratification the use of IRM for COVID during COVID pandemic because of the magnitude of the amount, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. If kung tama yung sinasabi ninyo na covered na yun nung January resolution nyo, ba't inulit nyo pa ng March?
Mr. President.
After we have already used it as the legal basis.
Mr. President, Mr. Senator,
Ah.
as mentioned in our, as indicated, stated in the minutes of the meeting on March 31, it was because of the magnitude of the amount to be released that the management deemed it proper to seek ratification or confirmation by the board of the releases of the IRM. In fact, when it was presented on March 31, there were already releases made to government and private facilities.
Attorney, ang 1 peso at saka 1 billion, pareho rin yun eh. Yun ang pananaw ng mga kababayan natin eh. So hindi ganun kadali yun eh. Yung legal opinion na sinasabi ninyo, now, that you have presented to this committee before and you are now saying, and Attorney Dalusario also saying, ang tingin po namin tuloy, talaga, we can only surmise that there is really something wrong with this IRM or interim reimbursement mechanism. Kahit hindi po abogado ang tumingin, I'm certain that the COVID-19 cannot be equated to Ondoy and Marawi siege, and other healthcare no. There were actual losses experienced by the hospitals and other healthcare institutions due to the fortuitous events na sinatawag, during the two instances. Kaya yung real sense of reimbursement, pwede talaga. However, the current implementation of your RM, advance payment for COVID-19 affected hospitals, is another thing. Yun po ang punto eh. Now, we agree that the intent of the IRM is notable, but it won't stop the Senate from casting doubt dahil dito sa mga nakikita natin yan. Now, with that, how did the board come up with the amount of 27 billion as the fund allotted or allocated for the IRM? Dr. Susie Magalo.
Thank you, Mr. President. The board did not come up with that amount. I have here an email from the corporate secretary on March 20 that is informing us that Philhealth will be using the IRM mechanism and that 20 released to accredited healthcare facilities. And the IRM was initially extended during Yolanda, Marawi, and Taal, and that the PCEO will seek ratification of the application of this measure. So this was on March 20. So in fact, Mr. President, we were not the ones who initiated this. We were informed that this was the decision.
In other words, it did not come from the board.
No, sir.
The 27 billion.
No, sir.
Isinubo sa inyo.
Yes,
Na
sir.
ganun daw yung gagamitin.
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, where did this come from?
Sir, this is an email coming from the corporate secretary on March 20. And then this was also followed.
Attorney Del Rosario's office.
No, from
Attorney Mangawan.
yes.
Okay.
And then, sir, there was a March 27 memo, which is OPCO Memorandum 2020-003, which was for the board, which stated that there was already this IRM mechanism.
The Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. In other words, what you're saying, Dr. Susi, is that walang authorization from the board yung March 20, 2020 issuance. yung IRM 2020-0007, walang authority from the board.
There was a board meeting. I'm not sure what date the board meeting was, where it was discussed, but we were informed. This was
Only
not.
informed.
We were just informed, and we were asked to endorse it.
And you were asked to endorse, but you did not ratify or adopt a resolution because the board resolution came after.
Yes, sir. That is
Yeah.
correct.
So walang authorization from the board yung IRM yung circular 0007 dated March 20. You were just informed
Yes, sir.
that they would implement.
Yes,
That's
sir.
another thing, sa implementation. We noticed na yung past issuances, Mr. President, if I may, yung date ng implementation or dissemination comes immediately after the issuance. Can you flash on the screen? Past issuances, pagka yung either on the same date or the day after, lumalabas yung dissemination or yung implementation. Pero in this particular case, it came a month after yung dissemination. April 22 na disseminate. Yung IRM, yung 0007, March 20. Now, in an effort to justify, the date, in-antedate nila to March 21. But the date of the dissemination was on April 22. Kasi marami na silang releases, prior to March 31, board resolution, yung 2515, nakapag-release na yung Philhealth ng 703 million pesos. Actually, 703,661,648.79. And then, prior to April 22, ang fund releases na ng Philhealth, mas malaki pa, umabot na ng 9.29 or 9.3 billion pesos. So, in effect, hindi pa na-disseminate. Ang tanong ko ngayon, Mr. President, anong guidelines meron yung mga magre-release ng pondo, yung mag-i-implement, yung regional vice presidents, kung wala pang nai-issue yung implementing guidelines or what they call SOP? Kasi nag-i-issue sila ng SOP, nandun yung parameters, nandun yung guidelines, how to disperse, how to make a list, how to, all the guidelines are there. So how could they release without implementing guidelines or what they call SOP? That's my question, Mr. President. Thank you.
And who would like to answer that question?
Mr. Chairman,
What would have justified the release of 703 million and 9.3 billion?
Mr. President, may I?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello.
Wallace.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the Senate. As a background, in January 2020, we were in a state of anxiety because we knew that COVID was coming. We knew how it hit the other countries. And so we were in a state of panic. So we wanted to be preemptive, to take preemptive measures. To be able to prepare our hospitals to respond to this pandemic, which we did not know at that time how soon, how hard, and how long it was going to hit us. Now, the computation of the board, of course, has to rely on management for figures because the figures lies with management. And the algorithm we adopted was to use the 90-day historical claim of the hospitals as the basis for the IRM allocation. So it is not arbitrary. And what we wanted to achieve was to prepare all the regions, the provinces, and the cities with a COVID war chest that would prepare them to respond to the pandemic. Now, in the administration of this effort, there were some, I must admit, some expedients that had to be adopted because hindi ho natin alam kung gaano katindi ang dagok nitong COVID. Nagmamadali kaming makarelease ng pera. But we made sure that all the releases were covered by a contract and that we would be able to account for all the funds that were available. We were getting a lot of of rescue entreaties from hospitals that they had to buy PPEs, they had to buy disinfectants, they were worried about their workforce. So yun ho yung sitwasyon early this year when all this was happening. Ang intention ho ng PhilHealth ay maunahan ho yung COVID,
Alright.
yung tama ho ng pandemic. Yun po.
Thank you. That is a feathering attack dahil naunahan yung DOH na naging alarmado kayo. Nauna pa kayo sa DOH ng January. That's good. But may I ask Board Member Mercado and Board Member Cabati, was that the intention in January when you passed that? Yung 2496?
Sir, in January, as far as I recall, we were not talking about COVID yet.
O yun nga sinasabi. Attorney Kabading, how about you? You were there. Board Member Kabading. Yes, he's logged in. Anyway,
Mr. President, with the indulgence of our colleagues, kasi pinasa natin yung Bayanihan Act to Heal Us Act 1, March 24. Naunahan pa nila tayo na magbibigay tayo ng authorization or authority to the President to realign budgets and so forth and so on. As early as January, na-foresee na nila na i-address na nila yung pandemic. Yung unang kaso sa Pilipinas, I remember yung Wuhan couple. I think that was March or February yata yun eh. Naunahan pa nila yung unang COVID case. In-anticipate nyo na. Thank you, Mr. President.
yes, Attorney Kabading, Board Member Kabading, are you able to answer already before I... Otherwise, I'll recognize the minority leader first. Go ahead.
Minority leader first. Thank you.
Go ahead, Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Kabading, for recognizing the minority leader. That is the role of the Senate President. Anyway, I just, with the indulgence of my colleagues, just on that point that that the Senate President and Senator Lacson brought up, which I cannot let pass. As an excuse, Mr. Morales said that in mid-January, they were in a state of panic because of the COVID-19, which they said they were not sure that's why they had to build a war chest and wanted to take preemptive measures. Now, obviously, this is an excuse, Mr. President, because your Secretary of Health, who is the president of, or is the chairman of Philhealth, did not do anything until mid-March. He was even saying that do not panic. And yet an agency under the Department of Health was already panicking, if we are to believe them. So obviously, Mr. President, this is an excuse which should not be allowed to stand unchallenged. We believe that something was wrong with the IRM, and the excuses now given are nothing but excuses trying to cover up. So thank you, Mr. President. Sorry for interrupting.
All right, Attorney Kabading, you heard the statements.
Mr. Chair, good morning sa lahat. This is one of the anxieties being part of the members of the board. Yang IRM na yan, I'm so uncomfortable giving out money in advance. Like putting your foot ahead of the fire there as an accountant. And then I suspect, just like that come out in the hearing last time, that a favoritism that is actually that I heard actually being told by some employees that there are favoritism in this release of IRM. If you look at the
Teka muna, Attorney Kabading, answer the question first. We can go to that later on.
yeah,
In January, during the board meetings or the talks, as mentioned also by board member Mercado, was this the intention? 2469? 2496?
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Yes.
You are referring to the PBR for RIM?
Yes. January, meron kayong board resolution 2496. Ang sinasabi ng presidente, yung COVID daw ito, pinaghandaan nyo na. Ang sabi ng isang board member ay hindi nyo napapag-usapan ng COVID itong board resolution na ito. Ikaw, ano ba ang intindi mo nung pinapasa ninyo ito?
Na, January? I
Yes.
could not subscribe with that. We don't talk about it. Kung yun ang sinasabi niya.
You did not talk about it in the board, yung COVID
Yeah,
ko.
by January, none of that sort, Mr. Chair.
All right. Again, back to my question then, Attorney Mangamon.
Yes,
How
Mr.
did you come up with the 27 billion allocated for IRM?
Mr. President, that can be answered by our finance people. But let me just inform the Senate, Mr. President, that on January 30, 2020 board meeting where the PBR 2496 was approved, the board was discussing, in fact, the COVID. That was the first day. That was the time when the DOH announced the first case of COVID in the Philippines. In fact, there was a PBR 2497 that was approved also by the board on January 30, 2020, providing 1,000 package for isolation. And I remember that the secretary had to rush back to DOH for the announcement that of the first COVID patient case in the Philippines, Mr. President.
Sir, Dr. Jimenez, you're seeking the floor. Why? Go ahead. Baka mabigyan mo kami ng linaw dahil nalalabuan kami rito. Mr. Jimenez, go ahead. Please unmute your computer. If you can hear me, please unmute your computer. All right, go ahead now.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead. What are you were raising your hand?
No, sir. Sorry po.
Okay, sige. We don't have anything to say. Let me continue.
Meron po, pero other time na po, sa mga sunod na po.
We're still in the issue of mamaya na yun. Sige. It was discussed during the last hearing. Who's raising his hand?
Mr. Vargas, sir.
Mr. Vargas?
Yes, sir. Sir, if I may just be allowed to read the whereas in the board resolution 2496, just to clarify.
Hmm.
One,
What?
two, three, four. And the fifth whereas, in order that it can provide quick and timely response to the healthcare needs of Philhealth members and their dependents, as well as ensure the financial viability of healthcare institutions in affected areas, the management recommended that the IRM be included among the that may be fortuitous events and emergencies. Wherefore, premises considered, the board resolves, as it is hereby resolved, to approve the inclusion of IRM among the special privileges that may be conferred during the fortuitous events and emergencies, thereby amending Resolution 1848, series of 2013 for the purpose.
Mr. Vargas, kung kasintindi ng COVID ang pinag-uusapan nyo, ilalagay nyo rito yung COVID, hindi lang fortuitous events. Sanay kami sa gawa ng resolution dito. Never mind. May I proceed, no? It was discussed last hearing how the amount of the IRM was released. to each healthcare institution. Its HCI is being computed. However, the IRM fund released to the healthcare institution, as revealed by General Morales during the last hearing, could possibly be more than the actual COVID-related expenses that Philhealth should be paying these institutions. General Morales added that the excess of this IRM or IRM fund meant for COVID-19, instead of being returned, will now under their regular benefit payments. Now, allow me, para malinaw, ito yung mga sinabi ninyo. Allow me to read the transcript. Senator Po, okay. So ang ibig sabihin nito, sinasabi ninyo na kung sakasakali nga at makikitang hindi nagastos yung pera, ay dapat ibalik pa ito sa PhilHealth? Mr. Morales, hindi ho. Ang ililiquidate ho nila dyan, yung ibang benefit payments na. Kasi yung IRM ho is historical claim worth 90 days. So yun ang nagde-determine kung magkano ang due sa hospital. Jackson, and then Mr. Morales. So kung mag-account sila magkano yung kanilang COVID claims at natapos na ho yung pandemic at hindi na nila magagamit sa COVID yun, doon na nila kukunin yung mga ibang regular benefit claims, doon na nila ililiquidate. Now, my question is, does PhilHealth have the power to grant advance payment to those institutions claiming their regular benefits or those non-COVID related or non-COVID-19 related claims? Wala, hindi po ba? As sir, I earlier established in my question, you are an insurance company. You indemnify when there is already a loss. Kaya ang normal na procedure nyo ay magsasubmit muna ng mga dokumento ang isang ospital, saka ninyo babayaran. Kaya nga po ang laki pa ng payables ninyo sa mga ospital, hindi po ba? General Morales.
Opo.
Oh, so hindi po ba ang purpose ng IRM, particularly on what we are discussing now, ay para sa COVID-19 related claims lang dapat? Again, dahil sa ganitong paraan ng liquidation na sinabi ninyo noon, napapalawak na naman ang implementasyon ng IRM. Na kahit hindi na related ng COVID-19, supposedly claim ng isang ospital, nabibigyan sila ng advance payment. And again, this is beyond your power. Can you comment again, General Morales?
Opo. Sa kasalukuyan po, hindi pa ho natin alam kung tapos na ho ang pandemic. O yung isang area ho na mababa yung incidence ay hindi na ho sila magkakaroon ng COVID. So, yun ho ang aming pananaw na habang hindi pa ho natatapos ito, minabuti namin na nandun muna yung pondo sa kanila at yun naman ho ay i-liquidate nila pagdating ng panahon.
Mr. President.
Yes, Attorney Darwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. We maintain that the corporation, based on the provisions of our charter, is empowered to pass a provider payment mechanism such as the IRM. And we share this with our board members who approve this type of financing, Mr. President. We have to understand that the role of PhilHealth in all this particular problem of pandemic, the PhilHealth is also affected. Our workforce is also affected, no? So may mga alternative work arrangements po tayo, tapos hindi po lahat ng ating information system ay establisado para makapaprocess ng claim remotely. So the payment of claims will certainly be reduced and the financing of the healthcare services in the entire country will be affected. So this is a risk that the PhilHealth Board has take. Ngayon, doon sa mga sinasabi na may mga pinapaboran, ilabas po natin kung ano po yun, sino po yung mga pinaboran at bakit anong basis na pinaboran po sila. Kasi kung ang basis lang po ng legal basis lang po ng IRM, matatag po yung legal basis ng IRM. Dahil kailangan po ito ng mga pagamutan po natin. Tapos sinasabi natin para lang po sa mga COVID patients. Hindi po totoo na sila lang po ang apektado. Apektado po yung mga buntis, apektado po yung mga dialysis patients. So, sir, I hope that the Senate will be more appreciative of this particular designed to
Eh,
healthcare sector. This is the role of Philhealth, Mr. President.
magkaiba eh. Magkaibang perspective yung sinasabi ninyo. Nevertheless, sige, if you insist that you have legal basis for that and everything, that is the reason also for this inquiry. Because this is in aid of legislation, we will cut that off. No, when we amend the PhilHealth law para mas malinaw.
Thank you, sir.
Lilinawin natin kung ano pwede ninyo at hindi. Dahil meron kayong interpretasyon na pwede na hindi naman pwede. Pananagutan nyo din naman yan. Sige, let's see. Alright, Attorney Keith, go ahead.
Sir, with regards to IRM, sir, it is a reimbursement mechanism by the name itself, interim, temporary reimbursement. You have to reimburse
Yes,
the
we
claim.
established that earlier, yes.
And a mechanism. Sir, ignorance of the law excuses no one from compliance. However, they are not ignorant. They have deliberately, on the point of view of anti-fraud legal officer, they are not ignorant. They deliberately used the policy as a defense. And I have shown to you before a deferment of interim reimbursement mechanism. As a criminal lawyer, this is a defense already. However, it also shows that it is a conspiracy document. Another one is liquidation interim optional signed by the EVP president, Arnel De Jesus, that it would only be optional. Why should they do that? Because it should be the first policy, it should be fully liquidated. And it was published, the memorandum circular that was mentioned a while ago, the first policy, they have effectively amended that one by issuing a memorandum. This memorandum was not even published. Memorandum dated June 16, 2020, signed by the President and Chief Executive Officer, Brigadier General Ricardo Morales. So they cannot amend a circular which was already published. So starting with the IRM, no withholding of taxes. If we will not withheld a tax, it is already a criminal and administrative liability under the tax law. So the amount that was not withheld is this 298 million plus. I think that is the amount. So that is already way above 50 million. The IRM 14.9 billion. If you did not pack it, but you have lost the money. If you have under revised penal code, you have malversed it. But in this special law, you have embezzled it. You have put it to a different direction. You have to. There must be a claim first. There must be a claim first. But that's why I'm pointing out to these documents, because they are just deliberately using policies to defend themselves, just like what Dennis Mas did in the Wellmed case. He used the policy to exonerate Ispargas. So I have found out this. They have been trying to help each other. The modus operandi of the Philhealth Mafia Untouchables is compartmentalization and complementary. Compartmentalized because the other department will not know what they are doing, but when they have a problem, they will help each other. That's why I brought out the Balanga case, so that I can show you how they help each other and how they cover up the cases. Thank you, sir.
All right, the minority leader is recognized.
Just two brief points. Number one, in the previous hearing, we asked if there was a legal opinion rendered to justify the IRM. So may we know if this was submitted? Number two, may we ask that the board minutes were board resolution number 2496 was enacted, and this was in January, be submitted by the corporate secretary. And number three, may we request our resource persons, and a reminder that this is not a court of law. Please do not argue your legal points. Just tell us what the facts are. We understand your legal points, but this is a hearing in aid of legislation, and not therefore such legal arguments may be valid, but not in this proceeding. So we would request, Mr. President, there are a lot of us wanting to ask questions. So opinions such as those rendered or put on record, which are really for a court of law, should not be presented, as it will only lengthen these proceedings. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator Vilon. And besides, I have a series of questions still, but I will forego with this because I think I've already established what I want to find out. And it's quite clear at this point. So may we now call on Senator Lacson, the Vice Chairman, to you have your 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Anyway, this was discussed already. I would have picked up from where we left off last Tuesday, yung tungkol kay Corsec Mangawang, but this has been adequately discussed, and it has been established that the board was not aware last January 30, 2020, that the IRM or the board resolution that they were adopting would address the pandemic. As a matter of fact, yung Wuhan couple, nagbiyahe yan from Dumaguete to Manila, January 21. So, maski nga si Secretary Duque, hindi niya pa alam na meron tayong hinaharap na pandemic. And yet, Philhealth insisting na inuunahan pa nila, pinipreempt na nila. So anyway, that has been clearly established in our discussion. So enough of that. I'd like to address my question to General De Villa, if he is around.
Yes, General De Villa is supposed to be virtually present.
General De Villa? In the meantime, that we're waiting to
Yes, yes.
General De Villa, I'm just curious, what's the real reason for resignation?
Sir, kung mamarapatin niyo po, meron akong parang ginawang na makakasagot po dun sa mga yung aking mga tanong po sa akin. Kung pwede pong basahin ko po.
Sige, but bago kayo recognize the Senate President na magbigay ng opening statement, pakisagot lang muna yung tanong ko. Ano talaga yung totoong dahilan na kayo nag-resign? Kasi nabigla rin sa nag-resign kayo.
Honorable Senator Mr. Vice Chairman, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Dr. Augustus De Villa na voluntaryong humarap sa inyo upang bigyan linaw ang usapin sa abot ng aking makakaya. Ako ay kasama ninyo sa advokasya na linisin ang katiwalian sa Philhealth. Mayroon po akong tatlong dahilan sa pagbibitiw. Unang dahilan po, at ito po ay na-discuss ko po kay Presidency o General Morales. Ako po ay nagdesisyon na simulan ang matagal ko na naantala po sa buhay na makasama ang pamilya ko. Pagkatapos po ng 30 taon na tapat na serbisyo sa Armed Forces of the Philippines under the Medical Corps. At yun po ay natapos ng ako po yung nagretiro nung July 31, 2019. So effective August 2019 po, ako po yung retirado na. Matagal ko rin pong hindi masyadong nakasama yung pamilya ko. Ako po yung single parent kasi ang asawa ko po yung namatay na ng mahigit 13 taon na nakakaraan at yun po ay dahil sa breast cancer. Ako po ay may 3 anak na babae. Ito po ay talagang pinapangarap ko nung nasa aktibong service ako makasama po sila. But fortunately or unfortunately, ako po ay nakapagtrabaho uli makalipas ng 1 buwan sa Philhealth. That was starting September 2019 at ito po ay under a job order po ng 2 buwan at po nakapag regular employee po starting October 27, 2019 hanggang mag-resign po ako last Thursday. So yun po, talagang gusto ko pong gugulin yun sa pamilya ko. May ikalawa po akong dahilan sa aking pagbibitiw. Ito po ay dahil sa isa na rin akong senior citizen na may konting comorbidity po, high blood po ako, ay vulnerable din ako mahawa sa virus na ito. Ang ginugol ko po talagang pagtatrabaho sa Philhealth ay Monday to Friday. Hindi ko po inisip yung pandemic at gusto ko po talagang makapagserbisyo para sa taong bayan natin. At bilang isang doktor, masasabi ko po na ang pandemya na ito ay totoo at mapanganib. So yun po yung ikalawa. Yung ikatlo ko pong dahilan sa pagbibitiw, ang huli at ikatlong dahilan ng aking pagbibitiw ay sa kadahilanan ng delikadesa po. Ako po ay isang taong marangal, mayroong dignidad at integridad, malinis po ang aking konsyensya, at naniniwala ako na hindi ako babagay na magsilbi pa sa isang ahensya ng gobyerno na punong-puno ng alegasyon ng korupsyon at katiwalian. Ako po ay naniniwala na meron ngang katotohanan, sinadya man o hindi, at ito po ay base sa mga lumalabas na pagsusuri at lalong-lalo na po nung Martes, nung unang hearing po. Mr. President, when I joined PhilHealth last year, I promised myself then that in 1 year, I and my esteemed senior brother in the AFP, now PhilHealth President CEO Jel Morales, we would be able to put things right in PhilHealth. But unfortunately, I was wrong. As we now have to grapple with the sad spectacle of alleged anomalies being unearthed in this investigation in the Senate and in the House of the President of the Representatives. Mr. President, it was not a painful decision to break from my colleagues in PhilHealth. I learned from my training that the honorable thing to do in a crisis where the honor of the institution you serve is under attack. My decision is to step aside and work from the vantage point to salvage the honor of the institution which is PhilHealth. Sa issue po ng korupsyon, mafia at sindikato ay matagal na nating naririnig bago pa po ako pumasok sa PhilHealth. Dahil dito, ang makakapagpatunay na lang ng mga dapat maipatupad para matapos ang lahat ng aligasyon ay yung mga nakakaalam at lalabas para patunayan yung mga aligasyon. Para sa akin, kung mapapatunayan po, ang may kasalanan ay dapat maparusahan. Subalit ang mga walang kasalanan ay malayang makapagpatuloy ng matapat na trabaho. Salamat po.
Gerald de Villa,
Sir, Mr. Vice
sabi niyo out of
Chairman po.
kasi nga sa dami ng mga corruption accusation, wala kayong sinabi. Gusto lang namin marinig, ano yung umabot sa kaalaman niyo bilang Senior Vice President for Operations, hindi po ba? SVP Operations, that you were acting or OIC, EVP.
Nag-acting po ako, EVP and COO, simula po nung November 4, 2019 hanggang April 26. April 27 po, nagpalit na po kami ni Sir Arnel De Jesus at siya na po yung hindi acting, siya na po yung EVP COO.
Yeah. Ano yung mga anomalyang pag-allocate ng nandong bilang acting EVP and later on as SVP?
Sir, pasensya na po, nagpuputol-putol kasi. Yung mga natutunan na
Sinabi niyo,
yes, sir.
kayo out of delicadeza dahil may katotohanan yung napapag-usapang na korupsyon, na katiwalian sa PhilHealth. Hindi kayo po nagbigay ng mga specifics. Gusto namin marinig from you, directly from you, ano yung mga particular instances na merong katotohanan yung mga aligasyon ng korupsyon sa PhilHealth.
Sir, ang naririnig ko po na talagang alam ko po na at narinig ko po 'yon. Ang isa lang po ay yung sa isa po doon ay yung tungkol diyan sa IRM at meron daw ano diyan corruption, allegation of corruption. Yung tungkol po dun sa OFW na issue, yung tungkol po dun sa all case rate na issue, yung tungkol daw po dun sa COVID testing rates na issue rin, tungkol po dun sa information technology or IT. Dun po sa mga unresolved administrative cases po, meron din daw ho doon na aligasyon at yung questionable financial statement, meron din po ako na narinig po doon at nalaman na hindi naman aligasyon din po yon at meron din po mga flawed and leak internal process. Ano po ito? Nalaman ko po talaga ito na nakarating sa akin sa mga meeting po namin sa Execom. I am a member of the Execom since ano po nung November po nung na-designate po ako na acting EVP COO. Ito po ay ano, ako po ay dahil nga po sa bago ako, talagang pinakikinggan ko ang lahat po ng diskusyon namin sa Execom at pag uwi ko at nagre-research din ako, nag-aaral po ako. Ako po ay 30 taon na sa AFP bilang isang medical officer. At ang exposure ko po ay ano, kadalasan po ay dun sa ospital. Hospital administration and operation, being a medical officer. Naging ano po ako dun sa mga polisiya ng medical nung naging the Surgeon General po ako nung 2018 po. 2018 hanggang 2019 ako po yung naging 2017 to 2018 po ako yung naging Surgeon General ng AFP. Hanggang sa naging AFP Health Service Commander po ako, yung sa Viluna po ay isa sa mga medical center na nasa ilalim ko po. Yun po, bumalik po ako sa parang operational side ng ng medical services ng AFP. So ako po talaga nakikinig lang diyan sa mga at naririnig ko yung mga isyung 'yan. Kung paano patunayan yung po ibang ang pwede po talaga makasagot kung ay mga nag-a-allege at nag-aano. At ako naman po ay napaka-open naman po yung mind ko and I always listen to everything kung ano po yung ano. Ang ano nga lang tagay, kung may ebidensya po, wala naman pong sinabi ko nga po dun sa statement ko kanina, na ako'y advokasya na laban sa katiwalian. At kung meron tong talagang makakapagpatunay at at meron tayong mapi-pinpoint na may kasalanan, ay dapat parusahan. At kung yun namang mga taong wala namang kinalaman diyan at ay dapat makapagpatrabaho pa po. Napakalaki po ng 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 papel ng Philhealth sa Filipino people, sa taong bayan in terms of health financing. Kailangan po talaga natin ng suporta. Ako po at ang aking pamilya, umaasa rin po ako sa Philhealth. Kasi pagka na-hospital tayo at saka talaga pong malaking tulong din ng Philhealth. Yun lang lamang po, Mr. Vice Chairman po.
Yes, I'll invite your attention to your affidavit na sinabit mo sa Senado. Particularly paragraph 7. Pakibasa nyo nga kung may kopya ka ng affidavit ninyo.
Sir, ito po. Ito po yung paragraph 7. Meron po akong kopya ng affidavit. Ito po ay yung katanungan dun sa IT na dumaan po sa akin. Ito pong number 7. Our conversation on that day, to the best of my recollection, went this way. Si Colonel Laborte po nagpunta sa akin, dala yung bunch po ng kontrata na kailangan po ng PRO NCR. Sabi niya sa akin, sir, and I quote, "Sir, meron kayong pinirmahan dito, sobrang overpriced." Sabi ko, hindi ko napansin yan. Ni-refer ko naman sa office ng Corporate Legal Counsel, yung pong opisina po ni Attorney Robert Labe. Tapos sabi po sa akin ni Colonel Laborte, tingnan nyo sir, itong ginugol ko, talagang overpriced yan. Ang sagot ko naman po, Bal, naniniwala ako sa'yo, dahil IT expert ka, hindi ko mapapayagan yan. Akin na yan, referring to the contract, sir. Tapos po, kung itutuloy ko lang po, yung number 8, after Mr. Laborte or Colonel Laborte handed over me the contract, dinetouch ko po yung page 3 ng kontrata na meron po nakalagay doon, yung pangalan kong may firma ko po, na recommending approval. Ito po ay na ano na no, May 27. Yeah, May 27 po. May 27. Thereof, where I had previously signed and gave him back the rest of the contract. At saka sinabi ko pa po kay Mr. Laborte or Colonel Laborte, I recall telling him the following. At hindi na ako acting EVP COO. Hindi na ako ang pipirma diyan. Then I placed the detached page 3 of the contract inside my drawer. Mga ano po 'yon, mga more or less mga 6 po 'yon. Yun po yung yung sinabi po ni Attorney Torson Kit nung ang punit po yung dun po sa dulong-dulo, tinanggal ko, dinetach ko po, it's a 4-page contract, sir. Yun lamang po, sir.
So naniniwala kayong overpriced? I believe si Colonel Laborte is virtually. Colonel Laborte.
Sen- Mr. President, and dear Senators, good morning po.
Good morning, Colonel Laborte. Please proceed from there.
Come again, sir.
Please proceed. Nabanggit po naman ni General Villa na kinol mo yung attention niya na overpriced yung IT procurement. So please proceed from there.
Opo, sir.
Go ahead.
Opo, sir. I alerted po si General De Villa kasi po it is also my moral obligation na tingnan din kung disadvantageous ba sa gobyerno yung ating mga binibili. Familiar po kasi ako sa mga Cisco switches kasi dati po akong IT officer sa United Nations at graduate po ako ng Cisco Certified Network Associate. Yung binibili po namin is na-award na po ito 15 units, Cisco Catalyst 9200-24P. Isa lang po itong maliit na aparato, sir, na may 24 na butas. Ano lang po ito, sir, magaan lang But kaya nga buhatin ito, sir, ng 5 years old na bata. So bakit namin bibilihin ng 420,000? Ano ito, kotse? So yun ang sabi ko kay sir. Tapos ito, sir, sinearch ko ito sa itprice.com at saka sa switchrouter.com. Ito po mga ito ay mga ano po ito, sir, reputable IT store. So since yung item na yan, sir, is medyo luma na, sir, nag-depreciate na po yung kanyang price over time. So sa tingin ko po, sir, overpriced kasi 62,000 na po yung price niya noong May 21, sir, nung sinearch ko siya. So, dati po, siguro, medyo mahal ng konti. Pero hindi naman po aabot ng 420,000 yung original price niya. So, nung na-alert ko po si General De Villa, sabi niya po, palitan yung kanyang pangalan, since hindi na rin naman po siya ang AVP COO. At si Sir Arnel na po ang ilagay na name. So, ako po, tinawag ko po yung end user, sir, at in-instructionan ko na you produce yung page na wala dito and replace yung name ni General De Villa to Sir Arnel. But for several months, sir, hindi na po bumalik sa akin. So, hinahanap ko na po. And before I left, hindi ko na po nakita, sir. Hindi na po nila itinuloy, sir.
Yes.
At nabalitaan ko na lang, sir.
Aside from General De Villa, sino pa yung na-alert mo dito tungkol sa overpriced na IT equipment?
Sir, meron po akong memo kay General Morales. Nag-memo po ako kasi natusan niya po ako na mag-comment dito sa IAG-ICT report na kalalabas lang po. So, I did the report, sir, memo. I have three major findings, sir. Kasama na po ito yung mga overpricing at saka yung mga nawawalang mga hardware and software na hindi makita sa records. So, may recommendations din po ako doon tungkol sa mga ito, sir. At nabigay ko po ito sa kanya yung memo na ito, sir. At nag-usap po kami, sir, personal.
Ano action taken?
Pinaliwanag ko po.
What was the action taken by General Morales regarding your memo?
Alam ko, I am also aware din naman po na pinag-uusapan din nila ito sa board, sir. So sa akin po sir, inihintay ko lang po siya sir kung ano ang kung susundin niya ang recommendation ko. Kasi ang sa recommendation ko sir, it should be investigated by a competent authority, investigating authority, yung Information Technology Audit Office ng COA at saka po ng DICT para po matuldukan na po itong mga itong allegations o kung ano man yung napa-find out namin. At makamove na po yung mga IT projects sir.
Narinig mo kanina yung presentation ni Ms. Aragona, hindi ba?
Opo sir, opo.
Okay. Meron siyang minention doon yung ang pinoprocure nila, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Aragona. Ang pinoprocure nyo pa yung 15 units, ang description po ninyo is Cisco 2960-XR24 port. Ito yung kasama dito sa yung na-abort na procurement dahil nga nagkaroon ng aberya. Can you confirm that, Ms. Aragona? Nasabi nyo hindi naman ganun talaga kamura kasi mahal sa merkado. You made mention, even in your press conference and now in your presentation, ito yung binanggit yung specs nitong pinoprocure. Can you confirm that?
Sir, yung kanina po sa presentation, yung Cisco 920 switches, yung lower than the network switches procured in 2019, which is the 2960. Ang sinasabi po namin, hindi siya comparable dun sa technical specification. Yung Cisco 9200 switches na release sa market noong November 28, introduced in the Philippines only in the first quarter of 2019. Kaya yung standard specs compliant to Cisco 2960, dual power includes 3-year warranty, plus cost of money, profit, BOT training. The amount po nun is 348.
Matanong ko lang po, ano yung pinoprocure nyo sana for 2020 or 2019? Yung nagkaroon ng back resolution pati award noong August 20 of 2019, last year lang. Ano yung mismo yung specification noong IT equipment, yung network switch na pinoprocure ninyo?
Sir, with your permission, sir, may I call my IPC, Alex
Hindi.
Gabuya?
Ikaw nag-present kanina eh.
Yes po.
Kaya paki-confirm mo lang kung if you were referring to Cisco 2960 XR24 port or alin sa dalawa bang pinoprocure ninyo? Kasi ang understanding ko, ito yung pinoprocure nyo last
Yes
year na
po,
hindi natuloy.
Sir, yung 2960 po.
2960 XR24 port. Ito yung mahal.
2960 XR24.
Yeah, ito yung mahal.
Yes po.
Alam mo, I'm warning you, Ms. Aragona, winaning nga kanina ni Senate President. Marunong kaming mag-counter-check. Ito yung binibili nyo last year. I will repeat my question and be very careful in answer my question. Ang binibili nyo for last year's procurement, yung nagkaroon ng back resolution, ito yung Cisco 2960 XR24 port. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Colonel Laborte, kindly can you comment on that?
Sir, ma'am, hindi po yan yung binibili natin at yung na-award. Ang luma na po kasi yung 2960 HR. Nag-end of life support na po yan, tsaka end of sale service na po yan ng 2019. Ang current po na available ngayon is 9200 po. Ito po yung binibili natin at na-award. Ito rin po yung sinertify ninyo. Mayroon po kayong signatures dito po, sir. Ma'am, ito po.
Sir, may I?
Ms. Aragona,
Yes po.
wag mong lokohin yung 24 senators. Madali kami mag-check eh.
Yeah,
Para ma-justify mo na mahal yung binibili mo, iniiba mo yung specs, madali kami mag-check lang. Sinasabi ko sa iyo. Sinabi mo pa na as of August 5. Di ba? Pero end of sale na siya ng July eh. Ano ka bang bibili ng meron ng end of sale? Sabi nga ni Colonel Laborte, and I'd like him to expound on that, na kung end of sale, hindi na yan available sa market. Ba't ka pa mag-certify na as of August 5, yan ang presyo? Paano magkakapresyo yung end of sale ng July? That's why I warned you earlier because I might move to cite you in contempt of this committee for being evasive or lying to the committee.
hindi po, sir.
Anong hindi?
Po?
Sinabi mo na nga kanina eh. repeatedly I ask you, anong specification nung nire-refer mo na binibili nyo last year? Ang sabi mo, Cisco 2960 XR24. Hindi yung 926024 port. Ang sinabi ni Colonel Laborte, ang talagang pinoprocure nyo, itong mas mura, itong 926024. Hindi yung 2960 because end of sale na nga yun. Hindi na available.
Wala tayo. Generic lang kasi po, sir, yung
Colonel
walang
Laborte,
brand.
si Colonel Laborte is a
Yes,
certified
Oo.
Cisco systems
Yes, po.
specialist, by the way. Colonel Laborte, can you respond to that?
Ma'am,
Yes, sir. Generic po yung nilalagay natin.
Colonel Laborte, kindly respond. Generic daw yan.
hindi po sir kasi ang base model po ng 2690 is yung 2600. Ang may mga variants po 'yon. Opo. Yung base model naman ng 9200, ito na po 'yon, 9200. Maraming variants po ito. May mga fixed link at saka modular uplinks po ito. So, ito po ang binibili natin.
President, nagkamali lang ang basa ko. 9200. 24.
9200 po ang binibili natin, sir. Ayan po, nakapirma po kayo sa ano. Ayan po, na-award naman po eh.
Kasi
May
Gabuya,
name of company na awarded siya.
Aragona, and yet sinasabi nyo, niloloko nyo kami, iba yung pinapresent nyo sa amin, binibili nyo, and yet you have your signature affixed here.
Hindi po, sir.
Anong hindi? Maliwanag na nga.
Opo. Yung specification po lagi nasa generic specifications po siya. Yung pag nilalagay namin sa terms of reference.
You know, I will not debate with you because kaya nga nandito yung ibang resource person who is an IT expert in the person of Colonel Borte, so he can respond to your assertion. So, Colonel Borte.
Opo sir, magkaiba po kasi yung base model yan sir eh. So, merong magkakapareho sila ng specs, pero kaya lang po, obsolete na po kasi yun eh, yung 2960 XR, 2016 pa po yun eh. So, 46,000 pesos na lang po yun eh, ang halaga nun sa ngayon. Kasi po, yung computer appliance depreciates fast and loses its after-sale support over time. So, ngayon po, mura na yan eh. Kasi malapit na po niya maabot yung kanyang depreciation time period. Nag-average po kasi ng 5 to 8 years yung depreciation na period ng IT appliance. So kung 2016 pa po yan, plus 5, wala na po talaga yan. Mura na po talaga sa market yan. Hindi naman po natin pwedeng bilihin na, kunyari po, bibili tayo ng iPhone 5 ngayon 2020, pero hindi natin siya bibilin nung price ng 2016. Kasi nung 2016, 40,000 pesos po yung iPhone 5. Ngayon, 5,000 pesos na lang. So, it is our duty sa Bids and Awards Committee na tingnan nito. Dapat sir, sumunod po tayo sa procurement law. The government shall obtain goods and services at lower prices and better terms. So, dapat po competitive bidding. Kasi alam naman po natin na nag-depreciate na eh. So, dapat tumawag tayo po na mas marami supplier. So, kung meron tayo 5 supplier, sir, pababaan po sila ng presyo. Kasi alam naman ng 5 supplier na yun na 5,000 pesos na lang, kunwari po yung presyo. So, magbibid po sila ng mas mataas na konti. But hindi na po sa original price kasi lugi naman po ang gobyerno.
Besides the Colonel Laborte and Miss Aragona, hindi naman papayagan ng COA kung obsolete ang bibili nyo.
Yes, sir.
Hindi
Pero,
lulusot yun eh. Now, my question, Miss Aragona, no, para maayos natin at baka maipit kayo eh. Are you an IT expert?
I'm an IT, but yung technical details, kaya ako po pinatawag si Alex. So, yung
So yung mga tao ninyo nagbibigay sa inyo ng mga impormasyon na yan. Pati yung in-announce nyo kanina, binigay din ng mga tao ninyo sa iyo. Di po ba?
Yes po. Yung information and the data. Kaya ang understanding is comparable or nearest dun po dun sa catalyst.
So pati yung mga models yan at ang explanation na binibigay sa inyo at sinasabi ninyo rito sa amin ay sinabi ng mga tauhan ninyo, ano? Hindi galing sa inyo yan, ano? Okay. Thank you, Senator Lasso.
So how do we resolve this?
Siguro po an improvement to the the bidding process, how we get the canvas prices, and maybe the
Yeah,
specs
but between
later.
62,000 and 320,000, yung final bid price, medyo napakalaki ng diferensya. Ang sinasabi ni Gabuya last time, Mr. Gabuya, kasi may mga add-ons like warranty. Eh kung ganun kalaki ang diferensya, bumili na lang uli ng bago, kalimutan na yung warranty. Kasi mas mura kung bibili ng bago kaysa bilhin yung warranty. And sabi niya, delivery. Eh saan pa manggagaling yan? Di ba? Within NCR lang yan. Colonel Borte, can you help out and give us more details on this issue?
Opo, sir. Yung delivery expenses ko, wala na po. Kasi po, ang end user po niyan is Pro NCR. Dito lang po sa Metro Manila yan. Tapos, sir, yung training expenses, sir. Yung training po kasi ng Cisco, hindi po basta-basta ginaganap yan sa ordinaryo lang na training center. Sa Cisco Certified Accredited School po yan, sir. Institutions. So, matagal po ang training niyan at mahal po. So, kung ipapashoulder po yan sa mga supplier, magiging parang it's a form of bribe para sa akin. Kasi dapat po, bago ka pumasok sa isang opisina na as information technology person, marunong ka na. Hindi yung doon ka pala mag-aaral sa loob.
Mr. Argona.
So yung training, Sir Val, yung training kasi that's...
Would you like Mr. Gabuya to respond on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Sige,
Pwede po.
Mr. President, may we call Mr. Gabuya? Anyway, last time he also testified.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay, can you respond to Colonel Aborte's statements?
Yes, sir. Sir, ang specifications po kasi natin, sir, di ba, generic. Based doon sa specifications po natin, meron pong nakalagay na 10 gig na specification. 10 gig na dalawang 10 gig port. So based po doon sa itprice.com, kung i-compare po natin ay I think 7,000 plus US dollars. So pwede pong makita. Yung pong nakalagay dito na i-post ninyo, yan na po yung proposal na po ng ano yan, ng mga supplier. Kasi may nakalagay dyan,
Yes,
Cisco
but
Catalyst
proposal ng
22.
suppliers, hindi man lang kayo nag-due diligence at in-alert na nga ni Colonel Laborte, si General De Villa, pati si General Morales, na sobrang overpriced. Kasi chinek niya na nga sa Cisco mismo. Chinek niya doon sa supplier sa 62,000, over $1,000. And pinapresyo niya 320,000. Kaya nga na-abort yan, di ba?
Yes
And
po.
are you insisting that hindi overpriced yan?
Hindi po kasi sa comparable, sir.
Eh yan ang pinaprocure nyo mismo. Oh. Kino-compare mo sa ibang item, XR. Ang binibili ninyo, yung 9,200. Hindi ba palusot yung ginagawa mo?
Hindi po palusot, sir. Kasi ang kino-compare ko po doon sa specifications po na nakalagay po doon sa atin. Sa standard specifications po kasi wala pong nakalagay na brand. So, based doon sa standard specifications, ang pag tinignan po sa IT price, ang lumalabas po na price is 7,000 plus US dollars. So, kapag i-compare po naman to yung sinerge po ni Colonel Laborte is 9,200, yung comparable price po niya is to 4,200. Comparable specifications is 4,200 US dollars, which is 210,000 plus. So, plus, chinek natin yung mga warranty. So, yun po yung gusto ko lang po i-compare, yung 9,200 na bago, saka yung specifications po ng Philhealth. Ngayon, ang base po doon sa nag-gather kong details doon sa end user, sa Pro NCR namin, Dumaan po yan sa competitive bidding. Nag-propose po yung tatlong suppliers at 348 po ang pinakamurang. So yun po yung ABC na kinandak po nila.
Anong pinropose ng with the permission of Senator Lacson? Anong binid ng tatlong supplier? Yung 9,200?
Ay, ang
Attorney Rabe?
President, if I'll be allowed. This contract had passed to OCLC, and there's a tracking that we can show if the Senate would.
Hindi, teka muna, sagutin niyo muna yung tanong ko. Yung tatlong nag-bid, ano yung binid nila na generic? Ano?
It's not generic.
Oh, sabi ni
President.
Gabuya,
It's
generic eh.
stated here the abstract of canvas. Cisco 2960 X POE.
2960.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, that's different from the 9,200 na binabanggit kanina.
That's from one of the suppliers who submitted their price quotation, Mr. President.
The three suppliers were proposing the same unit.
Only one supplier indicated the Cisco 2960 X
The other one?
POA. The two other suppliers and the winning suppliers did not put specific model as regards to the bidded IT.
Ano binibid nila o wala silang nilagay na model?
Apparently, Mr. President, merong collusion dito sa bidding.
Pati sa bidding.
And si Colonel Laborte can elaborate on what's going on inside Philhealth when they procure IT equipment. Laging yun na lang nananalo, tapos ang diferensya ng kanilang mga price sa bidding, ang liliit. Parang, Colonel Laborte is still there?
Opo, sir. Opo. Yes, sir. I noticed, sir, mula nung dumating ako sa Philhealth po, i-review ko po lahat ng mga contracts. Pati mga previous contracts po ng IT projects ng 2018 and 2019, nakikita ko po, sir, na palagi na lang na-award as single calculated bid. Wala po akong nakita na awarded to lowest bidder, sir. Kung meron man, siguro sa isang taong kong stay po, iisa lang ang nakita ko na awarded as lowest bidder. So nakakapagtaka po ito kasi napakarami pong IT projects. Tapos tuwing bidding proper, isa lang pong supplier ang dumadating. So automatic na-award sa kanya as single calculated bid. Tapos sir, since itong mga binibili sir is nag-depreciate na rin yung kanyang price sa market. Kasi sir, medyo mabagal din ang procurement or talaga sinasadyang bagalan sir, nagdi-depreciate siya. Pero ang bid price niya is palaging 99% of the ABC. Minsan sir, 1,000 pesos lang yung diferensya, pero ang ABC is 40 million. So nakakapagtaka po sir.
Yes, okay. Senator Tolentino.
Mr. Chair, perhaps to abbreviate this, maybe just request through a issuance of an appropriate subpoena duces tecum that appropriate back, and pre-bid documents be submitted to this committee to enable us to scrutinize the same.
All right, yes, thank you. There is a motion by by Senator Tolentino to that effect. There's no objection. The Secretariat is hereby directed to issue a subpoena duces tecum for those documents. All right, so again, Attorney Rabe, to continue before we give it back to Senator Lacson, ang binid nila nung mga tatlo, isa lang ang nagbid na binibid yung obsolete. Tapos yung dalawa walang sinabing specific na unit.
Correction po, sir. Yung tatlo po pala, kasi hiwa-hiwalay po ito, sir. So yung tatlong model po ay pare-pareho naman yung binibid nila. Yung unang bidder, ganun din po, Cisco 2960-X POE, na meron siyang 348,000 na presyo. The other one is Cisco Catalyst 2960 X24 gig EPOE. Meron siyang 347,084. Saka yung pangatlo po ay Cisco Catalyst 2960-X24, same model, 348,000 din. Ito po kasi sir, na document na to ay galing po sa NCR. Ito po yung hinanap namin isa sa mga hinanap namin nung dumating po tong document sa OCLC. At I can recall na binalik po namin to sa NCR kasi wala po tong legal certification, sir. Nung nagkaroon na po ng legal certification, kaya na-forward po kay General De Villa, hindi pa po nasabi sa akin ni Colonel Laborte na overpriced po ito, sir, kasi earlier pa po ito eh. Dito lang po kasi lately nung nagkagulo sila sa ISSP, ICT, na iniisa-isa na po namin yung pricing, sir.
And what did you find out?
And I found out from Colonel Laborte na overpriced daw po. Kasi siya po yung nakakaalam dito, sir.
So, who will be accountable? Of course, na-abort ito, pero nagkaroon ng award eh. Hindi nga lang natuloy, but who will be made accountable? Dahil within Philhealth, alam nyo mismo, being the legal counsel, you are now concluding na overpriced talaga. So, who will be made liable for the attempted overpricing of procurement? Somebody must be held liable. Hindi lang overpriced, grossly overpriced. Sana kung depresya natin dito 10,000. I'm not saying it's right, ano, pero hindi ganoon ang pinag-uusapan eh. It's over, I think, what, 5,000%. Kasi 320 over 62. Anyway, so much for that. There's already a motion which was adopted na isabit na lang yung lahat ng records. Anyway, we also have the records eh, na yung collusion among bidders masyadong wag na apparent, masyadong obvious as testified to by Colonel Laborte. Moving on, Mr. President, yung B. Brown, ano, as mentioned during last Tuesday's hearing, alam mo, Attorney De Rosario, yung emotive approach mo na intindihin din natin yung mga dialysis patients, hindi naman kami nagdi-disagree eh. But hindi sa under IRM, hindi do sa under Circular 0007 because that's COVID-19 specific. Meron kayo ibang programa para sa ibang diseases, para sa ibang mga healthcare providers. Huwag niyong ihalo dito. At huwag gamitin yung emotion, appeal to emotion, na bakit kami, malupit kami senador, na hindi namin tinitingnan din yung plight ng mga COVID, ng non-COVID patients. Now, let me proceed. Yung B. Brown, ano, we tried to get from the securities. Kasi by the way, B. Brown, for the, para ma-refresh lang yung memory natin, ito yung pinakamalaking, halos pinakamalaking nakuhang bayad sa IRM. Naka 45 million sila out of 226. And the highest release, 15 million pesos doon sa Tondo, Manila. Yung branch doon. Pinapuntahan ko ito actually. Eh meron ditong, I will show you the photographs. Ayan, no? Wala kang makita dyan na isolation area. Tapos nagpapunta rin ako ng tao doon. Bago sila magpa-dialysis, i-refer ka muna sa Gat Andres Bonifacio Medical Center or hospital, no? Para magpa-swab test muna ron. Dahil wala silang capability na mag-conduct ng swab test para sa COVID patients. Now, meron doong may notice sila sa mga pasyente nila na hindi, while exempted yung, ito nakalagay, exemption from the 45-day benefit limit and single period confinement for admission. Ito yung nandun sa Circular 007. Pero sabi niya, pagka lumampas na sa 90-day limit, sisingilin pa rin yung pasyente. Eh binayaran nyo yung, in-advance nyo pa yung bayad sa B. Brown. Naniningil din pala sa mga dialysis patients kasi meron silang limit. So, saan napunta yung pera yung ibinibigay? Now, going back to the Securities and Exchange Commission, ang nakuha namin dito, B. Brown Medical Supplies Incorporated. No, wala kami makita na B. Brown Abitum. And then we have now a certification from the SEC. This is certified that the records of the Commission do not show the registration of B. Brown Abitum Dialysis Incorporated as a corporation, partnership, or one-person corporation. Ang meron lang, hindi ba kayo nag-due diligence? Bayad kayo ng bayad. Milyon-milyon piso. Wala man lang kayong konting, kaya namin in a matter of, 1-2 hours, nakakuha kami ng ganito. Eh kayo, nagre-release ng pera. Hindi nyo man lang ginagawa yung due diligence. 45, and now, pursuing there's another issue involving B. Brown, ano? And this was mentioned already by Attorney Keith, yung balanga. Kung hindi nagreklamo yung B. Brown, and I cannot
Kasi yung budget. Oo. Bigat. Oo. Ito. Ay.
I cannot get an explanation kung sila nagreklamo. Kasi yung account number, kindly flash yung account number. We have the account number na binayaran ninyo na ang conclusion nyo dyan sa legal department, inadvertence, parang nakaligtaan lang, pero 11 transactions. And ang releasing region 2. Okay? Paano itong nalipat sa Region 3? Sa Balanga, in the amount of 9.7 million pesos. 11 times. Kanino napunta yung pera? Of course, nabalik ito kasi binayaran, inirelease na ng Balanga. But in the meantime, that Attorney Keith was directed, was ordered by Colonel Aborte, being the HEA, and siya yung nasa anti-fraud. Nag-conduct siya ng investigation at yun yung kanya tinestify kanina. Tapos, anong naging parusa doon sa inimbestigahan nila when you took over the investigation? Simple neglect of duty. You were about to lose 9.7 million, simple neglect of duty, and then 11 times nagkaroon ng transaction. Hindi pwedeng systems error. Kasi nakakaalam lang ng password yan, kasi online ito, di ba? Attorney Keith, kindly elaborate kasi kayo mas nakakaalam, or si Colonel Aborte for that matter. Kasi kayong dalawa naman nag-imbestiga rito, and you were so disappointed that yung naging conclusion when you passed on the investigation to another entity, another unit in Philhealth, na iba na yung hilatsa. So Attorney Keith and Colonel Aborte, kindly elaborate. Good.
Yes, sir. I try to investigate, sir, and I ask PhilHealth employees if it is possible that a region will deposit money to another region, to a bank located in another region, and they said that no, it is impossible except when it is given by SVP Jovi Aragona, sir. That was what I learned, sir.
Receiving bank, ina-apply ito, di ba? Yung B. Brown, pag nag-apply sila, sasabihin nila, Deutsche Bank yung aming bangko in Cagayan Valley ba ito?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, how could 11 transactions, online transactions, in different amounts, totaling 9.7 million, mapupunta sa Balanga Rural Bank? Ms. Aragona, dami yung gulo dyan sa PhilHealth. Alam nyo, when it becomes habitual, time will come, some people will really reach their limits. Hanggang may hangganan din yung kakayanin na sikmurain yung corruption. Sige, go ahead.
Yes. As far as I can remember, sir, yung Balanga, when it was reported to us, ang naging problema po yata is yung pag-select ng bank for the transfer. So I think there was an incident report on that, yung doon sa mismong natin ng region. So I have to get the details. Pero yung po yung natatandaan ko now, so there was something na nagkaroon ng error sila doon sa pag-select.
Anong klaseng error? Man-made itong error na ito. Hindi pwedeng machine na mag-error dito. Kasi very strict kayo sa mga online transactions. Hindi pwedeng mag-crossover ng regions. Kasi ina-apply nga yan eh. And look, itong wait a while. Si Regional Vice President Oscar Abado, as mentioned by Attorney Keith, siya dati yung sa Region 2. Kasi ang controversy nito, Region 2, Region 3, because Balanga. Na-relieve siya from Region 2 as Regional Vice President. Alam niyo kung nasaan siya ngayon? Senior Vice President for membership of PhilHealth. He's being rewarded, or he was rewarded with a promotion after undergoing such an investigation. We're so happy that there are decent people in PhilHealth who are giving us all this information. Kasi kung magkulod kayo lahat yan, kawawa na si Pilipino. Tapos, we will see do sa Facebook account ni Attorney De Rosario, kami mga kampo ng Satanas, mga mapanuri ng mga kampo ng Satanas. Yan ang tawag sa atin dito eh. sa kanyang Facebook account, nag-post siya.
I was not referring to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, but look, sa mga nagtatanong na nasaan ang kaluluwa and so forth and so on, hindi po tayo papayag na mananaig ang mga kampo ng Satanas.
As far as we are concerned,
May sinasabi ka pa rito na mga panuri, Google ka. Look, is that the
sir,
way?
we are defending our honor. I'm not involved in any corrupt practices, Mr. President. The allegations of Attorney Kit are ridiculous. And hindi po totoo na si BP Abado yung head during that time when that happened. And hindi rin totoong inupuan po yan kasi meron pong ad hoc committee na kinreate dyan and they have already submitted their recommendation to the Office of the President on June 15, 2020. So sir, hindi po yan napunta ako ng Balanga, Bataan because there was a national staff meeting by the Department of Health. Yung mga area meetings po noon, doon po ginaganap. And during the time, I was not yet in the legal sector. Ganun po magtayo ng kwento to si Attorney Kit. Job order contractor siya. Sabi niya, nag-iimbestiga siya. Nasaan yung mga fact-finding investigation reports? Bakit hindi siya nag-submit ng mga FFIR? Yung mga accomplishment reports niya, pinapalitan niya lang yung dates. Pare-pareho. Hindi ka dapat yan, anyways.
Pero the fact remains that 9.7 million pesos were transferred to Balanga from Region 2.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
That's
Tapos
why
hindi
we
pwedeng
conducted
i-number
investigation, Mr. President. So we created the task force, the ad hoc committee to hear that case. And that case was heard by the peers of those being charged. So there was no cover up, hindi namin inupuan. I was on leave for several months last year.
So the issue raised by Attorney Kit, yung 49,000, Attorney Kit, sino nag-abono? Allowed ba yan? Na yung personal fund ang ipang-abono doon sa tinatawag na inconvenience fee ng bangko? Kasi ayaw i-release ng Balanga yung 9.7 million sa land bank, pabalik sa Philhealth, or para ma-release kung kanino man, without charging inconvenience fee. So, sino yung nag...
Yes, sir. Based on the document, sir, it was the employees of it was Cornell and Poliante, sir. Based on the document, sir.
Who's Poliante?
Employee of Region 2, sir. Poliante, sir. Poliante. Yes, sir. Poliante.
Ang naging conclusion, simple neglect of duty.
Yes, sir. Sa simple neglect of duty, sir, they are encoder lang po sila, sir, but they have to take cue from the RBP and where did they get the clearance to deposit it to the Balanga Bank, sir? And yes, sir.
And Mr. President, just one last point. Ipurso ko lang yung sa B. Brown again. So, hindi registered. Nire-refer sa GAT Andres Bonifacio Medical Center. Alam niyo ba yung sinisingil ng GAT Andres Bonifacio sa Philhealth, sa IRM? 20 million. Hanggang hindi pinabayaran. And yet, B. Brown, na wala namang kinalaman sa COVID, na I repeat, hindi kami against na bayaran yung o sagutin ng Philhealth yung dialysis ng mga pasyente. Pero under another program, not under the Circular 007. 20 million pesos, ang tagal ng sinisingil ng GAT, which is, I believe, is a government hospital, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, 20 million. Ang binayaran nyo, B. Brown, ng 45 million. Dialysis center, walang COVID patient. But
Sir.
under the COVID-19 IRM.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes, anyway.
Sir, if there's palakasan doon sa pag-release ng IRM na yan, by all means, let's investigate at tingnan po natin yan. Ngayon, yung Bibron, may mga kaso din po sa amin yan sa legal. Ngayon, yung ang gusto ko lang linawin, Mr. President, na yung IRM funds is not only for COVID patients. At sinasabi na rin po ng paulit-ulit yun ng aming mga board members. Now, it's your position that it should not include non-COVID patients. But that is not what is stated in the PhilHealth circulars and in the corresponding board resolution. So yun, sir, gusto ko lang po linawin.
Anyway, Attorney Del Rosario, that is your opinion.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The committee of the whole will assess this. Thank you, Senator Lacson. We
Thank you,
would
sir.
like to also to have a full investigation on who's behind B. Brown. B. Brown, ito ba yung hindi nakarehistro? Yan. Then just unsolicited advice. When Hindi naman sa pagbubuhat ng bangko, pero I'm a rhetorical and debating medalist, gold medalist in Letran. When you start calling out names to people, you have lost the debate. Attorney Montes, Attorney Kit, go ahead.
Yes, sir. May I just make a manifestation, sir? Because this is part of what my complaint with the Attorney Mangawang said that he became a lawyer in 2015. So he perjured himself, sir. Did not become a lawyer in 2015, sir. Why am I point? Attorney Jojo Del Rosario, sir. Attorney Jojo Del Rosario in the last meeting said that he became a lawyer in 2015. That is not true, sir. He became a lawyer in 2016. So the point here is that they have reduced the qualification for SBP legal. That is my point, sir. That in Philhealth, sir, in Philhealth, they have to if it's their kakampi, they will reduce or they will manipulate the qualifications, just like other instances, sir. So I would just want to manifest, sir, that he perjured himself last hearing, sir. That's all, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President,
Yes, thank you.
I don't remember whether I stated that, but I took the bar in 2015 and became a lawyer in 2016. There was no intention on my part to misrepresent the year that I sir. Grabe. Grabing ano to. My appointment was validated by the Civil Service Commission. Paulit-ulit lang yan na I'm not qualified. Saan ako hindi qualified? Sinasabi ko, the senior vice president position is a generic position. Di po ba? This is a character assassination. Simula pa lang po nung ano ni Senator Ping, sinabi niya, twice ako na rate ng GCG ng 0%. Ano mangyari yan? 2018 lang ako naging SBP legal. And the 0% rating referred to by the GCG is the number solved within 45 days. We resolved 1,700 cases that year. But I cannot take hold the credit kasi OIC nga lang ako tapos kalahati lang ng taon. Yung 2019 GCG, wala pa po. So, di ba? So, when I defend myself in social media, that's the only way I can defend myself. Dito, nahusgahan na, naniniwala kayo dito? Like, thank you, Mr. President.
You know that the same, he could use the same line. Naniniwala ba kami sa'yo?
Sir, may
Attorney Kit, yes.
Yes, sir. A lawyer will never forget that the year that he became a lawyer, sir. So it is impossible for him to just. He is trying to tell that, sir, so that because the qualification before of SBP legals, you have to be 10 years lawyer. They have reduced it so that it will not be so obvious, sir. He said that he became a lawyer 2015. Sir,
Mr. President, I would love to see that document that states that the SBP position should be 10 years.
All right. We're not so keen about that. We're keen about the corruption that is involving many of your officials.
Sir,
So, Attorney Kit.
yes, sir. It is very important, sir, because what I've stated in my resignation letter, sir, is that this syndicate are trying to put people, they want to put somebody who's problematic in that place so that they can easily handle him or her. That is what I have been investigating, and usually those involved in the well-med dialysis was promoted. They were promoted, sir. Even after that, they were involved in the well-med dialysis, sir. That is the reason why I was very. It is a problem of even after this a new syndicate will still stay in Philhealth. So I put there in my resignation letter regarding that promotion system, putting those problematic people in places so that they will have no other choice. They were hostage by their own fault, sir. That's all, sir.
All right, thank you. And you have already submitted to the committee the names of those people who you, based on your investigation, are involved in all this. Yeah? Have you given us those names already? Have you submitted?
Not yet, sir.
Submitted.
Yes, sir.
Please submit it to us.
Yes, sir.
No? Give it to us. And then give a copy to the PACC.
Yes,
Because
sir.
I just heard the president say last night that he's going to go hard on these people.
Yes, sir.
Diba?
Yes.
We expect that no less from the president.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Senator Tolentino, it's your turn. You have 10 minutes.
First question to direct to the point, Colonel Labote. Mr. Dar. Gumagalaw pa yung oras, sir. Colonel Labote,
Opo, sir. Good afternoon po.
hindi ka natanong kanina, ba't ka nag-resign?
Sir, matagal ko na pong gusto mag-resign, sir. April pa po talaga. Kasi na-frustrate na po ako sir, sa situation sa PhilHealth, sir. Medyo may mga irregularities at saka mga anomalous transactions, sir, na unacceptable sa akin, sir.
You never consulted anyone? Family members? Any lawyer? Talaga.
Sir, can I be allowed to flash one slide, sir?
Right.
So that I can give light shed on about my resignation.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Dito ba sa amin yung pina-flash mo o dyan sa'yo?
Papunta po sa inyo, sir.
Okay.
Sir, ito po yung exchanges of messages namin ni BM Alcabading, sir. Kasi po, ever since, sir, nang dumating ako sa Philhealth at nagkita kami ng July, nakita ko sa kanya, sir, na very ano siya sa naayusin yung Philhealth, sir. So, naging magkaibigan kami, sir. And then, nagre-report ako sa kanya ng yung mga hindi ko kayang harangin, sir, sa level ko. At mga anomalous proposal. Tapos, sa tingin ko, sir, siyempre, sir, sometimes, accounting yan, finance, so, mga accountants, sir, yung nagpo-propose. Definitely, hindi ko kayang harangin yan, sir. So, talaga mapipirmahan yan, sir. Ibabato ko, sir, kay Sir Alcabading, sa board nila titirahin, sir, para hindi mag-prosper yung disadvantageous proposal o transaction na gusto, sir. So ito, sir, April 17, sir, nagpaalam na ako sa kanya, sir, na sumusuko na ako, sir, na hindi ko na talaga kaya yung mga bilog yan. Sabi ko, sir, mag-resign na ako, sir, by July 15 pag hindi natin maayos ito. Hindi na kaya ng konsensya ko ito, sir. Tapusin ko lang 1 year service, which is sa July, sir, sa Philhealth. Maraming salamat po. Tapos nung June 16, sir, nag-text na naman ako sa kanya, sir. Ang sabi ko sa kanya, sir, ito yung sa OFW na naman, sir, na issue, eh. Sabi ko, sir, I can no longer work with these kind of people. So I really need to go. Every time na magpapaalam ako, sir, sinasabihan niya ako na, no, stay put. Kaya natin to. Lagi siyang nagbibigay ng words of encouragement, sir. Noong June 30, sir, sa atin to fixed fee, sir, eh. Saan? Nagsumbong na kami sa PACC, saan pa, NBI, kulang pa rin, sir, eh. So sa assessment ko, sir, yung corruption sa PhilHealth will continue to go on and on at wala na tayong magagawa. Yan po sabi ko kay BM Kabading. Tapos sabi ko sa kanya, sir, maraming salamat, sir, at bilib ako sa iyo kasi, sir, matapang ka. Kasi, sir, nakikipagsagutan po si BM Kabading, miski kanino. Matapang po siya, sir. Pinaglalaban niya yung tama at saka yung totohanan. Kaya bilib ako sa kanya. Pero noong July 15, sir, hindi ko na talaga matiis, sir. Napakarami na talaga sa patong-patong. Nagpaalam na po ako kay General Morales. Nagpaalam na po ako na maayos. At dahil sinabi ko po na ang intention ko is to go back to school and to study, which is true naman. Nag-prepare po ako ng mga requirements niya. So sinabit ko po sa HR yung letter. Ayun lang po.
Thank you, Colonel Laborte. Mr. President, since these text messages were voluntarily given to us, this committee by Colonel Laborte, this will form part of the records of these proceedings, Mr. President. May I request the Secretariat to have this be incorporated in the minutes of this committee hearing? Can we have a Board Member Kabading? Yes.
Do you affirm the text messages apparently forwarded to you by Colonel Laborte? And your
Yeah.
immediate reaction when you receive these 4 text messages on various dates?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, and uh, Senator Tolentino. In fact, quickly, I would like to read in response to Colonel Borte lang po. It's just a second po. This is parang uiyak nga ako dito, sir, sa sinasabi niya. Anyway, quickly, I would like to read so it will give comfort to everybody na how could I measure the...
What I'm saying is this. These are text messages emanating from Colonel Laborte, and apparently you have your own responses. Can you share this committee the text messages, screenshots that relative to your responses?
Yeah, the response, some of my responses there are correct. And additionally, real quick, if you wouldn't mind, I would just like to read in compliment to Colonel Laborte, sir. Sandali lang ito, if you will allow.
Go ahead.
This is one of his telegram. Pasensya na po, sir, hindi na kaya ng conscience ko ang mga nangyayari. I rather lose my job than to lose my soul to the devil. This job is killing my soul. Meaningless job. It's pointless to stay in Philhealth. Thank you very much po, sir. So,
yun lang ang sinabi mo, board member?
Yeah, I was looking forward to read this to let everybody know how I appreciate Colonel Balaborte, his honesty.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, board. Can I proceed to GCG? Nabanggit kanina ni Attorney Del Rosario na nabigyan daw ng 0 rating ang PhilHealth 2017, 2018, forthcoming lang 2019. Ano po ang dahilan nito? Briefly. Mababa yung legal department, number of cases filed, number of cases prosecuted?
Sir Chair, on behalf po of Chairman Dagpin, I am Director General Tupas po of the Corporate Governance Office of the GCG. Now po for 2017, yun pong that the GCG rated them 0% was for 3 measures po on their performance scorecard. It involves po the potential fraud incidence rate, the turnaround time for the filing of cases against erring providers, and for the turnaround time for resolution of cases of erring providers. Now, for the potential fraud incidence rate po, this was the measure po na may target sila to establish po yung if they were able to conduct po a certain framework or implementation of such framework on how they conduct fraud investigations and to identify po yung incidence rate of such fraud inside Philhealth. Now, for 2017 po, they were not able to provide such accomplishment and were not able to address that measure and target. That's why po, nagkaroon po sila ng 0%
And they were given 120
measure.
days, di ba?
Sure.
120 days dapat ma-reach yung target.
For Philhealth po, sir, yes, that's a requirement po nila that they have to.
And then you gave them a 0 rating. Sorry.
Sir, to clarify lang po, yung pong nangyari po sa turnaround time nila, that percent, because the objectively validate yung presentation po nila ng cases. Hindi po nagsaswak when we did po yung validation. Hindi po nagsaswak dun po sa sinubmit nila ng list of cases sa amin when we did on-site validation po. Kaya po siya nagkaganon. So it's a matter po of presenting before the commission a proper list of cases po.
Attorney Del Rosario, kanina nabanggit mo na tinanong ni Senate President, Senator Lacson, na napaka-proactive ng inyong tanggapan, lalong-lalo na dito sa IRM kasi hindi pa nga lumalabas yung COVID situation, meron nang tinutukoy na board resolution. And apparently, you were assigned in Region 1 before. Tama po ba yun?
That's correct, Your Honor. Mr. President.
Ano yan?
That's 2015 to 2018, Mr. President.
So, abogado ka na nun. Nung nasa Region 1 ka, apparently records will show na merong isang board resolution o merong isang memorandum na in-issue sa iyo ang Fact-Finding Investigation Enforcement Department to file 220 cases against healthcare providers. Ka ba dito?
During my time, sir, wala. Kasi 2018, I was transferred to Davao. But for the record, Mr. President, as far as my memory is concerned, I've never seen that letter. And I checked on Region 1 during that date when that particular document was received by Philhealth Region 1. I was on leave. And the legal office in Region 1 failed to inform me regarding that letter, Mr. President.
But as the head of Region 1 and as a member of the bar, as a lawyer, siguro it behoves upon you to check the records. Kasi inorderan ka nun na mag-file ng 220 cases against healthcare institutions, wala ka na file. I'm not referring to previous cases. Hindi ko tatanungin kung kamag-anak mo si Pamela Del Rosario. Alam niyo yung Pamela Del Rosario, for the record, ito yung pinaka mainit na kaso nun sa Region 1. Ito yung fake cancer patients. Pero ang sinasabi ko rito, Attorney Del Rosario, how come for that stint in Region 1, you were never able to file a single case, and when you assume a position here in Metro Manila, pagkatapos ito mga GCG ratings, bigla ka naman nag-issue ngayon ng isang memorandum circular sa lahat ng mga regional offices. Sawa ko ngayon, dated October 2018, meron pa ngayong December 2019, na kinukutahan mo sila. Lahat ng mga regional offices dapat mag-file ng at least one criminal case sa lahat ng mga healthcare provider. Samantalang nung nandun ka, wala kang na-file kahit isang kaso.
That is not correct na wala kaming na-file na cases kasi yung role ng region is to investigate and to file the cases before the central office. The document you are referring, Mr. President, is the filing of criminal complaints. Since during the time that I've been assigned to legal, I've been enjoining all our regional offices to file criminal complaints kasi isa po yan sa weakness na nakita ko, no? During the time that I was not yet in legal, the total number of criminal complaints filed was only 11. Ngayon po, in less than 2 years that I'm in legal, nadoble na po yan. So that's one of the weakest points of the legal sector as identified by the PACC. I've been working hard for that, Your Honor. At nung time nga na I wrote that directive, no, to file criminal.
Please refrain from pointing your finger.
I'm sorry, sir.
Representation.
I apologize, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Sir, during the time that nawala ako. So, sir, he was
Ganito na lang,
pushing.
sinabi kanina ng GCG
Okay, sir.
na kulang daw yung mga, kaya kayo na-zero kasi
Yes.
kulang yung mga kasong na-evaluate nila.
Yes, that's
Pero
correct.
nakita ko rito sa mga dokumentong hawak ko, you were instructed by the Board of Directors to implement a single docketing system which could have minimized the lapses. Ganito nangyayari.
Sige, sir.
Pag nagkaroon kayo ng fact-finding, iba yung docket number. Pag nagkaroon kayo ng prosecution, iba yung docket number. Pag nagkaroon kayo ng arbitration, iba yung docket number. Lahat talaga malilito na dyan. Hindi naman, dapat isa lang yon kung sino yung nag-complain, kung sino yung respondent. So, magulo na. Wala talaga kayo magagawa niyan.
Mr. President.
And that is under your turf. Hindi ka naman siguro nakalib.
No, sir, ganito. I agree completely with your observation. Kung uulitin po ni Director yung kanyang statement, that was 2017. I assumed as OIC Legal July 2, 2018. No, so hindi pa yan during my term. Ngayon, during my term, we already implemented the single docketing system.
Pero, attorney, patunayan mo yan?
Yes, yes, sir.
Meron kayong ini-implement
I wrote
ngayon?
300-page
records
paper for that.
That would prove otherwise.
Yes.
Including a report coming from some regional vice presidents.
Yes.
Na talagang mali yung docketing system nyo ngayon.
Yes, sir. We will respond to that. At the regional offices has been resisting in the filing of criminal complaints. Kung maalala po ninyo, during the 2018 budget hearing, it was Senator Ping that questioned that quota. No, bakit kinukotahan? Paano kung wala namang kasong ipapile? But I have recommended the filing of complaints for 800 instances during the less than 2 years that I've been in legal. I forwarded hundreds or thousands of cases to the National Bureau of Investigation. Kompleto po yan, may mga complaint affidavits.
Nung nag-leave ka sabi mo sa Region 1, inihiling ka ng central office ninyo na mag-file ng case sa Corpus Clinic and Hospital, sa St. Catherine Hospital, sa Elguira General Hospital, at maging sa Macario Macaraig, wala kang final kahit isa. Now that you're the head of legal, siguro naalala mo na nag-leave of absence ka noon, nung panahong nasa Region 1 ka, ba't hindi mo i-file ngayon yun?
We've been filing criminal complaints. Yan, pati yung kay, ay
Ito
sorry.
yung mga kasong binanggit ko, hindi pa napapile. Not a single case filed concerning Corpus Clinic and Hospital.
Yes, sir. The preparations of the criminal complaints is with the regional offices, not with the central office, Your Honor,
But
Mr.
as
President.
head of legal, siguro naman, hawak mo rin yun.
No, this is the, ano sir, no? I draft policies on that. And recently, that was signed by President General Morales. Dahil yung ang mga regions po, I don't have operational control over the regions. They report directly to the region. We have an area vice president and SBP for operations. So my role is on program management, Mr. President.
Attorney De Rosario, thank you for being proactive. Kanina ko pa binabanggit itong proactive. That has to be translated as an organizational behavior para naman siguro hindi malugi ang mga nagbabayad sa PhilHealth. Can I go now to
Thank you, sir.
Can I go now to Mr. Abado? Here, Vice President Abado. Mga nababanggit kanina sa mga unang mga tanong dito. Are you virtually present? Kayo yung nabanggit o tas na-promote? In the absence of Mr. Cabado, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that the next person knowledgeable in membership matters, si Mr. Mas. Are you here? Are you ready to reply to some of my questions?
Pero hindi ako, sir, sa membership. Sa
Membership, but
management services.
you're based in NCR.
Ano, sir?
Nasa dito ka sa Metro Manila, di ba?
Oh, sir,
Central Office.
Central Office. Management services sector.
Yes, that's
Composed po ng ano, ng
huwag ka
HR,
mag-alala.
saka trade.
Questions lang itong itatanong ko sa'yo. Ang pangtawid gutom lang ito. Nung huling hearing, pinauna ni General Morales na meron daw tayong apparently, Mr. President, na mga nakarehistro sa PhilHealth na mga senior citizens. Ganun kahalaga po yung mga senior citizens sa ating membership?
Ay, sir, mukhang hindi ako talaga competent to answer that kasi hindi ako talaga sa membership ng PhilHealth.
Pero alam mo, ang mga senior citizens, members ng PhilHealth.
Oo, automatic.
Ayo, ganun kahalaga yung mga senior citizens as members of the PhilHealth. Ano yung benefits?
Yung benefits nila, sir, yung just like usual benefits natin.
Mga pwedeng palawigin mo pa ng... Huwag kang mag-alala, 5 minutes na lang.
Sa mga ano, sir, mga usual...
Alam mo, Vice President Mas, you carry with you here your constitutional presumption of innocence. Kahit alam naman nating lahat, you are ranking officers of PhilHealth are facing criminal and administrative charges for an X amount in a case filed last February 2020. Just this year. Huwag mo ka mag-alala, hindi kita tatanungin doon. Tanungin mo lang itong, 4 minutes na lang ako, yung tungkol sa ating mga senior citizens.
Yun, sir,
Kasi yung oras ko, Mr.
just
President.
like, sir, the benefits of other members of PhilHealth, entitled din po sila. Yung lang, hindi na sila nagbabayad. Kasi national government ang nagsasubsidize. Doon pala, sir, sa sinabi yung yung facing charges, may complaint lang ho na na-file. Part naman ho talaga ng public service.
Sabi ko, wag mo na sagutin yan eh. You carry the presumption of innocence. Hindi kita tatanungin dyan. Ang tinatanong ko sa iyo, yung sa mga senior citizens. Napakahalaga, Mr. President, ng binibigay nating importansya sa mga senior citizens. Kaya dapat po talaga tama ito. At narinig ko po nung huling hearing sa PhilHealth President na mismo, napakarami nating senior citizens na nakarehistro sa PhilHealth na more than 100 years old. Ang sa talaan ko po, Mr. President, hindi lang po 100 years old, 121 years old. Ito po yung tinutukoy ko na I have a slide to be presented. Pwede bang ipalabas yun? Referring, Mr. President, to Code 1899 and Code 1900. Alam to ng mga tiga PhilHealth. Code 1899, ang ibig sabihin po nun, yung date of birth mo ay December 1899. Yung Code 1900, ibig sabihin, ang date of birth mo, January 1, 1900. Ang ibig sabihin po nun, under po tayo ng American rule no, ng ating military governor general, si General Arthur MacArthur pa. At buhay pa ho noon si Apolinario Mabini, Buhay pa ho no, si General Aguinaldo, ang presidente ng Amerika si President McKinley, ang sa China po ay Qing Dynasty. Buhay. Wala pa ho, pero registered po ito sa PhilHealth, Mr. President. Share with this, Director Mas, Vice President Mas. Paano natin?
Please open yung microphone for you when you respond.
Narinig ko rin ho yun, na nabasa recently sa mga reports na may ganong data daw pala sa database ng PhilHealth.
Sir, may I answer that? May I help answer that question?
General Morales.
Yes, sir. We recognize ho itong mga seniors na ito as an anomaly. And tinag ho namin sila lahat. So kung meron ho magkiklaim na kasama ho dito sa cohort na ito, hindi ho namin agad babayaran unless ma-check ho namin yung identity. At ang ginawa ho namin, in-identify namin kung saan ang mga regions located itong mga seniors na to at sinabihan ho namin yung mga regional offices na mag-domiciliary visit, puntahan ho nila yung civil registrar, yung Office of Senior Citizens Affairs, at kung ano pa ho ang mga may hawak na mga records para ma-reconcile ho ito. So yun ho ang process ngayon na ginagawa namin para mabawasan ho itong anomaly na to. Yun po.
Can you turn off? Tama po, General Morales. Narinig ko po yung statement yung yon. Kaya lang, yung figures na sinabi nyo, merong 5,100 years old. Pero sa figures na hawak ko po ngayon, sa isang probinsya, sa isang region, 40,000. Mahigit na centenarians. Yung isa pong region, 10,000. 50,000 na ho yun, dalawang regions. 121 years old. So, kaya ko po binabanggit ito, baka magka-problema tayo, Mr. President, pag pinatupad na yung national ID system. Kasi maraming kukunin sa PhilHealth records, tapos magkakaroon tayo ng, pinakamarami po tayong super centenarian sa buong mundo. Tama po ba yun, Director Mas? Kailan nyo matatapos itong pagki-cleanse ng records niyo? Baka bumoto pa yung iba rito.
Not familiar ako sa target ng operation sector.
Hindi mo sigurado yan. But I think
Under oath ako, sir.
PhilHealth should be doing the cleansing right now. But going to another point, Mr. President, there is another slide, Mr. President. So, with a PhilHealth classification of senior citizens below 60 years old. Iba naman po ito. Nakalagay po dito, active senior citizen members who are less than 60 years of age. Paano naman po nangyari yung senior citizen ka below 60 years old? Dito po sa figures na pinapakita ko, Mr. President, meron po ditong isang senior citizen na si Mora Dagdag Karamit, 18 years old, ginawa niyo senior citizen. Meron po dito, nabanggit kanina ni Colonel Laborte, mabubuhat ng 5 years old yung isang laptop. Meron po dito, 3 years old, si Anita Pason Talada. Ginawa niyong senior citizen, 3 years old lang. Iniba na niyo yung batas, may 18 years old, may 56 years old. Paano natin maayos to na binago niyo na pati senior ang classification ng senior citizen, Mr. Mas? If you can respond, pwede rin.
So dapat i-clean up po yan, sir.
Tinanong kita, Mr. Mas, ano yung benefits ng senior citizens?
Just like any other members, sir.
So this list of membership, which PhilHealth is now showing to us as senior citizens, though 18 years old, 34 years old, 35 years old, are now entitled to senior citizen benefits. Am I correct?
Dapat po, sir, i-clean up yung data niya.
Paano natin gagawin yon?
May procedure naman sa operations na pag meron kang basis sa pag-clean up niyan.
Sana nandito si Mr. President, sana nandito si
no?
Vice President Abado.
Oo, kasi hindi naman basta-basta talagang tanggal unless meron kang...
And then who is responsible for this?
Ang nag-create ng mga data yan, sir, sa local health insurance offices yan, magta-type ka ng mga membership data. And then, yun, doon ang galing yun talaga. Pero usually, hiningian niya ng supporting documents. So kung sa ganyan, pwede naman niya may trace kasi dahil may mga user accounts yan eh. So pwede natin...
Merong birthday, may address, kompleto.
Tama. So malalaman natin yan, sir, kasi nag-aaral na ako before sa internal audit, ginagamit din sila mga user account, passwords.
So matatrack talaga yan kung sino ang nag-create ng ganyan klaseng data na hindi nga talaga.
So
Isip
it
kung
is
bakit
possible that we have an over-bloated list of members.
with probably sir with that data.
GCG, are you aware of this?
May I help clarify the issue, Mr. President?
Who is General Morales? Are you saying so?
Opo, if I may po, Mr. President.
Pasagutin muna natin si GCG. Kasama ba sa rating mechanism niyo ito? Na gawing senior citizen yung 18 years old?
Sir, it's not part of our mechanism, but actually because we considered already the universal healthcare framework so that all Filipino citizens are already included. But yung specifics po nito, under database, it's not part of their scorecard, sir.
General Morales, you have something to say? General Morales?
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yung database ho ng organisasyon is a very important portion of its operations. Ang Philhealth ho, ang may pinakamalaking database kasi 109 million members. At constant ho na nililinis yan. Constant na nililinis. Ang ginawa ho namin, mag-create ho kami ng position na corporate data officer. At nakipag-ugnay din ho kami sa PSA at sa DSWD para malinisan ho yung aming database. Mahirap ho mag-maintain ng database kasi palipat-lipat ho ng address, merong nagiging 21 years old, nagiging senior, may nag-aasawa, may namamatay. So constant po talaga ang effort sa paglinis ng database. It is a major effort along with the computerization ang program na dapat tatahakin ng PhilHealth. So it is a never-ending challenge po. Yun po.
And the accountable entity here is PhilHealth. Kasi kanina, kasasabi nyo lang, an hour ago, I can still vividly recall, sinabi nyo that the figure lies with the management. And when we refer to management, it is the EXICOM, it is the PhilHealth president, the executive officers. Am I correct, General Morales?
Opo, opo.
So when do you intend to cleanse this? And do you tie this up with the acquisition of your still cannot be explained IT procurement? Are you tying that up with what you're trying to purchase, as you explained to Senator Lacson a while ago, or even without the computerization, magagawa nyo to?
Hand in hand do, dapat to.
Kagulo-gulo. Hindi kami computerized na maganda. Baka yun ang gawin yung dahilan.
Kailangan ho malinisan yung database kasi sabi nga ho nila, kung ma-computerize yung mali, eh malaki ho ang pagkakamali yan. Kaya dapat lilinisin ho talaga yan. At kahit na ngayon ho, nililinis ho namin yan. Meron kaming effort to clean up the database but still continuing po.
Mr. President, I have no further questions. Perhaps some of our colleagues virtually present can now proceed.
Yes, thank you, Senator Tolentino. Senator Binay has withdrawn. Senator Revilla is not online, so we will go to the officers. Senator Zubiri, the majority leader, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. How is my signal there with you? Is it all right?
Yes, very good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Before I share some documents on the screen, I'd like to just say on the onset, Mr. President, I salute all those coming out for the truth against the corrupt practices of Philhealth. And there are several already in the past few days that have come out to become our whistleblowers and our or give testimonies on these particular corrupt practices. Even reaching out to many senators, including myself, well-meaning Philhealth officials, well-meaning Philhealth employees, giving us what they know about the shenanigans that are happening with Philhealth. We truly appreciate it. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa nabibigay po na impormasyon sa inyong mga senador at sa inyong mga lumalaban dito sa katiwalian na ito. And to those who have not yet come out and you know these shenanigans, please listen to your conscience and come out with the truth. It will save your soul. With that, also, Mr. President, I would like to commend the PACC head, Greco Belgica, and the PACC for coming out with the cases not to be filed against these airing officials. Ituloy nyo lang po yan, Sir Greco, and we are all behind you on this. Aside, of course, the documents and information that the Senate will be able to give you to you and to the Ombudsman after the hearings are conducted. Mr. President, if I may be able to put out now some documents to share with all of you on the alleged Philhealth fraudulent schemes, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are 5 schemes so far that we've come out with. I know there are several, but the first scheme that we've seen so far that has been very apparent is the rebate schemes. These rebate schemes has also been quite apparent in the release of the interim reimbursement mechanism claims and releases. As pointed out earlier by Senator Ping Lacson and some of our colleagues, including yourself, Mr. President, for example, as pointed out earlier in the previous hearings, private HCIs or healthcare institutions with claims paid within 10 days, such as the freestanding dialysis centers, totaling about 226 million. One particular one, as mentioned earlier by Senator Lacson, Brown Avitum Philippines, with 45.2 million paid immediately. And other HCIs, such as the maternity care package providers at 4.7 immediately paid at record time. While we are seeing these incredible payouts at such incredible speeds, Mr. President, several government healthcare institutions have unpaid claims. For example, Western Visayas Medical Center in Iloilo of our dear minority floor leader has still unpaid claims of 121 million pesos. Hospital ng Maynila, as already pointed out in the last hearing, has claims of 19.3 million, which we confirmed with with Mayor Isko Moreno, has not been paid, regardless of what the Philhealth has said repeatedly on media. Mr. President, as well as the Corazon Locsin Montelibano Memorial Regional Hospital in Negros Occidental has unpaid claims of 41.7 million pesos. So look at the disparity. It seems that there is a bias towards private institutions, unfortunately, with the records being given to us, Mr. President. And there is a case, Mr. President. This is quite interesting, and I think our colleagues should know about this. As early as 2014, involving Pacific Eye Institute, headed by a certain Mr. David Gosenfiao, who had multi-million peso claims with Philhealth on cataract removal and other eye operations, Mr. President. Apparently, as told to me by my insider, there was a board meeting held in the Philhealth in 2016, Mr. President, wherein Dr. Gosenfiao supposedly admitted to the board that he was asked to pay 7.3 million to a certain Philhealth officer for the release of his claims amounting to 73 million, which is a rebate or a kickback of 10% for this particular issue. Mr. President, I move that we subpoena the documents of the board from the corporate secretary at this time with this particular board meeting, which was held to listen to Dr. Gosenfiao. I so move, Mr. President, if I can ask the committee.
Yes, hearing no objection, the subpoena ducis tecum will be issued. The Secretary.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. And the gentleman, Dr. Gosenfiao, I believe also had given testimony in the Senate as early as 2016 or 2015. May we also ask our Senate Secretary to prepare those documents and, if possible, invite Dr. Gosenfiao in our next hearings, Mr. President. Next, Mr. President.
The suggestion of the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because of my lack of time, I know we have very short. It's very difficult for me, Mr. President, to ask questions on this part. Allow me first to come out with the schemes, and then maybe on the second round, I will ask the questions to the particular personalities. Mr. President, on the alleged Philhealth scheme number 2 are the non-existing patients. I'll give an example. As I mentioned yesterday or the other day when I was being interviewed, A hospital in Davao del Sur, Golingay General Hospital, has an 18-bed capacity infirmary, Mr. President. It's an infirmary, 18-bed. And yet, Mr. President, they were given in 2014 rather, 18 million pesos. And in the first semester alone, meaning the first quarter of 2015, 3 months alone, they were given 10 million pesos, Mr. President. We had obtained this from internal documents from Philhealth itself. And allow me to read verbatim, Mr. President. It is very apparent that Dr. Golingay only started complaining when his facility was subjected to post-audit investigation and a stop order was issued. It should be underscored that when IAD, which is Internal Affairs, I presume, pointed out the striking figures of claims in the region, the hospital, GGH, an 18-bed infirmary, was in the ranks of tertiary hospitals at top 7 highest paid facility on pneumonia claims, having collected 18 million in 2014 and almost 10 million on the first semester of 2015. How can an 18-bed hospital have so much patients, Mr. President? And I was told by my insider, these are what they call the non-existing patients, not only ghosts, but non-existing at all. And claims are being made out of these non-existing patients. The alleged Philhealth fraudulent scheme number 3, Mr. President, ghost patients. It's good na mailatag po natin ito lahat, Mr. President, para makita ng taong bayan anong klaseng mga schemes na ito at pati na rin ang mga nag-iimbestiga nitong mga katiwalian na ito. No less than the President and CEO, PCEO Morales, admitted on August 4, 2020 in the Committee of the Whole hearing that there are around 5,000 members who are around 130 years old, still listed as member beneficiaries despite being deceased. Well, they claim, Mr. President, it could be a failure on the IT part, their computerization and modernization program. Nevertheless, Mr. President, that is something to look into and why it has not been cleansed from the very beginning. Senator Lacson, in his privilege speech last July 29, had said that WellMed Dialysis Center, this was in 2019, Mr. President, received a total of 4.24 million pesos, despite Philhealth's claim that the payments to the dialysis center were cut as early as January 2019 following reports of anomalies such as ghost patients, wherein hundreds of thousands of pesos were paid for dialysis treatments where the patients had already died. And the report of Senator Lacson as well showed that the payments were made in record speed with a turnaround time of 2 days, Mr. President. And this happens to many other dialysis centers, Mr. President. And another insider told me patients unable to finish their 90-day dialysis sessions due to the death of their patients. For example, Mr. President, 90 dialysis sessions yan. On the 40th session, kung namatay po yung pasyente dahil nga sa sakit ng kidney, they still continue to claim the remaining sessions. And this has been already investigated, but not yet acted on many cases. For example, the case of Pamela Del Rosario, Mr. President, this is a very important case with the Philhealth, very well documented case from a hospital in Region 1. Her case report indicated cancer together with her parents who supposedly had cancer as well, Mr. President. Apparently, she and her parents were ghost patients, and the hospital was able to make a claim of 1.7 million pesos, among other claims that were done. Mr. President, this is a well-documented case within Philhealth, yet stringent legal action has yet to be done, and I will discuss that in another scheme, Mr. President. Other examples, this was given to me, Mr. President, by those investigating in the hospitals themselves in the provinces. Some HCIs give patients losartan, for example, for hypertension. Then they claim the case rate as mild stroke and charge Philhealth as high as 25,000 pesos per claim. A clear example of upcasing. Some HCIs, Mr. President, have these 3 to 4 ghost patients a week and claim as high as 100,000 pesos a week. Magnanakaw talaga ito, Mr. Presidente, Senator Tito Soto, our SP. This is no other than blatant blatant fraud and corruption, which is utilizing the funds and the money that should go to the proper patients that need our help. Some HCIs, Mr. President, pay people, and this is a true story told to me by one of those who are in Philhealth as one of the investigators. Mr. President, they pay people 1,000 pesos to act as patients in order to claim for more serious ailments from the Philhealth. At ito po ay true story din po. Binanggit sa akin ng isang investigador. Some provincial primary hospitals were once inspected by surprise by investigators from Philhealth, checking the logbooks of patients and inspecting the rooms kung saan po sila natutulog, kung saan po dapat sila nakalagay. Wala po silang mahanap na tao o pasyente doon sa lugar na yon. Hindi po nila mahanap itong mga pasyente na yon. And when asked, the hospital staff would say that they will call the patients. And the patients would arrive and go back to their beds. And when asked, Mr. President, where they came from, may isa daw na sumagot, nagpakain lang sila ng baboy. And of course, other excuses, which are absurd excuses to say the least. And Mr. President, other unscrupulous HCIs would give a patient near paracetamol and send them home, but they would charge Philhealth for the room, the medicines under that patient's name, and come up with fraudulent or made up illness claims. Mr. President, very important yung scheme number 3 na yan because it has something to do with another scheme that I will show a bit later on. On the IT overpricing and padding, as earlier already claimed by Mr. Keith and other whistleblowers, that's all self-explanatory, Mr. President. One item, the Adobe Master Collection software, 1 unit, 12,400% increase, Mr. President. Unbelievable. I've never seen such patong na 12,400%. Although they say it has not been spent, money has not been released. Nevertheless, Mr. President, an attempt to defraud government and the people of the Philippines with this type of padded costs are unspeakable and unforgivable. Mr. President, and finally, the alleged scheme number 5 on the legal and administrative cases. All the cases that I mentioned, Mr. President, all should have been acted upon by legal of the Philhealth department or Philhealth itself. Number one problem, Mr. President, orders from the legal sector to ignore court rulings on fraud. Mr. President, Supreme Court and Court of Appeals final decisions on suspension of hospitals remain unimplemented, ignored by the Philhealth. Court of Appeals decisions, there was one, for example, the Perpetual Sucor Hospital in Cebu, which was taken up in the Senate previously, remain unenforced. Among others, a Supreme Court final decision sustaining the suspension of General Santos Doctors Hospital for being found guilty for claiming payments for ghost patients has been put on hold. That sends a wrong signal, Mr. President, kaya walang natatakot na mga erring HCIs or healthcare facilities. Walang natatakot na hospital dahil nga hindi naman sila kinakasuhan at hindi po sila pinaparusahan. Ang malaking parusa kasi, Mr. President, yung suspension ng kanilang accreditation. Hindi po ginagawa ng previous Philhealth administrations po ito. The next one, diluted cases against erring Philhealth officials, Mr. President. Philhealth employees involved, for example, in the Pamela Del Rosario fake cancer claims in Region 1 were charged with administrative case of simple neglect only, Mr. President. The admin cases were even dismissed, despite clear evidence of their participation of these illegal activities. A certain attorney Emily Roque, filed only charges for simple misconduct against 10 employees who had been positively identified by Philhealth anti-fraud personnel. Last year, the cases against these employees were also dismissed, Mr. President. And I would like to ask them later on to clarify if that is true. The anti-fraud personnel, Philhealth anti-fraud personnel, submitted a 200-page comprehensive report, which was reduced to a 21-page report by internal audit. Mr. President, once more, may I move that we subpoena this particular 200-page comprehensive report on the Pamela Del Rosario case, Mr. President. I so move.
Hearing no objection, motion is approved. The Secretary will issue a subpoena to Susteco.
The reduced internal report, Mr. President, replaced the detailed findings of the PAF, clearly identifying the role of each employee in the scam. It was clearly reported that the same employees connived to create the false account. While majority of the claims in the regional office were being processed at 60 days, these Pamela Del Rosario claims, Mr. President, were processed by the same employees at an average of only 10 days. Clearly, we can see the disparity there, Mr. President. And Mr. President, the similar scheme reported by the same group of anti-fraud personnel Region 1 for at least 30 other ghost members. There were 30 other cases, Mr. President. It was being ignored by Philhealth Legal. And if I'm not mistaken, at that particular point in time, the head of the regional vice president for Region 1 was attorney, or was attorney Rodolfo Del Rosario, who's now head of legal. Mr. President, the third is prolonged inaction on cases against airing hospitals, Mr. President. I would like to ask this a bit later if I still have time for VP Legal Rodolfo Del Rosario.
Well,
Mr. President,
we've given you more than 10 minutes already, but
may I just wrap up, Mr. President? May I just wrap up quickly?
yes, you
Because
can.
it is quite important to the case. Mr. President, there is one example, with the permission of my colleagues, this is just very important. There is one example of a fraudulent hospital, particularly Corpus Hospital, Mr. President. 220 cases were filed against this healthcare institution, forwarded by the Fact-Finding Investigation Enforcement Division, FFIED. I have all the documents with me here, Mr. President, all with me. Forward to the Fact-Finding of Region 1 for filing with the prosecution office. Until now, no cases have been filed, Mr. President, and then Regional VP Rodolfo Del Rosario refused to act on a directive of former OICP CEO De La Serna to file 200 counts of charges against Corpus Hospital for document fraud. I have all the names here, Mr. President. All 220 of them are all listed here. And yet, in 2019, unfiled cases were remained to the legal department in the central office. To this day, these cases remain unfiled. To wrap up, Mr. President, paano natin maayos ang katiwalian dyan sa Philhealth, Mr. President, kung wala namang kaso ang pinafile at wala po mga taong ikinukulong, Mr. President, kung ganitong pangyayari dyan sa loob ng Philhealth. So, Mr. President, on the second round, I would like to ask these people in charge what their comments are of these findings. And we'll submit to the committee as well all the documents that we have in these fraudulent schemes done in the Philhealth, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Majority Leader. We will place everything on record and all those documents. Senator Zubiri, the Majority Leader, we now call on the Minority Leader, Senator
Very quickly lang.
Before Senator Dillon, yes, the
Since the Majority Leader mentioned Hospital ng Maynila, I remember last Tuesday's hearing, sinabi ni Rene Limsiaco na nabayaran na nila. Can you submit to us the proof of payment to Hospital ng Maynila? Thank you. Submit na lang.
All right, thank you. You have proof of payment. All right, because the local official said that they have not received anything. Anyway, Senator Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the last two hearings, what was unraveled before this committee of the whole is their very rampant corrupt practices, both in the interim reimbursement mechanism and in the computerization and of the operations. I have two suggestions that we should for the committee report. Number one, we should craft legislation which would allow the president to reorganize Philhealth. Why? This will provide immediate relief from all these corrupt practices which are still ongoing today, and would weed out the corrupt ones without their being able to claim that there is no just cause for their termination because they are covered by civil service rules. Again, we would submit for the consideration of the committee remedial legislation to immediately address the corruption by a statute which will authorize the president to reorganize. And in the reorganization, observe strictly the rules on appointment of personnel in Philhealth under the GOCC Governance Act, which is designed precisely to allow only those who satisfy the fit and proper rule to be appointed to sensitive positions. Our problem today, Mr. President, is we have to go through the process of civil service, etc. We cannot address the corruption. This suggestion we are submitting for consideration, but this is without prejudice to whatever criminal aspect that may have been incurred because of these corrupt practices. The second recommendation that I have, again subject to the committee's decision, is to outsource the computerization because the attempt to computerize is even burdened by allegations of overpricing on the IT equipment and services. So we will submit the second recommendation to the committee of the whole that we should consider contracting out the computerization of Philhealth so that if we have a prestigious IT company doing the computerization for Philhealth, then we just pay for the services and the result of this computerization without getting into many of these bidding processes, which obviously because of the embedded corruption can never succeed in terms of getting the best for the government. So therefore, I would submit that as part of my recommendation, Mr. President. Having said that, may I ask for some specific questions on the IRM, the interim reimbursement mechanism? Do we still have COA, Mr. President, with us?
COA, supposed to be, yes.
Yes. Are they around, sir?
Virtual online, ni COA, will please respond.
Anyway, apparently there is none. But we would like the interim reimbursement mechanism, as we said in the previous hearing, is a misnomer because actually these are advances being made. It is obvious. Now, we want to know, and anybody can answer this in Philhealth. What are the COA rules on cash advances?
Chairman Aguinaldo is online, unless somebody else will answer on his behalf.
Yes, can we request if the chairman of the COA is still around or any of his representative? May we know what are the COA rules on advances to government employees?
Tuason, are you responding?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Answer the question of Senator Dillon.
I think our chairman, Chair Mike Aguinaldo, is attending this virtual hearing. So, he may want to answer it first.
Yeah, if you can answer it, are you from COA? Are you from COA?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, can you answer my question, please? What are the rules on advances to government employees or to an authorized government employee or entity, private entity?
Normally po, advances have a specific purpose.
Okay.
And once the purpose or purposes of such advances have been met, they are required to liquidate
Okay.
with all
So
the
basically-
necessary documents.
So basically, it must be consistent with the purpose for which the program was created. And there must be liquidation.
Yes po.
When should the liquidation be made?
the liquidation should be made within 60 days or when the purpose has been met already, whichever comes first.
Okay, you have heard the testimony so far. When in your view is the purpose for which the advance was made fulfilled, which will trigger the obligation to liquidate?
Um,
You on that?
If I may, sir, last Thursday po, we had a meeting. The President Morales requested for a meeting with us, and we advised him on this IRM. We informed him that as fast as possible, this liquidation should be required already, so they will know how much would be the actual balances of their funds being given to the regions. But as it is, parang as of last meeting po namin, around 1 billion pa lang has been liquidated. But it doesn't mean na those balance from the 14.7 billion given to the regions or to the HCIs, it doesn't mean that only 1 billion has been spent or expended. It is only because there is no liquidation yet, so they do not know how much actually were spent and how much would be the remaining balance of this 14.7 billion. That's why I suggested and we requested na i-fast track or i-facilitate nila yung liquidation, and then for those regions which have many COVID cases, they should give the balance of they should pull out those balances and give to those regions na talagang maraming COVID cases. Kasi it would be unfair naman na ang laki-laki ng pera ng isang region, wala naman po siyang masyadong COVID cases, and then there are regions na ang dami nilang patients, pero wala naman silang enough funds for that. Yun po yung in-advise namin sa kanya, fast track, facilitate the liquidation so they will know how much exactly was spent and how much are available funds at a certain point in time.
Thank you. Well, considering, ma'am, that in this particular case, the records will show that the advances or the IRM funds were downloaded as, about the first week of April, April 6, many of these advances were downloaded. That's 120 days ago. Do you
Yes
think
po.
that the liquidation is due or overdue?
Actually, it's overdue because as I have said, the regulation of COA is within 60 days.
How many?
Or upon within 60 days po, 60, sir.
60, yes.
Yes, that's COA's regulation within 60 days. But according to them, they gave them 120 days. And or 80, whenever 80% of the amount given to them has been spent, they can already liquidate. That's why our advice is by this time, for us to be able to know how much were actually spent and how much are the remaining balance in the regional offices or in the ACIs in the regions, they should fast track the liquidation already because that's already too long.
Yes. Well, we see, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Our chair is here
Chairperson,
already. I
Mike,
can see him.
maybe.
Thank you,
Mike,
sir.
yes, Chairperson. Thank you, ma'am. Mrs.
Okay
Thomas.
po.
Yes.
Yes, po.
Just for the record, Chairman Aguinaldo, you confirm what your co-worker, Ms. Thomason, just said, that particularly on the liquidation.
Yes, that's correct. Although,
Okay, from the Chairman Aguinaldo, from the point of view of COA, from point of view of COA, is there something? Are there COA rules violated by the system of an interim reimbursement mechanism or IRM, which actually is a mechanism of advancing payments? Chairman Aguinaldo, how does that sit with the COA rules, the concept itself? Chair Aguinaldo, Mike?
Hello?
Yes. Can you respond now?
Yeah. Yeah. As a general rule, we do have limited network audit.
We cannot hear you much, Chairman Aguinaldo. Please adjust your microphone.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yes. Chairman Mike, the question is the interim reimbursement mechanism. Is this consistent with COA rules, regulation, system itself?
As a general rule, advance payments are restricted. These are found in the auditing code, which limits it to I think it's about 10 or 15%, unless the president of the Philippines actually declares otherwise. In the case of Philhealth, my understanding is it's a system of advance payment, but it operates more as somewhat of a deposit, sort of a prepayment, but then it's something that has to be liquidated. Um, Under the Universal Healthcare Act, I think this type of scheme is authorized. I myself have questions about how it's actually going to operate, and PhilHealth was scheduling a meeting in order to make a presentation on that. That said, I'm not sure what basis is being used for the current IRM, if they're relying on the universal healthcare system or universal healthcare law, or if there's some other legal basis that they're pointing to.
Well, thank you. So, in other words, as you from where you sit, you are not informed of the, or at least you are not convinced at this point that there is a proper legal basis unless the proper explanation is made. Is that correct? Please, plus for the record, Chairman Aguinaldo, not just nodding your head, please. What is the response to my question?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. All right. One of the issues raised in the course of these hearings is the apparent favoritism that some health, how do you call it, health facilities uh, would enjoy over the others. And that conclusion is based on the fact that there are certain hospitals who would benefit tremendously from the system without even COVID patients. Let me cite a few examples. The records will show that level 3 hospitals in Region 5 uh, 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 were granted IRM or IRM advances on April 6, 2020. There is only one COVID case there, and yet 247,464,323 pesos was advanced in after 1 week after the request was made. Level 3 hospitals in Region 8, they filed their request for to participate in the IRM on March 23 and 24. The funds were released on March 31, 2020, after 1 week. Number of COVID cases, 1. Amount released, 196,506,481. And yet, I may place of record, our situation in Region 6, Mr. Chairman, there are 2,130 COVID cases, 32 deaths, 33 requests were made as far back as April 6. Up to this point, not a single peso was released to these 33, to these hospitals. And the president of the Medical Association cited the case of St. Paul's Hospital. Indeed, that's a hospital run by nuns And at least, siguro naman, hindi natin sasabihin na nandadaya itong mga madre sa kanilang mga claims. But the point is, none of these 33 requests were granted except for one. So this is the reason why a lot of eyebrows are being raised with this IRM, the favoritism that that is seen now. Which brings me to the point: what are the standards that are being followed by Philhealth insofar as the grant, which hospital to grant or to deny? And maybe the anybody from the Philhealth can answer that. That's at the field of the chairman of the COA. The question is, do you have any standard as to which request to grant for this IRM? Who can respond to this, Mr. President, from the Philhealth group?
Ms. Aragona, you respond to this or
Can we have Mr. Morales if nobody?
Mr. Morales would be the best.
Yes, in other words, the question is, do you have any standard followed as to which hospital will or health center will be entitled to participate in this interim reimbursement mechanism? Because it would appear that certain hospitals or certain regions are blessed and other regions are not so blessed.
General Morales.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. The disbursement of the IRM also was affected by the relative administrative efficiencies of the regions. There were some regions who were able to process their request faster than the other region. For example, Region 6. I had to remind the regional vice president there to speed up her processing because when we looked at the distribution, they seem to be lagging behind. And then at that time, we still did not know which of the regions would be most affected. That's why the original approval of the board was for 27 billion. We have only released about 15 billion because around the late April, we already began to have an idea of where the COVID incidence would be, which was the Region 3, 4, and I think 7 and NCR. But that time, we had already made sure that as much as possible, all the regions, especially the referral hospitals and the laboratories, had already a COVID fund ready. So that's the reason na hindi ho nagpantay-pantay ang pag-release ng COVID fund.
Okay. So apparently, the basic premise or basis of this IRM is COVID. As you said also earlier, because you panicked mid-March or mid-January that COVID was something that you must prepare for. So it was basically COVID.
The pandemic ho, the
Yes.
general health, I think it was the health emergency. That was the basis for this action.
So, Mr. Morales, how do you explain the fact that dialysis and maternity facilities, which obviously had no COVID patients, were recipients of substantial amounts under this program, which is only designed for COVID cases?
Because according to them, we got several requests from the nephrological associations and the, I think the several associations requesting for assistance because their patients required treatment related to the pandemic, which is COVID. So nasali ho sila, nasali sila.
I am sorry, but your reasoning is medyo mababaw po. Ano? I mean, it's a bit of the committee, but I cannot, reasonable mind will not accept that as a basis or a justification for why maternity clinics, dialysis centers, which obviously could not accept COVID patients, would be beneficiaries of substantial advances to prepare the healthcare facility for COVID. Obviously, there is absolutely no basis. Now-
May I add to that po, Senator Dillon?
Yes, please.
Yes, I think these clinics were located in high COVID incidence areas. Yun ho ang additional dahilan.
Well, again, this is a reimbursement mechanism for COVID-related claims, and obviously there is no COVID-related claim in dialysis and maternity.
Pandemic po, pandemic.
Pandemic for the community, not for the hospital.
Opo.
Okay. Now, let me go to a little bit to the larger topic. And in the previous hearings on Philhealth earlier this year, there was mention that so much were unpaid. 14 billion were unpaid reimbursement claims of accredited hospitals, and an estimate of additional 4 billion as of the end of 2019. President Morales, how much is the total unpaid claims of all hospitals, of hospitals, whether COVID or not? Or probably non-COVID first?
Yes, I don't have the exact figures, but this is a constant issue between PhilHealth and the hospitals. If I remember right, at the end of 2019, we had about 12 billion returned to hospital accounts accumulated over several years. We have managed to reduce this about 7 billion to the middle of this year. And we have also created a process to reduce this. We call this the account reconciliation procedure. We have designated at the regional office an account reconciliation officer, and we have identified targets for them so that each hospital will have an account reconciliation officer, and they will work together to reconcile their accounts. Because historically, PhilHealth has a very low denial rate. Only 2 to 3% of claims are denied. And most of the return to hospitals are due to lack of documentation, issues that are, but they are not yet denied. They are still, can be worked if the requirements are completed. So we are working constantly to reduce this unpaid claims to the hospital.
Thank you. One final topic, Mr. Chairman. Concern has been raised about the statement made by one of your officials that the actuarial life of Philhealth would be only up to 2021 unless massive infusion of government subsidy is done. Just for the record, is it correct that under the present General Appropriations Act, the subsidy to PhilHealth is 71 billion pesos?
That's correct po. That's correct.
And this is augmented by the premium contributions of the members.
That's correct po.
Now, is it correct to say that the premium contributions this year is just about 10% of what it was last year?
Our SBP for financial management can have more exact figures to reassure the Senate that the financial health of PhilHealth is not really that grim. If you may allow me.
Yes, please. Just asking a point of fact. How does your premium collection this year compare to last year?
we experienced actually an increase in the first quarter because we increased the premium rate according to the universal healthcare law. So there was an increase. I'm not sure the second quarter, but expenses have also been not as bad as we anticipated because many patients are avoiding going to the hospital. So the benefit payments has also been a bit moderate. But if the exact figures can be presented by SBP Limsiaco, who is now ready with the figures, if you
Yes, please. Yes, please.
SBP Limsiaco, Rene.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, mayong hapon, Senator Drilon. As yun po ng the first semester po, ang makikita po natin, actual po na nakolekta po ay nasa 67.67.
I'm sorry.
7.7 billion pesos, Your Honor. And
Slide, Rene, slide.
Slide. Sir, again, balikan ko, ang ating collection po, actual as of June 30 po ito ng current year ay nasa 67.7 billion and last year po ay nasa 41.4 billion. Ito po, ang composition po nito ay dahil po sa taong ito po ay mayroon na tayong nakokolekta ng 26.1 billion galing sa national government ng first semester po. Kaya po makikita po natin mas mataas po ang ating nakolekta sa taong ito kumpara sa last year po. Now, kung tanggalin po natin ang ating 26.1 billion from the Department of National Government, from DBM, from the 67.6 billion, Your Honor, makikita po natin na more or less halos pareho figure ngayong taon kumpara sa last year po in terms of direct contribution, Your Honor.
Yeah. Yes. That the subsidy of the national government did not go down. Still 71 billion as a budget. How much was released to you? I do not know. What I'm just interested in are the premiums collected because I suspect that with the pandemic, the premium collections went down because a lot of people got unemployed, a lot of companies closed, and yet the claims went up because of the pandemic. So I would like to know, how would you compare your premium contributions income as compared in 2019 and 2020? Very simple question. Just give us the figures.
Yes, sir. Ang sinabi ko nga kanina, sir, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang ating collection po this year, kung sa direct po tayo, ay nasa 41.491 and ang last year po ay nasa 41.379, Your Honor. Ibig sabihin po, mas mataas ngayong taon nito kumpara sa last year po, given that this year po, mayroon tayong 0.25% increase in the premium contribution po natin. And based on the record po na nakuha ko na sa Treasury for the month of July, this year po, ay mayroon tayong nakukolekta 7.5, ibig sabihin 7.5 billion, Your Honor. Pareho po halos doon sa kolekta natin ng February ng taong ito. Ibig sabihin po ay nagpipick up na po ang collection. In terms of direct contribution, sa July po na tinitingnan natin ay ito po yung mag-stabilize po ng premium collection po natin. Iyan po ay collection galing sa ating mga accredited collecting agents at saka po collection sa ating Philhealth office po, Your Honor.
Okay. So you're saying there's no reason to worry?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang nakikita ko po sa collection po natin ay in fact po ay mayroon pa ho tayong kung sa total po ng collection po no January to July this year ay nasa 48.6 billion po, Your Honor. And last year po ay nasa 45.877, Your Honor.
Okay. So you don't need additional funding from the budget?
Kailangan, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, kailangan po natin ang pundo galing sa national government po. And maraming salamat po sa national government. July po, nagbigay po sila ng isang 4 billion pesos, Your Honor. Maraming salamat po.
We are talking about the budget. The budget this year for Philhealth, universal healthcare is 71 billion. The proposed budget for next year is 71 billion. You find that sufficient?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang ating submitted na budget proposal for the year 2021, Your Honor, is 138 billion, Your Honor. Yan po ay ang computation ng ating actuary prior to the COVID-19 virus, Your Honor. And sinabi mo nga po, we were provided with 71.3 billion, Your Honor. And I think kailangan po natin ang sapat na pundo para po ay magampanan po ang mga pangangailangan po ng ating mga miyembro na papasok po sa ating mga healthcare providers po, Your Honor.
We would prefer specific figures, not nothing else. So how much do you need for purposes of the budget? In any case, because we want to point out that the principal source of budget for Philhealth would be the sin taxes. And sin taxes is going down because of the COVID. So that is why we are concerned about the financial health of Philhealth. And from what you're saying, apparently there is nothing to worry about because it's sufficient. Is that correct? Mr. Kabading is raising his hand.
Put your microphone on, and by the way, the minority leader, please wrap up after this.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Number one, yung sinasabi ni Renette Limpsiaco, saying, basically was saying we still have money. But I just wanted to go directly, the fact that we have 155 billion utang, and then our equity is way low beyond that. Meaning, to measure your going concern, to measure the going concern is, let us just compute quickly, go in a matter of doing by expressing it in a debt to equity ratio. Yung reported ni Renette Limpsiaco na debt to equity ratio noong June 30, siya po ang nag-submit nito, is yung utang natin 147 against is to 1. We have utang na 147 pesos. Ang available natin payment, available pang bayad is 100. Okay, let me just quickly say though, that the true debt to equity ratio, however, on June 30 is 170:1. This is so because yung advance na 14.9 billion hindi pa na-charge sa income statement. Babawasan yung equity natin na 14.9 billion. So, I'm saying, as a caution to everyone, very hopeful about PhilHealth. 170:1 po yung debt to equity ratio natin. 170 yung utang, 100 na lang pesos available to pay. Okay. Your Honor, additionally, I would like to reinforce your saying that there is favoritism on IRM. In your place in Iloilo, the reason why hindi yan nabigyan is because yung ano doon, the regional vice president doon is the perceived enemy of the Execom. Because she was the one who supplied information that triggers the Senate hearing last year. That's it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Board Member Kabading, for that statement, because I cannot accept that our people in Region 6 are the most inefficient in the entire country, that none of the hospital's claims have been processed. So thank you, Mr. President. That's all for us.
Thank you, Senator Drilon, the minority leader. So Dr. Jimenez wanted to make a statement. Please go ahead, Dr. Jimenez. Your microphone is... Go ahead.
Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. I will just add do sa sinabi po ni Senator Drilon. Yung pong pagbibigay ng IRM ay napakagulo po. Hindi po nalaman lahat ng ating mga hospital na merong such name as IRM. Yung marami pong nagtataka, saan ba ho nakuha yung advisory na yan? So, yung po, totoo po yung sinabi ko, twice ko po sinabi last hearing, yung pong napakaraming COVID cases sa St. Paul Hospital, up to this point in time, hindi pa po nakaka-receive ng IRM. And that will be available sa ating madre na administrator ng St. Paul. So yun po ang pinapanawagan ko po, nag-lockdown na po yung St. Paul Hospital up to now at this present time. Hindi pa po nakaka-receive ng isang sentimo from Philhealth na IRM. Ano po ang nangyayari sa pabalik-balik na ano? Pag nag-follow up po ako, pupunta po sa Vice President. Sasabihin ng Vice President, yung papel po ay na kay General Morales na. Pag tinanong ko naman po sa opisina ni General Morales, sasabihin po sa akin, nandun na po sa Vice President, just follow up. So umabot na po ng halos 3 buwan up to now. Wala pa pong nare-receive yung region ni Senator Drilon at as of this time. Yun po ang nangyayari, yun po ang katotohanan. Totoo po sa ating mga collectibles, tinanong din po ni Senator Drilon. Doon po sa 17 hospital ng Mount Grace, yung mga hospital po yung Unilab. Ang collectibles po nila ng good claims from Philhealth ay umabot na po ng 778 million plus. Hindi po nakakakolekta up to now. Doon po sa mga COVID patients na hospital na nagmamanage, very few private hospitals po ang nakakuha ng malaki except yung mga malalaking hospital dito po sa NCR. Yung maliliit pong hospital ay yung po ang nakikiusap sa akin na sabihin sa hearing. Katulad po yung isang maliit na hospital sa Batangas, up to now wala pa rin pong IRM. Yung isa pong hospital sa Antipolo, ganun din po. I will supply yung ating pong secretariat ng mga letters nila to prove na sila po ay nagsasabi ng totoo. So yun po ang sitwasyon ngayon natin. Kaya po pinakikiusap natin, magtulong-tulungan na po, provide po yung IRM na kailangan ng mga ospital. Binigay ko po sa secretariat ni Senator Drilon as Senator Lacson, Senator Drilon, and Senator Soto, President Soto, yung mga data po. So nandun po yung kwenta namin nang hindi pa po nakaka-receive ng IRM. Kasi alam ko po, ang PhilHealth nag-issue ng public release na meron na pa naibigay silang list. Pero kung a-analyze nyo po, ang mga listahan po doon ang nabigyan, dialysis center, maternity center, at yung pong hindi mga hospital na nagka-carry ng COVID. Naintindihan ko po, merong collateral damage yung mga maternity and dialysis centers. Pero bakit po napakalalaki ng inisyu sa kanilang IRM compared sa mga hospital na katulad namin na punong-puno na ho ng pasyente, cannot afford anymore, bakit po kaliliit yung binigay po sa amin? Yun lang po, marami pong salamat sa Senado at pinapakinggan niyo po yung aming damdamin. Maraming salamat po and God bless to everybody.
Mr. President,
Yes.
it would appear, just one statement, it would appear that the denial of participating in this interim reimbursement mechanism is based on vengeance rather than on need. Because sa amin po, hindi na nagustuhan yung aming regional director dahil yan ang nagsumbong nung nakaraang taon. Kaya lahat po ng mga ospital at mga pasyente sa amin ay nahihirapan dahilan po sa mga ganitong gawain. So yan na po, Mr. President.
Thank you. General Morales, you were asking for the floor.
Yes, regarding the regional vice president in Region 6, I was the one who assigned her in Region 6. And I had to reprimand her because she was slow in processing the IRM. So that is the story ho behind yung Region 6 issue ng IRM.
Senator Villar, you was raising your hand on this issue. Yes, Cynthia, go ahead. Unmute your computer first. Sorry, please unmute your mic, computer first.
Diane, can you hear me? It's a mute.
Senator Amy, you are laughing again. Senator
Anyway,
Villar,
can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I was provided by Philhealth yung list na binigyan nila ng IRM. I just want to inform Senator Drilon, dun sa list ng Region 6, there is only one hospital, Western Visayas Regional Hospital, 121 million, for his information.
That's correct. There are 33 claims filed. Out of 33, only one.
But that is a government hospital.
And so are also a number of government hospitals denying IRM.
That is only for Iloilo. Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to make that manifestation.
All right, thank you. We acknowledge that. Before I recognize the President Pro Tem, Senator Ping Lacson is recognized.
Yes, before I forget, Mr. President, may I move that the following be granted legislative immunity by the Committee of the Whole. Board Member Alejandro Cabading, Lieutenant Colonel Etrobal Laborte, and Attorney Thorson Keith. I so move, Mr. President.
Second.
You second that. Is there no objection? Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. Senator Ralph Recto, the President Pro Tem, is recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was listening attentively earlier to the questions raised by all of you, including the minority leader. Unfortunately, medyo naputo yung linya ko, ano? So I didn't catch everything. But nevertheless, Mr. President, let me try to follow up on some of these questions. No? First, let me ask the Philhealth. No? Maybe the legal officer. Who is the chairman of Philhealth today?
Who is the legal officer? Tony Del Rosario?
We have two legal officers. Attorney Labe, siguro, corporate legal officer, Your Honor.
Attorney Labe?
Yes, Mr. President.
Precious one.
The chairman of PhilHealth as of today is the Secretary of Health, Secretary Dopi po.
The Secretary of Health, no? Okay. Kung siya yung chairman, sino naman yung ibang ex-officio chairman ninyo? Or rather, ex-officio members ninyo? You have Secretary Duque as chairman, and we understand why he is the chairman. PhilHealth is a very important institution as far as healthcare is concerned, di ba? Okay? So who are the other ex-officio chairmen?
If I may, Mr. President, the ex-officio chairman are the Department of Finance Secretary Dominguez, the DSWD Secretary General Bautista, the DBM Secretary Secretary Wendell, Department of Labor and Employment Secretary Bello.
Okay. So these are the five bago yan linagay natin sa batas, isn't it? Under the Universal Healthcare Law, no? Okay? At ang dahilan bakit natin linagay yan, para bantayan precisely lahat itong mga allegations of corruption also in the PhilHealth. Ngayon nagtataka ako, bakit wala sila dito sa hearing natin?
Well, we originally in the first committee hearing, we did not deem it necessary because we were concentrating on the officials of the PhilHealth and not including official officials. Now, in the second hearing, we informed Secretary Duque, but we just got the request of Senator Drilon yesterday. So he was informed last night. He is now in Davao. He has sent word to attend the next meeting if you're going to
Okay,
have one.
got it. Thank you.
But he is right now in Davao and cannot attend.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. President. The reason why I make mention of this is precisely when we did write the Universal Healthcare Law, we included them as ex-officio members. Sila dapat yung big brothers, so to speak, dito sa board ng PhilHealth para bantayan itong problema ng korupsyon na paulit-ulit na lang. Most of these allegations we've heard in the past. And that's why we tried to correct them. And like I said in the previous hearing also, we increased the penalties. May kulong ngayon yan, hindi lang suspension. May kulong. Yung mga maglalabag dito sa batas na to, may mga dagdag na penalty. Ngayon, ang budget ng PhilHealth, hindi ho ba roughly mga 250 billion? 150 yung regular, another 100 billion sa reserve funds, no? Ang budget ng Department of Health 100 billion lang. Sa makatuwid, ang budget ng buong health natin for 2020, lalo na sa pandemic ito, ay roughly 350 billion. Okay? And yet, itong pinakamahalagang ahensya panglaban sa pandemic at yun ang problema natin ngayon, ay parang napabayaan. And we don't hear anything from the big brothers in the board, so to speak. Hindi o ba't may kinatawan ngayon dito ang Department of Finance in the hearing? Aren't they here today? Is there a representative of the DOF here?
We will check online, but right now, presently or physically.
Presently, wala.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Please
Honorable,
identify yourself.
yes, I'm Sharon Almanza of the Bureau of Treasury,
Yes.
representing DOF.
Yes. Do you represent the secretary in the board of the DOF?
Yes,
In the
sir,
Philhealth?
as second alternate to the Secretary of Finance. Honorable.
Okay, so you sit in the board.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what have you guys done in the board to ensure that the finances are intact? What policies have you recommended to the board?
Sir, especially for the assessment of the National Health Insurance Fund, we recommended to the board an assessment by the Insurance Commission to check the fund sustainability as well as the actuarial valuation. Because we also recognize that there are certain assumptions by the actuary department that we need to also check and validate. So there's
Correct.
an ongoing assessment by the Insurance Commission, sir, on the fund sustainability and also on the valuation
Yeah,
of the actuarial department.
correct. Okay, but what about the corruption issues? What about the IT system that is the most important? Have you guys double-checked?
Sir, on the corruption, we I'm one of the what do you call this, the most senior in the sense member of the board, but in one board meeting I manifested and requested update because I was there when the president directed directed the Philhealth to cleanse the corporation. So I requested for update from PCO Morales on the status of all the pending cases. But during that time, he mentioned that he's still investigating or still studying the pending cases, especially on the alleged corruption, Mr.
Yes. What about the policies with regard to IRM? Didn't you guys take an active part in that? Para bantayan ninyo yung tamang paggastos ng IRM funds? Hindi ba trabaho din ninyo yon in the board? And that's why the ex-officios are there. More so now that we have a pandemic.
Sir, when it was presented to us in January, they mentioned that they are authorized to propose funding or financing mechanisms so that hospitals will have options and will have liquidity. And it was presented in January initially to respond to Taal. So that's what I remember when it was first presented. And then on the second time that it was presented, they just highlighted the importance of having an IRM to provide liquidity and so that the hospitals will have available funds to respond to this pandemic. So that's how the management communicated the IRM to us. Mr.
No, we understand that. No? The point is, didn't you guys in the board discuss these issues na may palakasan, halimbawa, dyan sa IRM na yan, hindi na bago ito, what assurance did you get from the management committee, halimbawa, na walang palakasan dito? Na tama yung paggastos ng IRM. That's precisely your job in the board, di ba? Okay? Hindi dapat trabaho namin sa Senado yan, trabaho ninyo yan eh. But since hindi ninyo nagawa yung trabaho ninyo, it is now in the Senate. Isn't that correct?
Sir, we raised the issue of release to the management, the guidelines, because we also heard complaints on the releases to hospitals, because the specific releases it's not being discussed in the board, only the high level, so just on the policy side, but the hospitals,
Yeah.
the specific releases to each hospitals, those were not discussed to the board.
Yeah, but that should be part of the policy. Alam naman ninyo yung issue ito, matagal na to, hindi naman nagbabago yan eh. But let me get to another point, no? I will not belabor the point. But let me stress the importance of all the ex-officio members in the board. Kayo yung mga big brother dyan na taga-bantay ng buong board ng management ng Philhealth. Kaya kayo nandyan, no? Okay. So let me ask now, COA. I think the COA chairman is here, no? How many COA people do we have in Philhealth? How many representatives of COA do we have there? Hi, Michael. How many representatives do you have in Philhealth? I'm sorry. I can't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the signal is bad. Chairman Aguinaldo, please get your connection.
Yeah.
Miss Tuason, or what is your name again? Sorry.
Ted Watson po.
Ted?
Good,
Tuason.
good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, Ted. Yes.
Actually, we had 17 auditors,
17.
including one administrative assistant there. So he's not doing any audit work.
Okay.
So out of 17, only 16 are doing audit work.
Okay. There are roughly 35,000 claims a day. Don't you think we need to ramp up the number of COA people we have in Philhealth?
Yes, sir. We recognize the fact na talagang COA lack auditors,
Ilan-
lack personnel. But
Yes.
I think our chair is in a best position to reply on that.
Yes, but what would you recommend? Kung kulang ang 17 ninyo, you're what, 35,000 claims a day. Ilan ang kailangan ninyo dyan? Ang alam ko, ang COA ngayon may opening 5,700 positions. Your plantilla, you have 5,700 positions vacant. Why can't we put more in Philhealth? Why can't we hire more?
Hello?
Yes, please proceed, yes.
Yeah, we have a lot of vacancies. Fortunately, we have a huge number of people who retire every year.
Yes.
So to give you context to it, back in 2000, COA had about close to 12,000 warm bodies. But for some reason, a decision was made back in 2000 to stop hiring. So that by 2010, because of this stop hiring decision, the number was less than 8,000. We were about 7,800 at the time. We've tried to grow that. Now we're about 9,500. But part of the problem is, to give you an example, 2 years ago, we hired 900 people, which is good. However, about 400 retired also in that year. So our net hiring was only 100. So it's actually quite slow. We're actually ramping up because the audit scope is really broad. And kulang rin talaga sa tao.
Correct. And you have an opening now of roughly 5,700 people, is that correct? So you could allocate a little more personnel for Philhealth also, I suppose. I would presume that to be a yes, Mr. President. And if you would allow me, because the signal is weak, not just let me go on. Can I ask also the Philhealth naman now, is there a resident ombudsman in Philhealth? Meron ba tayong resident ombudsman sa loob ng Philhealth?
Wala sir, wala po.
Wala. Okay. Then I suppose we should have a resident ombudsman, no? So meron tayong dalawa, dagdag na kawat, resident ombudsman. Palagay ko makakatulong din yan. Okay? Now, let me move on, no? Just a few more questions, Mr. President. Yung testing today, magkano na nagagastos ng Philhealth sa testing sa COVID patients? Let me get to that. No? Dahil ito ang pinakamahalaga ngayon sa atin.
The finance.
Yes. How much has Philhealth spent for testing today?
I estimate so about 380 million, but our finance SBB can give more accurate figures po.
Okay.
Renet?
But thereabouts lang. Not more than 400, 500 million. Thereabouts lang, ano?
Opo.
For testing. Okay, I'll take your word for it, Mr. President. So napakaliit. You know why I ask this question is because maraming nagre-reklamo sa akin, mga local government, na hindi sila nakakapag-test dahil wala silang pera pambayad. At ang pagkaalam ko, ang national government dapat ang magbabayad ng testing. Particularly in this situation, it is the Philhealth. We will never be able to defeat this virus if we don't test. At kung wala tayong budget for testing, there should be a budget. You have 140 billion with Philhealth, plus reserves fund of another 100 billion. Diba? So why is it that we've only spent 400 million? And I'm not blaming you, no, Mr. President. Huh? Okay, there must be a policy by the board, led by the chairman of the DOH, I suppose, di ba? On magkano ba ang Okay, so sa ngayon, hanggang ngayon 400 million lang. Ang alam ko rin ngayon, marami nagre-reklamo na kung makapag-test man din sila, it takes a week bago lumabas. Bumilis na nung nakaraang ilang linggo, tapos ngayon bumagal ulit. Next, just Philhealth for COVID patients.
It's the IRM we have advanced about 15 billion, but we have only received claims of about 1 billion. So the claims are just starting to come in.
Okay, and those claims of 1 billion are part of the IRM or separate?
IRM po.
IRM, okay.
Opo.
So ito yung mga in-advance na ninyo, which incidentally, just for the record, let me say that all of this was discussed during the debates on the universal healthcare. Okay? And if I remember the language correctly, the Philhealth shall endeavor to be able to do advance payments. Kasi ang problema nung araw, delayed yung payments sa hospital. Okay? So walang problema as a policy, as far as I'm concerned, yung IRM. Ang problema kung meron man yung palakasan. Di ho ba? Kasi tama naman yun eh. Para hindi delayed yung payment eh.
I don't necessarily agree, Senator, that we don't accept that there is influence in the release of the IRM.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from, no? But, you know, as presented by many of our colleagues here, it would appear na meron na palakasan. But I'm not questioning the IRM. Okay? So let me move forward, no? So as of today, ang nagagastos ng Philhealth pa lang, if at all, for testing, 400 million. Okay? Okay? 400 million. And for COVID patients, if at all, the entire IRM of 14 billion, ang claim supposedly 1 billion pa lang. Okay? With those numbers, there is no way na bababangkarote ang Philhealth. Okay? Let me put that on record. Second point, no? Okay. Have you submitted to the committee already your latest financial statements for June? I've not seen a copy of the latest financial statements of Philhealth with the committee. Have you submitted them? Has it been
I'll check
submitted?
with our financial manager. I think we have, Senator, but I think SBP Lim Siaco can confirm that. Renette?
Mr. Chair, Honorable, Your Honor,
Yes.
President, may FS, and then we will submit the June FS to the Senate, Your Honor.
So the June has not been submitted yet. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Wala pa. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm a bit concerned when they say that the debt to equity ratio. As I presented last time in our last hearing, malaki ang surplus ng PhilHealth. Isn't it that you have a retained earnings of about 110 billion, roughly thereabouts? Ito yung reserve fund din nyo.
Opo.
Di ba?
Opo.
Oh,
Yes, yes, sir.
Wala pa naman kayo nagagastos doon, ni isang sentimo,
Yes, sir. We still
Tama.
have a hefty reserve.
Correct. Oh, in fact, even today, your benefit payments as of today is probably lower than what you paid last year.
That's
Kasi
correct
walang
po.
claim sa inyo eh. Takot ang tao pumunta sa ospital eh.
That's correct po.
Okay? And if at all your revenues that are hit are the members' contribution today, dahil marami na wala ng trabaho.
Opo.
But as far as sin taxes are concerned, you should not get a hit because that's 2 years preceding. Yung nakolekta 2 years ago, ang mapupunta sa inyo this year.
Nasa 71 billion lang ho yung nakuha namin.
Correct, di ba? And that's
Opo.
why the DBM secretary sits in your board. Yung utang ng national government as prescribed by law, dapat ibigay nila sa inyo.
Opo, if according to law, yung galing ho sa sin taxes.
That's correct. Okay, so I just wanted to put that of record. Mr. President, I do have a lot of suggestions. I will submit those in writing
President.
at the appropriate time. I'd like to thank the resource persons for answering our questions, and I have no further questions for now, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Related.
All right, thank you, Senator
Related
Recto.
issue.
Go ahead, Senator Lacson.
Thank you, Mr.
Related
President.
to what
I'd like
Senator Recto is pointing out.
this question to Chairman Mike. Good afternoon. How do you treat PhilHealth's recurring restated financial statements due to prior years adjustments? Paano tinitingnan ng COA ito?
Well, I understand this isn't something usual. This actually happens quite often. The problem we discussed here, the restatement have not yet been submitted. Perhaps, Director Ted, you can elaborate.
All right, please, Director Ted, the communication signal of
Hello?
Ginaldo's bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Am I heard? Hello?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
For 2018 po, because we are not yet finished with our audit of the 2019, so we don't have 2019 annual audit report yet. But for 2018 po, we issued a disclaimer of opinion because we were not able to be given the full access of their IT, or the system, the IT system, as well as we were not given supporting documents for all those adjustments that they made.
So, Director,
So,
you're helpless.
in view
How
of
do you,
those, yes,
how do you
sir.
address that? You're helpless because PhilHealth is not giving you access to their financial records. That's what you're saying. So, what will you do given the situation or the problem?
We are required to issue an opinion po on the fairness of the presentation of their financial statements. Considering that we were not able to prove the correctness of some of those accounts, particularly those which have adjustments, because we were not given the necessary supporting documents, we were not able to have substantive testing of all those documents. And besides nga po, as I have said, we were given only access of the systems sometime in May already, when we were already issuing the audit observation memorandum and preparing the annual audit report. Actually po, when we were not given the supporting documents, medyo doubtful na po ako. So during the exit conference po, I told them, because according to them, it's like this po eh. The adjustments were made at the head office. But according to them, when we were asking for the documents to support those adjustments, they said it's in the regional offices. So just to prove that there are supporting documents in the regional offices during the exit conference po, I told them I am giving you additional time. Please request your regional offices to submit those documents supporting those adjustments, and I will assign people. Kahit tapos na po kami ng audit, we are willing po to extend for those supporting documents to be audited. Pero wala po talaga silang naisabit sa amin eh. So we were constrained to issue a disclaimer of opinion.
And this is not one-time situation, di ba? Parang year in and year out, recurring itong ganitong problema, yung restated financial statement due to prior year's adjustment.
Yes
It
po.
appears that it is being done deliberately, either to confuse COA or to make life difficult for you.
Okay lang naman po sana if they were able to submit to us the documents so we can validate, we can review, we can audit. But ang naging problema nga po, we were not given the necessary documents eh. May deadline din naman po yung submission namin ng annual audit report. So, we're constrained talaga to issue a disclaimer of opinion.
Yeah, don't you think a special audit is necessary?
There is already, sir. In fact, there are four special, yeah, there are four special audits.
Director, make it special audit.
Mr. President, just one final rejoinder on this issue. If I may, Mr. President, very quick lang.
Go ahead, Senator Rector.
Yeah. And precisely what I stressed earlier, meron kinatawan ang Department of Finance represented here today by the Office of the Treasurer. Ang Insurance Commission is also under the Department of Finance. Trabaho nila, bantayan din yung financial statement ng lahat ng GOTCs, and in this case, GFIs. Ang Philhealth, pang-anim na isa sa pinakamalaking GFI sa Pilipinas. More than 250 billion worth of funds. Dito tayo nagpapakahirap sa bayanihan to. 150 billion ang pinag-uusapan. Ito, 250 billion. At parang pinapabayaan. Kaya, let me put that on record, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Senator Rector. We will now recognize Senator Amy Marcos. You have.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Nauna pa sa COVID at ang pandemyang hinaharap natin, yung pneumonia. Yung pneumonia na sa pagkaalam ko dati kasama yan sa mga reportable or di kaya yung notifiable diseases. So eto nga, ang sinasabi, wala na ito sa listahan ng mandatory reporting. Pwede bang tanungin kay SVP Pargas, kayo yata in charge dun sa claims processing. Totoo ba na itong communicable disease ng pneumonia na kaalyado ng COVID, hindi kasama dun sa reportable diseases?
Mr. President, Madam Senator, I think all infectious diseases are part of the reportable diseases, but I will have to confirm on that with the Department of Health.
Yes, ang pagkaalam ko, hindi sila kasali kasi nandito, hawak ko namin yung mga listahan at yung form na binibigay ninyo, wala naman yung pneumonia. Kaso nga, maraming nagsasabi, ang pneumonia ang number 1 sa lahat ng claims. At taon-taon, halos pareho ang kiniklaim. Halos 10 billion. Lumampas nga lang noong 2019, mag-11 billion halos. Ang sabi rin, palibhasa hindi reportable ang pneumonia na siyang number 1 na claim, hindi ito na-audit. Totoo ba yun? Kasi ang mga municipal health officers po natin dito sa local government, ang sabi nila, wala raw silang report nito, lalong-lalo na sa mga ospital na pribado. Totoo ba yun?
Mr. President, Madam Senator, on the part of the Philhealth po, actually ang pulmonya ay isa po yan doon sa ating mga claims na dumadaan sa medical prepayment review. Ibig sabihin, yung pong mga claims ay nire-review muna ng ating mga doktor at dito po ay tinitingnan kung ito po ay pupasok sa admissibility criteria. Pangalawa po, ito pong pulmonya, ang kine-check po dito sa ating medical prepayment of course is yung requirement natin ng CF4 or yung claims form 4 kung saan nakasulat po doon yung history ng pasyente, kung ano yung signs and symptoms, and the course in the wards, kung ano ang mga gamot na ginawa at mga laboratorio na ginawa. Ito pong pulmonya ay kasama pa rin po dun sa ating ginagawa na medical post-audit. Ibig sabihin, matapos mabayadan, ito po ay kasama pa rin sa ino-audit ng ating mga auditors na dun po sa region. So on the part of Philhealth po, bago po mabayadan yung pulmonya, ito po ay na pumapasok po doon sa ating review which pwede po nating tawagin na audit.
Ang sabi po, wala raw report yan sa lokal. Higit sa lahat, talaga naman ang PhilHealth daw ay hindi nagbibigay ng breakdown sa amount of the claims. Yung total lang ang binibigay, pangkalahatan. Pero walang breakdown sa level 1 at level 2 na ospital. Ito na yung upcasing sa level 1 and 2. Uubo ka lang, may sipon-sipon ka lang, may sakit ng ulo kunyari, biglang moderate risk pneumonia na kaagad. Upcasing na bonggang-bongga ang nangyayari from 2,000, 3,000 o di kaya Tylenol, aspirin, biglang 15,000 na ang ibibigay sa moderate risk pneumonia. Totoo ba yon? Sabi nila itong pinaka-common daw eh.
Ang ating pong pakete para sa pulmonya sa moderate type is 15,000. Type, it's around 32,000. Kasama po sa polisiya ng PhilHealth.
Mas malaki pa pala.
Opo.
Mali pa pala yung 15,000 ko. So 32,000 ang na-upcase sa mga bayaring pneumonia.
Mr. President, Madam Senator, dalawa po kasi yung binabayadan natin sa pulmonya. Ito po yung moderate type, which is 15,000. At yun pong severe type, yun po yung 32,000. Yun pong mga mild pneumonia naman.
Ang kwento po sa akin, wala naman daw nag-upcase sa level 3 hospital at ng high risk kasi kailangan may ICU na yon, magkakabukuhan na daw sa PhilHealth. Totoo ba yon?
Tama naman po. Dahil ang severe type of pneumonia po ay tindi yung gamutan. Maaaring ito po talaga ay ipasok sa ICU or may mga ilang kailangan pang gawin sa kanila. However po, yun po namang severe type ay hindi lamang po sa mga level 3 hospitals. Pwede rin po sa mga level 2. Kaya po yun pong ating pneumonia, again, ay dumadaan po dun sa prepayment review bago po mabayadan.
May I inquire kung pwede naming hingin, kasi matagal na po hinihingi kay SVP Pargas, how much is claimed and paid to level 1 and level 2 hospitals for moderate risk pneumonia? Matagal na namin hinihingi yan last year pa. Kung ano yung breakdown dyan sa level 1 and 2, kasi pagkalaki-laki ng rine-report out ninyo. Kung sana maibigay ninyo sa committee yon.
Madam, Mr. President, Madam Senator, yes po, we will provide the committee.
Yes, I think those records have been withheld for a long time. Pati yung local governments humihingi niyan, pati yung ating COA nahingi niyan. Mukhang kulang na kulang. Bakit ang taas-taas ng pneumonia na halos uniform taon-taon yung 10 billion? Wala bang epekto yung vaccination ng DOH? Akala ko malaki-laki yung vaccination para sa pneumonia, palibasa number 1 nga.
Mr. President, Madam Senator, maaari pong merong epekto yung ginagawa po ng ating Department ng Kalusugan pagdating sa pagbibigay. Of course,
parang hindi kasi nag-umpisa sa 9 billion na nasa 11 billion na. Nagba-vaccinate ba talaga tayo o hindi?
Mr. President, Madam Senator, sa pagkakaalam ko po ay meron naman pong vaccination program ang Department of Health.
Okay.
Sa part po ng PhilHealth, hindi po kami nagbibigay ng, wala po kaming vaccination program.
Alam ko na wala kayong vaccination program. Gusto ko lang na mag-comment kayo kasi lumulobo yung pneumonia na hindi naman notifiable, samantalang gumagastos rin tayo ng halos 2 billion para sa vaccination program. Nagtataka lang po. So if I may request, Mr. President, that we urge the DOH to please give an assessment and breakdown for the pneumonia vaccination, as well as perhaps their insight on the failure to include pneumonia, the number one claim in all the top medical diseases among the notifiable. Perhaps also, in as much as this investigation is in aid of legislation, despite the newness of RA 11332, we should look at it once again in order that the claims, the top medical diseases should be blended with the reportorial requirements para hindi nagkakagulo. May I call on now SVP Legal Rodolfo Del Rosario, please? Nandun po siya kanina.
Mr. President, Madam Senator, I think he was brought to the clinic for an increased blood pressure.
Sorry?
He was brought to the clinic.
He was
We will
brought to the
find out.
clinic daw po. Ito na po.
He's back. Okay.
Sorry.
Apologies, Mr. President.
Okay, accepted. Senator Amy Marcos, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And SVP Legal Rodolfo Del Rosario, ano po yung Corporate Integrity Committee? At ikaw daw yung head noon?
That's the Philhealth Integrity Committee, Mr. President.
Anong ginagawa noon? At bakit po kayo naging head noon?
The board of directors designated me as head of Philhealth Integrity Committee, Mr. President.
I see. VP Rodolfo Del Rosario, is that because wala kayong kaso katulad ng sinabi ninyo kanina?
Ano po?
Is that because yung unimpeachable ang inyong integrity kaya kayo ang pinili ng board para mag-head nun? Kasi sabi nga ninyo kanina, wala namang kayong kaso.
That's for the board to answer, Mr. President.
I'm sorry? Pakiulit po.
I'm sorry, ma'am. That's for the board to answer kung sino po nilagay nila sa mga committee, Mr. President.
Hindi, tinatanong ko kasi sinabi mo kanina na wala ka pang kaso. Hindi ka naman kailanman nakasuhan.
I've never said that, Mr. President.
Yun ang pagkarinig ko. Kasi ang balita ko, 2005 pa lamang, nahatulan ka ng guilty doon sa overpricing and fixed bidding of the Philhealth building, yung new building, katapat ng SSS sa East Ave. Tama po ba yun?
There was an investigation against me in 2005 when I was the head of Physical Infrastructure Resource Department.
But is it not a fact that the guilty verdict was issued against you, and as a matter of fact, si SVP Dalma and DM Marsan tinanggal?
The decision was arrived at 2012. That case was as far as I'm concerned, a persecution. I was charged, but I was fined.
But was there not a guilty verdict which you managed to commute upon the change of Dr. Ray Aquino to Dr. Banson, biglang naging fine na lamang?
No, I was not adjudged guilty until Dr. Banson assumed the PCO, Mr. President. So that was a case in 2005 that was decided in 2012. The verdict was I was guilty of simple neglect of duty and I was fined for 15 days salary, Mr. President, Madam Senator.
So you are saying that at no point were you criminally liable, but you now admit that in fact you were found to be administratively guilty.
You are putting words into my mouth, Mr. President. I never said that I was never charged, and that is
Yun yung
correct.
karinig ko kanina eh. Kaya kinaklarify ko lang.
Thank you, Madam, but that is not what I said.
Okay, so ano ang nangyari sa Region 1, kasi alam naman natin kanina binanggit na ni Butch Bellica, nabanggit na rin ni Senator Subiri, ang dami nang nagbanggit ng Region 1. At ang alam natin dyan, kasama kayata sa 13 people who were criminally mentioned and doon sa fake cancer claims ni Attorney Emily Roque, pero ang ending, wala na naman daw na prosecute. Ano ba talaga ang nangyari doon?
Mr. President, Madam, that is incorrect. I was never implicated in that case. The very reason that I was transferred, reassigned to Region 1, but because of controversy and Attorney Alex Padilla deemed that I will be able to handle the problems in Region 1 during that time. That case was investigated by the Ombudsman. One employee from Region 1 was convicted and was dismissed from the service. Administrative cases proceeded against several individuals in Region 1. I don't have any official role in that particular investigation or in the determination of the resolution of the case, Mr. President, Madam Senator.
Please provide the committee with a closure report because as we are well aware, the Anti-Fraud Division issued a 200-page report. Pagkatapos nun, yung internal audit report, ganun din. Kaya lang, nung pag-filing, eto na naman, nag-disappearan. Tama po ba yon?
I am not in the best position to answer that. As I've told you, Mr. President, I have no role, official role in the investigation and in the resolution of that
Hindi ba
particular.
RD kayo ng Philhealth nun?
I'm sorry, Madam.
Hindi ba RD kayo ng Philhealth nun?
Yes, but the resolution of administrative cases is a centralized setup. It was only during my time legal that I moved for the decentralization of light offenses. But during the time, all of the administrative cases against employees and officials are centralized. So the regional vice president has nothing to do with the process, Madam Chair.
Masyado po kayong kontrobersyal. Nung nakaraang taon, nung 2018, naaalala ko, na-renew at nabalitaan namin sa Region 1 sa Dagupan, na-renew yung building ni Secretary Duque bilang headquarters ng Region 1. Pero ang balita, ikaw na yung OIC sa Davao. Tama ba yon?
Yes, I'm very controversial because the people that are paying wants to pin me down. But let me state for the record that when I signed the document, I was still the regional vice president of Philhealth Region 1 prior my transfer, Mr. President, Madam Chair.
Dalawa ang hinahawakan mong pwesto. Assistant ka sa Region 1 at the same time OIC ka sa Davao. Dalawang pwesto. Ubod naman yata ng lakas ninyo.
I never assumed in a concurrent capacity, Mr. President. I was regional vice president of Philhealth Region 1 and I was reassigned in Davao. Now, this is one of the reasons why these people are after me because I went to Davao against their wishes. No, I have uncovered the anomalies that I have forwarded to the proper authorities. Maraming masalimuot pa ito, but hindi po...
Masalimuot ka po, pwede bang tanungin yung napakaraming kaso sa Corpus Clinic na nag-umpisa na 10 beds, tapos taon-taon 40 million hanggang 300 million ang rini-release ng PhilHealth. Bakit hindi pa na-file yung sangkatutak na kaso doon? Baka naman may update kayo na ma-share?
It is not true that the cases against Corpus did not proceed, President. I can show...
Bakit hindi naman nahatulan?
I'm sorry. I will submit the report to this committee, the status of the cases against Corpus. We have filed the PRC complaint against him years back, and the criminal complaints are being readied by the PhilHealth Office Region 1 for several counts. I've been monitoring the filing of these criminal complaints since I assumed the SVP of legal office. So if your sources say that they are the anti-fraud office in Region 1 and I failed to act on the reports, kailan po sila nag-draft ng criminal complaints? at kailan nila binigay sa akin for the filing of the criminal complaint. Hindi po regional vice president ang nagre-prepare ng mga pleadings. It is the legal office. Ngayon, itong source natin from the legal office is
Ngayon po na kayo na ang Senior Vice President for Legal, pinursige ba ninyo itong mga kasong to?
that
Kasi
is correct.
parang
No,
ang pagkaalam namin, wala pa rin nangyayari. Andun pa rin, namamayagpag pa rin.
we have directed the regional offices through the President, General Morales, to file criminal complaints.
But as head of legal and former RD of Region 1, with intimate and personal knowledge of all the details of these scams, wala ba kayong ginawa on your own? Or lagi na lang tayo nag-iintay sa sino mang regional na nariyan?
Mr. President, Madam, I have crafted the guidelines on how the criminal complaints and the PRC complaints will be filed in the regional offices. This is a perennial problem of Philhealth where criminal complaints are not filed. During my time as SBP Legal, I have forwarded numerous documents to the National Bureau of Investigation based on the MIDAS report, no? That identified where the incidence of fraud is so rampant. At hindi po Region 1 po yan, ma'am. Hindi po, mababait, mas marami pong matitino sa Region 1. These groups that are after my head are the group where we identified this rampant fraud. Facing...
No, Mr. President?
Senator Marcos, just a minute. With your indulgence.
Yes, please.
Del Rosario keeps on mentioning these groups or these persons against him. Who are they?
Madam, Mr. President, in 2018, if I may give a background, in 2018, the Health Informatics and Data Analytics Committee presented to the Anti-Fraud Task Force. There was an Anti-Fraud Task Force composed by board members. So they presented the results of a data analytics study that showed the incidence of fraud in the different areas of the country. This particular report prompted the management then, no, to reassign employees. To reassign employees, the regional heads, to for a more transparent investigation. This is the reason that I was reassigned from Region 1 to Davao, since all regional vice presidents were affected.
Wait,
I'm sorry,
that's not
sir.
my question. That is an answer to if I asked you why. I'm not asking you why. I asked you who are these that are against you. You have mentioned it twice
these
or
are
three
the,
times to Senator Marcos.
Thank you, Mr.
Sino
President.
sila na bakit
These are the
saka mo
people
sabihin
that
bakit sila galit
I'm sorry.
sa'yo?
These are the people that have been identified by Dr. Obet Salvador during last year's Blue Ribbon Committee, Mr. President. They have been charged administratively for different offenses. And it happened that some of these cases were filed during my time as SBP Legal. So they are claiming that they have been oppressed. But the truth of the matter is the reason why for all this brouhaha and all these troubles is because it started when they are being reassigned. So yun po yung kadahilanan doon. 20 years mahigit po doon sila sa mga posisyon nila. Meron po kaming
Point of order, Mr.
testimonies
President. Point
na
of order.
nagbigay ng pera yung hospital sa kanila para ayusin yung mga kaso. Pero yung
Point of
yung
order.
witness po nag-back out eventually, no?
So you're saying these are people that you have filed cases against?
Yes, sir. The cases were filed during their time. It was the Philhealth board that filed the cases. Not,
So where are these people now?
They are still assigned where they are assigned right now, but two of them are on floating status. They are reporting to the central office. They used to report to General Augustus de Villa under the office of the SBP operations.
So bakit, anyway, you may continue, Senator Marcos. I'm not satisfied.
Joel?
Go ahead.
President, if I may, I was raising a point of order because the question raised by the Senate, Senate President.
Senator Marcos, go ahead, Senator Villanueva.
Well, I was just raising a point of order, Mr. President, because Mr. President was asking that question, who are they? And until now, we have yet to hear any names, Mr. President. That's all I want, Mr. President. Thank you.
That's right, Mr. President. And to SVP Rodolfo Del Rosario, you're imputing ill motivation from whomever it is you seem to think I derive this information. I did not derive this information from any of these intriguers that you allege. I know of these incidents because they are notorious cases in Region 1.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, may I therefore request from SVP Del Rosario a closure report or at least a synopsis of the 2005 case under Dr. Ray Aquino regarding the rigged bidding and overprice of the Philhealth HQ and his alleged participation in the same, although he denies that. Also, may I inquire if there is a report of the 220 cases pending against Corpus Clinic in Sinait, Ilocos Norte, and his actions therefore. And finally, as stated by both Senator Villanueva and Senate President Soto, kung mabigyan kami ng listahan nitong mga tao na sinasabi mo na pinakikinggan ko na nagbigay ng masasamang balita tungkol sa iyo, ano ba ang mga pangalan nila at anong kaso ang final kaya naging dahilan na sinisiraan ka ngayon?
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just correct that I was not charged in any rigged bidding, price bidding. The case that was filed against me was allegedly I inserted the budget in the presentation of the Philhealth Board. For the record, I was the end user of that particular project. So I submitted that particular proposal to the technical working group of the budget committee. There is no way that I can insert that particular budget in the board presentation. It goes through a process. Nasa una po ako ng process. It was a case for persecution, Madam Chair, Mr. President.
Kaya nga SVP Del Rosario, kaya nga hinihingan kita ng iyong versyon kung nasaan yung iyong synopsis, yung summary ninyo, kasi ang dokumento na hawak natin talagang may guilty verdict sa administrative charge nitong ating Philhealth new building. Salamat.
Mr. President, with the permission
Yes,
of Senator
Senator
Marcos.
Lacson.
Yeah, very quick intervention, related matter. SVP Attorney Del Rosario. What is the status of your case in CSC, Civil Service Commission invalidated appointment? This was filed in 2018. Ano yung status po nito?
Sir, the invalidation of my appointment as Regional Vice President, but for the reason that
No, ang tinatanong ko, status.
that is moot and academic, Mr.
Anong status sa Civil Service Commission? Anong tanong ko?
That is already moot and academic.
Moot and academic, anong status? I'm not asking about the merit of the case. Anong status?
My appeal was I withdrew the appeal, Mr. President.
Yeah, ang record ng Civil Service Commission, yung case number N172-00-703-18, still pending.
No, then
it's a matter of record.
Sir, I already withdrew that protest since there's no need for me to pursue that protest since I was already appointed to a higher position, which was already validated by the Civil Service Commission.
But I'm confronting you with the record of the CSC. It's still
Okay, sir.
pending.
So we will clarify it with them, Mr. President.
Yun na tinatanong ko yung status ng case. Marami
Yes, sir.
na sinabi.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Then what was that administrative case that Senator Marcos was mentioning that you were found guilty of? What was the case?
It was a case, sir, Mr. President, regarding the budget of the corporate center.
Ay, galing ka umilag ng sagot eh. Tinatanong ko, ano yung kaso? Ano yung title ng kaso?
Budget insertion in the corporate operating budget, Mr. President.
Isn't it overpricing?
They're claiming that it's a bloated
No, it's not
budget.
claiming. No, I'm asking what the title of the case was. It's overpricing, di ba?
No, no, sir. It's budget insertion.
Budget insertion.
Yes. They allege that I
Anyway,
inserted that budget,
we ask
particular item.
we will direct the secretary to get a copy of that
Yes, sir.
administrative case, and we'll find out if you are perjuring yourself or not. All right. Next is Senator Grace Poe. Senator Poe, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. My line of questioning will be about the qualifications of General Morales to begin with. It is my understanding that the GCG, or the Government Commission on the GOCCs, has the recommendatory powers to recommend a short list to the President, qualified board members for the Philhealth based on the universal health care law requirements. And from there, the President will choose who should be appointed. Now, there are certain standards and criterias that need to be met. My understanding is the GCG head is here, Mr. Dagmin. Am I correct? Is he present? Mr. Dagmin? Nakaalis na ba, Secretariat?
Who were you asking for, Senator Poe?
Mr. Dagmin, if I'm not mistaken, from the GCG.
Mr. President, he's present but he has to unmute his mic so he'll be able to be heard.
Mr. Dagmin, yung mic po niyo.
Yeah, okay. Is it?
Anyway, Mr. President, while we're losing valuable time here, let me just...
Yes. Yes.
Are you now? Okay. Mr. Dagmin, pakisabi nga po sa atin, ano ang kwalifikasyon ng mga nire-recommenda ninyo sa Presidente para piliin bilang kinatawan sa Philhealth Board? Ano yung mga minimum requirements?
Primarily, the requirements is based on the charter. Then we have the fit and proper rule. Thereafter, there are stakeholders who recommend to the GCG for nomination, and we process them. Thereafter, we prepare a confidential memorandum to the Office of the President. There, the President will choose who will be appointed as member of the board.
Mr. Gakpin, I think you failed to include that members should have a minimum requirement of 7 years in public health, finance, management, or economics experience. Am I correct?
Yes, that is for the President or CEO of Philhealth. But based on the UHC Universal Health Care Law, it is the Board of Philhealth who will recommend somebody there to be the President based on the 7-year requirement of finance and management.
So what you're trying to say is that for the President of Philhealth, you need that 7 years requirement, but not necessarily as a board member. Am I correct?
Yes. Based on the new law, we process all of them as board directors. And
Okay.
in the new law, it is now the Board of Philhealth who will recommend who will be the President of CEO of Philhealth.
Okay, but from the very beginning, Mr. Morales was recommended to be a part of the board because of his apparent sectoral representation. Am I correct?
Yes, for indirect contributors.
Okay, indirect contributors to, can you mention to me the sectors that are supposed to have been represented?
Who were not employed, those who are not directly employed, OFW, and not through compensation through a particular employer. So he was
ibig
processed
sabihin,
for...
Mr. Dakpin, para lang mas maliwanag ha, dapat sila ay identified indirect contributors sa indigents identified with DSWD, beneficiaries of the Pantawid Pampamilya, senior citizens, persons of disability. So alin doon tumutugma kay General Morales?
He's a senior citizen, and he is from the employer sector. At the time, he was the president of a reinsurance company, and he was nominated by the presidential management staff.
So he was nominated by the PMS. Now,
Yes.
for the board to choose the president of Philhealth, that person should have the required qualification of 7 years experience, correct? So
Yes.
is there such a board resolution that states that he indeed qualified to be president of Philhealth?
I'm not privy to that, ma'am, to the Mr. Chairman, because that is a concern of the PhilHealth board. It's now the duty, the fiduciary duty of the board to determine the 7-year qualification.
Okay, so do we have a member of the board here present who can attest to the deliberations with regards to the appointment of General Morales? Meron po ba dyan na member ng board?
Mr. President?
Yes, Tony Macabab.
Madam Senator, there was actually a board resolution which confirms the appointment or nomination by President Duterte of Vigen Morales as President and CEO.
Okay, so let me ask you, in that resolution, did it state that he actually complied with the requirements? Matanong ko na nga siguro si General Morales mismo. Ano ang kanyang qualification pagdating sa management, finance, public health, or economics?
Yes, ma'am. My qualifications is that I was President and Chief Executive Officer of the Armed Forces Mutual Benefit Association, which is an insurance company. Before that, I was the general manager of a general insurance company, the AFP-GEN. And my experience in management is, of course, as the camp commander of Fort Bonifacio, where I managed the real estate of the Army and the units within Fort Bonifacio. And before that, as brigade commander, I also managed the resources allocated to me, men, equipment, and the mission that was assigned to me to accomplish.
So
I'm
those
also
are... I'm sorry, go ahead, Jen.
I'm also a fellow of the Institute of Corporate Directors.
Okay, so your experience is largely falls on the management sector,
Yes, ma'am.
not necessarily public health.
I have no experience in public health, ma'am.
Okay, now for the GCG, normally the appointees will only have a duration of 1 year, after which there should be an evaluation of their performance if they are actually qualified to continue. They should have a rating of above average or average. Am I correct, Mr. In? Sir, nakamute po kayo.
But in the case of General Morales, he's now a direct appointee of the president. I think when the UHC law was passed, somehow there is implied amendment to the GCD law, which is a 1-year requirement. So this thing has to be stressed out. But be that as it may, our performance evaluation for director is also included.
Okay, so have you deliberated on his performance evaluation? Because it's been 1 year. Kung July 2019 po siya in-appoint, August na po ngayon, so dapat meron na kayong evaluation. Ano pong grade ang binigay niyo sa kanya?
Yes, it is now the record of GCG. We will submit that thereafter, ma'am. I'll ask my staff to submit the direct performance evaluation sheet for General Morales.
So wala pa hanggang ngayon?
Presumably, meron na siguro, ma'am.
Anong meron na siguro? Kayo yung namumulat naman kung alam niyo.
I'm not sure kung what 28 kasi he was there 2018 later part, and it's for 2019. He will be graded for 2019, and for grading for 2019, just like our performance evaluation, there is a need to submit documents, and by reason of the pandemic, somehow documentation has to be submitted by the PhilHealth because this is also peer grading with the peer of the PhilHealth board for President Morales.
So let me ask you,
And-
sir, have you
Yes, yes.
actually convened with the members or the board of whoever in the GCG that is responsible for evaluating the current PhilHealth chief? Have you met with them and have they submitted an
It is
evaluation?
only a document. We have a circular for performance evaluation for directors, and I suppose there already a submission. I'll try to find out if these documents for 2019 already been submitted to my office.
Kasi Mr. Dagpin, mainit po na usapin ngayon. Siguro nung pumutok na itong issue ng PhilHealth, dapat meron na kayo kaagad na ginawang hakbang ukol dito. Kasi that in itself, if he didn't perform satisfactorily, that could have been the basis to remove him immediately or at least not to have his term extended. Kayo, what was your personal assessment of him? You can tell us.
Based on the totality of the PhilHealth, ma'am, for 2017 and 18, which is under my tenure, the PhilHealth did not pass the performance scorecard. For 2019, I have yet to validate because they submitted all the documents August 4 this month. So we need to validate these documents submitted per the performance scorecard so that I could assess also, being he is the president of PhilHealth, how PhilHealth is being managed.
Teka muna, so ang sinasabi nyo, sa 2017 and 2018, you already assessed that. You submitted
Yes,
it.
yes.
Who was heading the PhilHealth at that time?
For 2017, it's De La Serna.
And what grade did you give him or what rating?
I have no record right now, ma'am, but the one attending now is not part of one of the division, the corporate standard division. The other one there is the OGC. So
hindi
I'm
mo
sorry,
matandaan.
that give you the record right now.
That was just barely more than a year ago. I mean, 2017, diba, less than 2 years, iisa lang tao yan, di mo matandaan yung evaluation. So you're telling me that from the time that General Morales joined PhilHealth, you have no evaluation of him yet?
Yes, because it's a later part of 2018.
But
so I can validate him for 2019.
I'm sure you've, if it was submitted to you August 4, I mean, I would hope that you've browsed through some documents already regarding his case. What would you recommend to the body?
That is based on the data. I could not speculate right now, ma'am. So it would be unfair to judge him based on a conjecture.
Conjecture, really, yeah? With all of the data that we have, I guess you haven't really done your responsibility of reviewing, and especially it's already past the 1 year mark. Not only should you start the review when the 1 year mark has ended, but prior to that, you've already should have done your due diligence. Late na po kayo dito. Diba?
I not necessarily agree with that, ma'am, because if I could browse my document management system right now, I could see that record. I could not remember all the records because there are a lot of officers under the GOCC.
But surely, you know what, even prior to coming to our hearing, and you know that this is what was going to be discussed, it didn't even pique your interest to take a look at his records. I mean, you cannot use as an excuse, even if this is an appointment by whoever in government. It is your responsibility in the GCG to be able to find out how the ones that you recommended is actually performing. Section 13 of the UHC law requires all appointed members of the board shall be required to undergo training in healthcare financing health system, costing health services, and HTA prior to the start of their term. Non-compliance shall be a ground for dismissal. I would like to ask General Morales, did you actually have any of these training, and do you have proof that you participated in these?
I took the Institute for Corporate Directors course, ma'am, and I have proof of this.
Okay, how long was the training and who conducted that training?
It was conducted by the Institute for Corporate Directors. I think it was headed by Dr. Jesus Stanislao. And it ran for several weeks. It was an after office course. I'm not sure exactly how long it ran. I think I took it in the around 2012 before I got into the Mutual Benefit Association.
Okay, so can you tell me again the name of can you tell me again the name of this course?
Institute, well, I'll have to check, ma'am. I have to check the exact name, but it was conducted by the Institute of Corporate Directors and headed by Dr. Jesus Stanislao.
Okay, so what is it mainly? Is it a study in management? What was the course about?
Mostly board activities, ma'am. How the board decides, how policy is made, the dynamics in the board, and then we have lectures from actual board members from the corporate world. That was the content of the course.
Okay, since you yourself admitted that you have no prior experience in public health, what initiative or steps have you taken to make yourself more, I guess, aware of the public health situation in the country?
I have met with several associations, the Philippine Health Associations, the surgeons, the nephrologists, the nurses, personally face to face and now online. So I have exchanged with them. I try to keep this a constant activity, even with the OFWs. I have met with them several times online. So that is what I have done, ma'am, to get to know the members and the stakeholders of Philhealth.
Then, if you say is true, what you say is true, then at least we should have expected the Philhealth to be a little bit more responsive when it comes to that. But it seems like with the policies that you've had in the past few months that you've led the office, there's been a lot of complaints. A lot of hospitals are not being reimbursed properly. In fact, even your policies towards OFWs are being questioned. You're giving funding to hospitals that have less bed capacities than PGH, but who have received more from the government in terms of support. So these things makes us doubt that you're actually in tune with the public health sector. What can you say to that, General Morales?
These are not new issues, ma'am. They have already been in existence even before I was here. And I think they have been exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. So,
So
yes.
meaning to say, these anomalies have been present since the past. So it is actually quite okay for you just to be leading such an organization with that type of track record.
No, ma'am.
So
I
that's why I go back to my previous question during the last hearing. What steps have you taken to curb corruption in the PhilHealth? Ano pong ginawa ninyo para mabawasan man lang ang korupsyon sa PhilHealth?
Well, with the extent of corruption in Philhealth, I appreciated that we needed to put in an information system. But I miscalculated the amount of time that it would take to put this up. I thought 1 year would be enough. And as we can see, it is not yet being implemented. And
Alam niyo,
secondly,
sir, yes. Okay, go ahead, please.
PhilHealth needs a large-scale revamp. I was exploring, me and my executive vice president, we were looking for a global consulting firm that we could take on to help us in the transformation, because the skills necessary, the experience necessary to transform PhilHealth cannot be found inside PhilHealth. It has to be sourced outside. We have not found this external partner, although we are still hopeful that we can. I think the main issue here is the funding for this kind of engagement. So those are the two main things that we tried to do. Opo.
Mr. General Morales, number one, kahit na gaano kagaling ng IT system ninyo, kung ang mga tao papatakbo nito ay bulok, walang mangyayari. Pangalawa, sinabi na mismo nung isang resource person natin, I think chief of staff ba ninyo or one of your one of the ones assisting you, who quit. His name actually, I don't quite remember his name now.
Laborte po, Laborte.
Yes. He mentioned that there are so many actually volunteering at a lower cost to provide you with IT support and other consultancy services, of which it was never really encouraged. In fact, yung walang mga lowest bidder kasi only one would bid in a particular project. So matanong ko sa inyo, can you give me a list of those that won the projects within the past year or the ones that you considered to have been qualified? I would respectfully, I would ask the Secretariat to please ask for a copy of the companies that usually win bids with the PhilHealth.
Yes, ma'am. We have a list of companies, but these are providers. In my the way I look at them, they would not be capable of providing what PhilHealth needs. They can provide hardware, they can provide software, but the information system development of the scale needed by PhilHealth would need a major player.
Oh, so what's the name of the company that you chose that's a major player?
Wala pa ho kaming napipili. Wala pa. What we were looking at, we were imagining we could get something like Google or Microsoft.
Yes. Well, that would be ideal if they meet the requirements. But, you know, our country, I think we can boast of a lot of IT professionals here are very qualified. So it's very, well, almost unbelievable to say that a system like PhilHealth cannot find qualified individuals to be able to help you with your setup. Now, this is my last question, Mr. President. With regards to your qualification as an indirect contributor, so it should be either you're identified with the DSWD, indigents, Pantawid Pampamilyang Pilipino, persons with disabilities, senior citizens. How can you identify with any of them?
Well, I'm a senior citizen, ma'am, so I guess I would qualify in that sector.
Yeah, but you know what? Being one of them does not mean that you qualify. What contributions have you done for the sector you identify with?
I cannot, in that case, just being a senior citizen, that's the only contribution I can show.
Well, okay. I guess that that raises also that these qualifications need to be clarified if we are to have an effective board. Di naman pwede, porket na kabataan official ka, pero you didn't really contribute for the betterment of that sector, that you will be considered as qualified for this. Now, let me ask Mr. Dagpin, and this is again the last one. In your scorecard of the performance of your recommended appointees, what would you consider as a category that will guide you in your evaluation? What categories would you have? Or what criteria? Dapat ba on time siya palagi sa trabaho? Kailangan ba yung balance sheet nila maayos? Tell me, how do you evaluate them?
Based on our 2014 circular, 60% is based on performance evaluation scorecard, yung attendance and the director performance rating. which is there is a self-assessment, there is pair grading with your colleagues. The one that's standing really is a 60% test.
Okay,
That-
kasi kung self-assessment at saka assessed by colleagues, baka mahirapan tayo dyan, ha? Baka bigyan nila yung sarili nila ng perfect score. So where do you come in now when it comes to
the 60% performance evaluation system that's connected with the scorecard. So that is the overall performance of the GOCC. So we have the balanced scorecard, the strategic perspective, how GOCs are being run. We have there that GOCC contributed social impact, the stakeholders satisfaction.
Also,
we have, yes, the finance,
okay.
they provided the needed finance support with respect to Philhealth. It's not really based on the dividends. That is their delivery of how they properly allocate their finance. Internal processes. That is how, just like the fraud investigation, how they will address this one. Turnaround time of paying the claimants.
So Mr. Dakpin, with those criteria, mukhang babagsak ang head ng PhilHealth niyan.
Yes,
Kasi
because
complaints, yes?
yes, the last two has below average grade.
Okay, well, I thank you for your candidness at this point. That's what we wanted to drive at, that you are actually in touch with the situation, Mr. Dakpin. What we're trying to do here is this. It's unfortunate that General Morales is being advised by his doctor to take a medical. We certainly sympathize with him if he is ill. But on the other hand, maybe now that he is, he will realize also the processes that he has to go through to get a reimbursement with PhilHealth if he has to actually go through the same. And another thing is that if you leave for medical reasons, that does not necessarily put closure on your accountability and also your performance. So if somebody is just allowed to take a medical leave and not answer to the allegations, then that will not put at rest the issue that we are having right now. So that's all, Mr. President, and thank you for your time, colleagues, and to our resource persons for attending today.
Yes, thank you, Senator Po. Your questions made me recall something that wasn't clear to me earlier. So before I recognize Senator Hontiveros, just on the issue of assessment of performance, is General De Villa still online? Yes, I can see you here, General De Villa.
Yes po, sir. Mr. President, magandang hapon po. Andito po.
Yes, so earlier you mentioned the 3 reasons why you resigned. Hindi ako naginawan doon sa third reason. Parang, can you please elaborate?
Yes, sir.
Nag-resign ka ba o pinag-resign ka?
Nag-resign po ako ng kusa. Nagkataon lang, sir, nagkaroon ng mga ibang instance. Kasi sir, actually sir, nung March pa lang, nung nagka-pandemic na talagang nangangamatay po talaga yung mga tao at nagkakasakit. Di natin alam, we are in a panic and pandemic, global. Naisip ko na rin po sa wag lumabas. At wag dahil nga po, senior citizen na rin ako. Pero may trabaho po akong dapat gampanan eh. So, hindi muna po ako nag-resign talaga nung March pa. Tapos March 19 something, nag-lockdown na. And then, ito nga pong tuloy-tuloy lang po ang trabaho ko, sir. Yung ikatlo po yung sabi ko nga, the institution of Philhealth is being attacked by so many allegations of corruption at katiwalian. So, might as well, it's an honorable thing for me, sir, to sideline muna para kasi ino-question nga po eh. So, yun po yung delikadesa.
Kasama ka ba sa mga kini-question, Brad?
Sir?
Kasama ka ba sa mga kini-question? O ikasa ka sa mga nagque-question?
Sir, actually, sir, dun sa EXECOM meeting namin, sir. Actually, sir, going back to to the morning of August 6, I had a talk through cellphone kay Sir Morales. Yung nga po, he talk about some on the things that some of the members of the Execom, ibang SBP, don't trust me. Sir, no? It's, for me, it's, it's their right.
How did you know that they don't trust you?
It was told by General Morales po sa akin talaga. No? Through yung maga, kinamusta nga niya ako, kinamusta ko rin siya. Nasa office na po ako noon. That was around before 8, 7:30. Yata, or a little past 8. Hindi ko po alam hindi ko na matandaan, sir, yung totoong oras, ano. So, nung sinabi niya, sir, sa akin, some of the SBPs do not trust me. Ang sa akin po, talagang nalungkot din ako ron. Sabi ko, I'm doing, I think I'm doing a very good job here in the operation. And hinaharap ko nga yung pandemic, sir, every day. I don't have any driver since nag-lockdown po. Nagta-travel po ako mula Alabang hanggang sa Pasig office namin. Araw-araw, Monday to Friday, ako po talaga yung nag-work from home ako isang araw lang yata, 2 araw. Anyway, ito pong nangyari po, maybe, yung mga kasama ko sa Execom, syempre po, right naman nila yun na pagdudahan po ako. So, isa pang tanong doon
Pagdudahan ng General?
Sir, opo. Mr. President,
Pagdudahan ng Anong pinagdududa sa'yo at bakit nawala ng tiwala?
hindi ko rin po alam, sir, pero I have some theories po, Mr. President. Yung pong isa doon, hindi po kasi ako masyado nagpa-participate doon sa Execom chatroom namin sa Messenger, na doon po nagdi-discuss, even at night, no? Discuss kami ng mga yung mga trabaho po sa Philhealth. Nakaugalian ko pong magbasa lang at kung meron po kasi akong for security reasons, hindi ko na po pinopost sa chatroom. Kunwari po, may tanong po ako sa isang SBP, nagme-message na lang po ako ng personal sa kanya, private message. Kaya hindi po nakikita talaga doon na nagpa-participate ako sa PHIC Execom. Yun po ang isa sa mga yung parang nabanggit po ni Sir Morales. And I appreciate po, I'm very grateful to Sir Morales na sinabihan ako na gano'n, na yung ibang SBPs doesn't trust me. Nung nung August 4, halos in 10 hours na hearing po sa Senate, ang natanong pa po talaga doon ay yung sa opening statement po ni Attorney Torson Kit, yun sa pagpunit ng isang parte ng kontrata, which is talaga namang hindi na po ako ang signatory doon, at saka nagsumbong nga po si Colonel Laborte sa akin na sobrang overpriced, and sabi ko hindi ako makapayag niya kasi when I was still in the military, napakaingat ko sa procurement, at wala namang problema kahit na award na yon, I can return it, the papers can be returned and re-evaluate and reviewed. So, yun po. Tapos po, ang isa pang theory ko, yung paminsan-minsan during Execom, which is almost always present naman po ako. May mga instances, sir, na siyempre po, ako po, baguhan lang, buwan pa lang ako sa Philhealth. Nagtatanong po ako, no? Yung mga instances, sir, gusto ko po, ang natutunan ko po sa AFP, nililimit namin yung agenda for discussion, yung mga Monday conference po. Kasi Mr. President, kumpleto na po. Kasi pag pinag-usapan po dapat ang isang agenda sa Monday conference meeting or Execom meeting namin, meron ng complete stop work. No? Meaning, marami na pong mga division or departments na nag-uusap dyan bago i-present sa Execom meeting. Execom meeting for me is very, very important. One step to board presentation na po kasi ito So, yun po, maingat. So, minsan, I saw that other agendas are medyo hilaw pa for presentation sa Execom. That's one. And then I think there should be some more discussions in IRM.
At pinupuna mo yun.
And
pinupuna mo yun, General.
Mr. President.
Pinupuna mo.
Opo. Mr. President, isa pong napupuna ko doon pag nasa Execom meeting kami, I think there should be some more discussion in the collection of premium ng OFW po, kung maaalala ko. yun po, parang meron ako, I'm thinking of, wala nang ang trabaho tong mga tao galing ibang bansa. And parang, parang naisip ko po yung timing, ano, other,
Villa,
opo,
excuse me. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Vice Chairman, sir,
Kasi
opo, opo.
medyo mahaba yung yung explanation. Ang siguro, the long and short of it, ang gusto mong sabihin, bago pa man magkaroon ng formal discussion sa EXECOM, tapos na yung decision. Is that what you're trying to say?
Ano po eh,
Sa mga informal discussions, yung
may mga ganun, sir, may mga ganun, sir, pero ang iniisip ko, sir, parang hindi pa kumpleto po yung staff work.
right.
Opo.
But ang point mo nga is, no, I'm not trying to make a conclusion, ano, pero I'm just expressing my opinion.
Yes, sir.
Based also on some information that we got doon tungkol sa nangyari sa EXECOM.
Yes, sir.
For discussion, wala na halos discussion. Kasi yari na. Sa chat room, sa informal discussion, sa mga EXECOM, natapos na yung decision. So sinasabi mo, wala na masyadong na-discuss. Maski sa point of view mo, kulang pa yung dapat i-discuss, pero tapos na. Is that what you're trying to say?
Hindi po kasi diretso. Tama po kayo, Mr.
Tama.
Chairman, sir.
Tama
Pero
nga.
not always, sir.
I'm
In
saying all the
fairness
time,
naman,
ano?
sir. Opo. Sir, yung isa pa po, at
General de Villa, I was told that you opposed the IRM yung implementation during the time when it was being discussed during the EXECOM. Totoo ba yan? May
Meron lang po
opposition ka sa implementation ng IRM?
Mr. Chairman, meron po kasi akong recommendation on the prioritization of areas na dapat bigyan. May proposition po ako, i-classify natin yung based on the number of COVID patients na incidents. And at that time, sir, ang epicenter po natin, sir, March and early April. And most of the April is NCR talaga, sir. Dito po marami tayo. Yung UPPGH, then RITM, San Lazaro, everything, Sir Reyes. Marami po tayong COVID patient dito, NKTI lang center. Being a medical doctor, sir, tinitingnan ko po, sir, yung incidents po talaga at saka yung deaths. Sinusundan ko po talaga yon. So, this is real. This is very dangerous. Itong COVID-19 po. And ang theory ko po na isa na sa sinabi po ni Sir Morales, yung close association ko, maybe my close association with number one po kay BM Alcabading, which is naging my friend na po. At nung active service pa po ako as a general, sir, in the AFP Health Service Command. Under ko po yung yung Western Mindanao Command in Zamboanga and the Camp Chudolo Bautista Hospital in Jolo. So pag nagpupunta po si Presidente Duterte po, nakakasama po ako nila Chief of Staff doon. Kasi nag-a-award po siya ng mga sugatang sundalo doon. There were some occasions, nakikita ko po si Sir Alcabading. So the next time that nagkita kami, nasa Philhealth na, retired na po ako. Siya naman po ay board member. So, si Sir Alcabading, siguro yung association ko doon, baka isa na rin po sa pinagdududahan sa akin. At lalo na po kay Colonel Laborte, at saka si former PNP Senior Inspector Attorney Torson Kit. Halos madalas kami po mag-breakfast doon sa office ko, nagkukwentuhan po. Yun po, siguro sila po ito ngayon nagsasabi ng mga ganyan. At ako po naman nasa opisina pa. I really siguro baka naman talagang doon ako pinagdudahan. Now yun po, nalungkot po ako. Ba't nila ako pagdududahan, no? So for me, sir,
General De Villa, bago lumayo
yes,
pa ako.
Mr. President. Apo.
I was just interested.
Apo.
Sinabi mo na General Morales told you that they do not trust you and therefore it's better for you to resign.
Wala naman, sir, in fairness to General Morales, wala naman po sinabi.
Oh yeah. Well,
Mr. President.
wala akong nakikita kay General Morales. Pero what we're overhearing here is that parang mas powerful yung executive committee kaysa kay General Morales. Hindi mali kung si General Morales nawala ng tiwala sa'yo, pero ba't EXECOM nawala ng tiwala sa'yo? Ano ngayon, di ba? Si General Morales dapat. Di ba? What do you think?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Pero sir, for me, sa tingin ko po nung anong yun, nung August 6 ng magang yun, it's an honorable thing for me to resign. And siyempre po, you're going to work with your colleagues, but apparently, may nagsabi na sa'yo, and no less than the President CEO, na yung ibang SVP may walang tiwala sa akin. So, yun po talagang ikinalungkot ko. And maybe it's time for me to go.
All right, thank you.
Opo.
All right. We will now recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros. Senator Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Salamat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fellow Senators, sa tingin ko po malinaw naman kung bakit nandito tayong lahat ngayon sa gitna ng dineklarang MECQ sa Metro Manila. We are here to clean up Philhealth. We're here to get to the bottom of serious, disgusting allegations of corruption. Personally, as sick and tired as I am of having to correct fake news from 4 years ago, linking me to Philhealth irregularities, I'm even more sick and tired of the fact that in the middle of the largest health crisis ever to hit our country, nobody is being held accountable for the largest amount of allegedly corrupted funds in Philhealth's history. Nung binabasa ko po yung transcript ng hearing natin last week, pati ang transcript po nung August 2019, parang valuable lang ang mga paratang na mga aligasyon na ito, Mindanao Mafia, ito, hindi. At tulad ni Senate President Pro Tempore, Sen. Ralph, gusto ko ring malaman hanggang saan ang involvement ni Secretary Duque. Why is the Health Secretary unscathed in all of this? Gayong since 2001, Secretary Duque has always had some connection to Philhealth. From 2001 to 2005 as its president, 2005 to 2009 as chairperson of the board, 2010 to 2017 as member of the board, and from 2017 to present again as chair of the board. It was during Sec Duque's term as Philhealth president that Plan 5 million was conceived. The distribution of free Philhealth cards to make up the shortfall of a certain candidate against then candidate Fernando Poe Jr. We also learned in the August 19 hearing that the mafia members circumvent reassignment by benefiting from the delayed decisions of the Civil Service Commission. Sino ang head ng CSC mula 2010 hanggang 2015? Si Sec Duque. Finally, according to the 2019 board meeting attendance of Philhealth, Sec Duque was present in 15 out of 18 meetings for last year. He was also allegedly informed about the Philhealth mafia by former President Ferrer. So he cannot feign ignorance. Tama na. Let's get to the bottom of this. If we want structural change, alugin natin. Expose the sacred cows, expose the conflicts, most of all, expose the backers. Noong August 2019, may 7 pinangalanan na Mindanao Group of Philhealth Mafia si former President Dr. Roy Ferrer at former board member Dr. Roberto Salvador. Last week, August 4, 2020, iba namang mga pangalan ang binanggit ni Mr. Alejandro Cabading noong hinimok siya ni Sen Bongo kung sino ba ang tinutukoy na mafia. So, Mr. Chairman, una kong tanong kay Attorney Keith. Attorney, isa-isahin ko po ngayon ang mga pangalan ng nabanggit na Mindanao Group of Philhealth Mafia at gusto ko pong sabihin nyo sa akin kung kilala mo sila at kung kino-confirm nyo bilang dating anti-fraud officer na sila nga ay bahagi ng mafia. Ang sabi po kasi ni board member Salvador, lahat daw ng nasa Philhealth alam na sila daw ang mafia. At lalo na siguro kayo na fraud o anti-fraud ang trabaho nyo.
Yes, ma'am.
Johan Paulo Perez. Member ba ng mafia?
Hindi ko masyadong kilala.
Di nyo masyadong kilala. Kali Kuzman Makabato.
Hindi ko siya masyadong kilala. Hindi ko pa siya namimit.
Hindi nyo pa namimit. William Chavez.
Hindi ko siya masyadong kilala.
Dennis Adre.
Sa Central Office. Si Dennis Adre, ma'am, hindi po siya member ng mafia, ma'am.
Hindi, isa siya sa pinangalanan ni dating President Ferrer at dating board member Salvador. Pero pag tinanong ko sa inyo, sila ba ay member ng mafia? Anong sagot nyo?
Hindi, ma'am. Sa akin yan, ma'am. Sa investigation ko ngayon, hindi, ma'am.
Sa investigation nyo, hindi. Si Dr. Miriam Grace Pamonag, siya ba ay member ng mafia?
Hindi ko siya namimit, ma'am.
Hindi nyo na-meet.
Yes, ma'am.
Masiding Alonto.
Hindi po siya member ng ma'am, ng Philhealth Mafia, ma'am. I met him,
Hindi
ma'am.
siya member. Hindi siya member ng mafia. Attorney Valerie Holiero.
Hindi po, ma'am.
Hindi. And Attorney Galicto.
Hindi ko pa siya namimit, ma'am.
Hindi nyo namimit. So sa mga pangalang ito, yung iba hindi nyo pa namimit, yung iba sinabi nyo hindi member ng mafia. Naimbestigahan nyo ba kahit sino sa kanila na pinangalan ng mafia noong 2019?
As of now, ma'am, wala silang capacity to steal. Wala silang capacity to steal. Wala silang, ma'am, wala silang pan dito sa central office.
So naimbestigahan nyo na sila at na-establish nyo na hindi sila member ng mafia ngayon kasi wala silang capacity magnakaw ngayon.
Wala po silang hinahawakan na office dito sa central office, ma'am, to steal money, ma'am. As of sa akin, ma'am, sa aking personal knowledge.
Sa inyo personally.
Yes, ma'am.
Pero naimbestigahan nyo ba yung alleged activities nila nung last year, 2019?
Hindi ko po na-investigahan.
Hindi nyo na-investigahan. Matanong ko naman po si Mr. Cabading. Bilang kayo po yung nagpangalan nung August 4, 2020 hearing namin, kayo po nagpangalan sa mga mafia. Ang mga nabanggit ko bang mga pangalan from August 2019 ay hindi miyembro ng mafia? Mr. Cabading, si Johan Paulo Perez po ba? Hindi ba siya member ng mafia?
No.
Oh, very categorical. Si Kali Kuzman Makabato.
No.
No. Si William Chavez.
No. Mr. President, no.
Dennis Adre.
Not Mr. Chair. No.
Hindi din. Dr. Miriam Grace Pamonag.
Not. Negative, Mr. Chair.
Negative. Si Masiding Alonto.
Negative.
Negative
Mr.
rin.
Chair.
Si Attorney Valerie Holiero.
No, for sure.
No. And for sure, and last but not the least, Attorney Galicto.
No, Mr.
Hindi
Chair.
rin. So, nagsinungaling si former President Ferrer. Nagsinungaling si dating board member Salvador sa pagpapangalanan sa kanila.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, what I understand are these are the people who actually brought the issue of corruption last year that led to the investigation in the Senate. And they were lumped up as the mafia. But in my definition, they are the modern day heroes mafia. And these are the guys who actually briefed me about the operation of Philhealth, specifically on the issue of the reason why we're there is to find out whether or not there is truth to the allegation of corruption. Lahat po ng mga information binibigay sa akin galing po sa kanila. These are the good guys around.
And so sa definition ninyo, nagsinungaling si former President Ferrer at sa definition ninyo, nagsinungaling si former board member Salvador sa pagpapangalan sa kanila bilang mafia members.
These are my understanding based on my personal engagement with this name supposed mafia.
So hindi totoo yung sinabi ni former President Ferrer at hindi totoo yung sinabi ni former board member Salvador.
Yes, I will just simply categorically say no, it's not. It's not.
It's not true. So they lied. They told a lie about these people. Sa definition nyo.
Yeah, personally my conviction is that would be my interpretation, Your Honor.
Salamat sa categorical na sagot. Ngayon, Mr. President, nandito ba ngayon kasama natin kahit sino dun sa pinangalanan na miyembro ng mafia list noong August 2019? Andito po ba sina Mr. Perez, Macabato, Chavez, Adre, Doktora Pamonag, Mr. Alonto, Attorney Holiero o Attorney Galicto? I don't hear any of them speaking up, so I presume wala po sila. Sana po, Mr. Chair, maimbita po sila sa susunod na pagdinig natin. Follow-up question, Mr. Kabading. So to confirm, yes, Mr. Chair.
Stop yung time kasi bilis maubos yung time nyo.
Yes,
Names that you were mentioning that we should invite.
yes po, Mr. Chair. Ito
The
po
ones that
yung,
you're asking Attorney Kate and Attorney Cavani.
yes, Mr. Chair. I-submit ko po yung mga pangalan nila.
Those are the whistleblowers last year.
Yes,
That's
Mr.
the
Chair.
reason, Ferrer was removed.
Yes.
Why do we need to
Yep.
invite them? We can just look at the records of their testimonies last year.
We could also do that, Mr. Chair, pero may mga particular follow-up questions ko sanang gustong itanong sa kanila kung maaaring maimbita po ng Committee of the Whole. I'll leave it to the discretion of the Chair, of course, but I am requesting it of the Committee of the Whole.
Consider.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Kabading, to confirm, lahat po ng mga impormasyon na ine-expose nyo now sa Committee of the Whole at sa publiko ay galing sa mga tao na dati in-identify na Mindanao Mafia kuno, in-identify noong 2019. Galing po sa kanila itong mga impormasyon. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Kabading.
Mostly, Your Honor.
Mostly.
Mostly. The IT part, that was my part. But I already have about this allegation about IT. But it was personal knowledge on the IT part last December when it was sought to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kabading. And na-appreciate po ng Committee of the Whole yung dagdag na impormasyong iyon tungkol sa IT part. Ngayon po, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang tanungin kung yung mga pinangalanan na sa mafia list ng August 2020 ay nandirito. I believe yung si SVP Rodolfo Del Rosario is still here. And nakita ko kanina si SVP Dennis Mas. Andito rin po ba si SVP Renato Limsiaco?
Nandito po.
Andito kayo, sir. And nandito po ba si Corporate Secretary Jonathan Mangawang?
Dito po, ma'am.
Nandito, salamat. All right, I have some questions for all of you. Kahit tanungin ko ang tig-isa sa inyo sa bawat tanong, just to get a sense from the four of you, no, kung ano yung isasagot nyo sa aming Committee of the Whole. Tanungin ko muna si SVP Del Rosario. Ngayon, kayo naman po, SVP, ang tatanungin ko. Sino po yung sinasabing mafia?
Afternoon. Sinasabing mafia nino po. Kasi magkakaibang versions po yung
Kaya nga po, so sino, kung tatanungin ko kayo, sino po yung mafia?
Yung word na mafia po ay hindi po galing sa Philhealth. Ito po ay galing kay General Renato Acop. No? He mentioned it during the July 2, 2018 committee hearing of the Committee on Health in the House of Representatives. That was my first day at the legal sector. Wala po pasok sa Pasig noon, Pasig Day. So we were physically present in the House of Representatives. And the good general told us that there is a mafia operating at Philhealth. So at sabi niya, marami diyang mga cases that has been pending for years. So yun po ang reason kaya po kami nag-inventaryo ng mga kaso sa Philhealth.
And I'm sure, SVP, kung may ginamit na ganong kaseryosong term si Rep. Acop, he would have good reasons of his own. I presume that even without asking him now, dahil siya po yung naging boss nung late husband ko na naging PNP officer din noon. Pero yun na nga, kung kayo po yung tatanungin ko, kayo po SVP Del Rosario, hindi po si Rep. Acop. Sino po ang mafia? Or kahit hindi natin gamitin yung terminong yon, sino po yung grupo sa loob na merong improper, sobrang impluensya sa loob ng Philhealth at nagiging ugat, nagpapatakbo ngayon nitong mga sinasabing katiwalian?
The people that were named by Dr. Roy Ferrer, sila po yung nung nag-inventaryo po kami ng mga cases, there were cases pending against them that has remained unacted for the longest time. That I was also told by General Acop na may problema din sa legal. So I also conducted the inventory of cases sa legal. At nakita ko nga doon, there were around 3,000 cases that were archived, no? So ayun po yung naging resulta po ng aming initial investigation. So we forwarded this report to the Philhealth Board of Directors, and the Philhealth Board of Directors decided on the pending investigations. And that's the reason why several administrative charges were filed.
Well, SVP, parang nasa Alice in Wonderland na tayo, curiouser and curiouser. Kasi sinasabi nyo ngayon sa Committee of the Whole, mafia, yung kasasabi lang na good guys at saka yung heroes, no? Crusaders. Okay, tanungin ko naman kay SVP Dennis Mas. Bakit sa tingin ninyo kayo pinangalanan? Kung sinasabi ninyo na wala naman kayong kasalanan, SVP Mas, anong dahilan?
Well, isip nga ako bakit ako nasama dyan eh.
Ba't kayo pinangalanan na kayo daw yung mafia? Kahit sinasabi nyo wala namang kayong kasalanan.
Una-una yung mga yan, wala naman yan sa task ko, yung mga procurement ng IT, yung mga issues sa financial statements. Hindi ko rin alam kung bakit ko na pangalanan.
SVP Mas, medyo hindi ko marinig yung sagot nyo. Pero are you saying na may mga issue na talagang magigive rise sa pagdududa kaya kayo inaakusahan na mafia?
Ay, hindi naman.
Hindi. Okay, kasi hindi ko marinig mabuti yung sagot nyo eh.
Mga understanding, may mga misunderstanding, pero I don't think na may mga mafia na yan. Kaya kailangan natin i-professionalize yung ating office and then mag-embark na tayo sa reorganization para itama, dapat itama, no? Sa proseso, sa organization, and then kasama na rin doon yung pag-improve no, ng relationship ng mga tao.
Although I have to say, sa takbo nitong pagdinig namin so far, second day, this goes way beyond misunderstanding. At kaya, ayun, lumalabas, nag-aakusahan ang iba't ibang grupo. Hindi lang iisa pala yung kailangan naming ibunyag. Maybe there's more than one. Tanungin ko po si SVP Limsiaco, meron po bang dahilan yung mga nag-aakusa sa inyo na kayo daw yung mafia, dahilan para gumawa ng akusasyon laban sa inyo?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, mayong hapon, Senadora.
Mayong hapon, man.
Hindi ko maintindihan kung saan nanggagaling ang galit nila sa akin kung bakit ako ay tinawag na mafia.
Okay, well, kung hindi nyo alam, yun yung gusto naming alamin dito sa Senate Committee of the Whole. Kaya ako kayo tinatanong. Last for this question kay Corporate Secretary Mangawang. Corsec, kayo naman po ang aking tatanungin. Sino ang mafia?
I would rather give presumption of regularity in the performance of all officers of Philhealth. So, otherwise, Madam Senator, Mr. President, I cannot name anyone.
Sorry, hindi ko rin kayo marinig mabuti. But again, this goes way beyond presumption of regularity. No? Ganitong kaseryosong mga aligasyon. At ngayon, nag-aakusahan ng iba't ibang mga grupo ng dapat mga responsableng opisyal sa loob ng Philhealth. So, wala kayong itutukoy sa amin na mafia, Corsec Mangawang?
Wala po, Madam Senator.
Wala. Alright. Kami na lang po ang magtukoy kung sino ba talaga ang mafia or mga mafia na iyan. President Morales, PCEO Morales, kung maaari po kayong matanong. Nandito po ba kayo? Mr. Chair, nandito pa po ba si...
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Salamat. Okay, salamat, President.
We give you an extension for 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. PCO Morales, do you still maintain that there is a group of people called the Mindanao Group? Paalala po, you disclosed this to us during the August 2019 hearing. Noong pong PhilHealth President pa lamang kayo for 6 weeks. Sabi niyo po noon, and I quote, Yes, there were 3 senior vice presidents, original vice presidents, who were resisting rotation, and they comprised the Mindanao group. I don't know their names, but they said they were regional vice presidents from the Mindanao group. Sino po sila, President?
Yeah, but if I remember right, ma'am, because at that time, to me, it was hearsay. I did not know them personally.
Mhm.
I think they were Dato Masinding Alonto, who is now the regional vice president of Region 10, and then Dennis Adre, and I'm not sure who the other one was, but I'll try to recollect.
All right, President. For this round, one more question for you. Ngayong presidente na kayo for more than a year, baka kaya mo na kaming dito sa Committee of the Whole bigyan ng latag, no? Sino-sino ba talaga ang may inordinate, yung hindi tamang impluwensya sa loob ng PhilHealth?
That would be difficult to pinpoint, ma'am, because our regional vice presidents are more or less independent. They have a lot of flexibility within their regions.
I understand that, President. I'm not talking about mga RVP na nagtatrabaho ng maayos. Pero ito pa rin pagtukoy ng mga may group, may mafia, so-called, na labas pa sa regular structure ng PhilHealth. Pero sila ang, in effect, nagdidikta sa takbo ng PhilHealth sa halip na yung proper leadership structure, national at regional sa PhilHealth.
Okay. At least 2, ma'am, si Alonto and Macabato, because I could not move them.
All right, Mr. President. Babalikan ko na lang po yung ibang follow-up questions sa inyo sa next round. Salamat. Mr. President, at this point, gusto ko lang bigyang diing lastly, something I raised at the beginning, no? Si Sec Duque po, ang tanging may institutional memory sa liderato ng PhilHealth. Hindi na lumabas sa Board of Directors si Sec Duque since 2001, liban sa isang taon, no? 2016. So, halos 2 dekada din. So, hanggang saan ang involvement at knowledge ni Sec Duque sa mga problemang ito sa loob ng PhilHealth? Sa tingin ko, dapat hindi tahimik si Sec Duque dito. Bilyong-bilyong piso at sa tingin ko ay systematic na nga ang pangungurakot sa loob ng PhilHealth. Dito posible kung walang mafia o grupo, mga mafia o mga grupo sa loob. At hindi rin to posible kung walang mga backer. Para finally malinis natin ang ahensya, dapat matuntun na natin at mabuwag ang mga grupo o mafia, ano pang pangalan niyan sa loob. So that's all for now. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you. Well, you were saying Secretary Duque was in the PhilHealth for how long?
2 decades, Mr. President, mula 2001. Kaya I'm really hoping makadalo sila sa susunod na hearing. Opo.
Until?
Mr. President, hanggang sa ngayon, 20 years uninterrupted except po for year 2016.
All right. So you were together. You worked together. You were there in PhilHealth, di ba?
Yes, Mr. President. Nandun ako mula November 2014 hanggang October 2015. And before me, during the 11 months nandun ako, lampas sa akin, andun si Sec Duque in different capacities.
Okay, thank you. Senator
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Villanueva, you're next. We have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. At the outset, let me just put on record ang ating taus-pusong pasasalamat sa mga PhilHealth workers na mga nakakausap natin at nagsusumbong sa atin, nagbibigay ng mga impormasyon at gusto ko banggitin yung halos lahat sinasabi nila na mas marami pa rin na PhilHealth workers ang matitino at galit sa korupsyon. Mr. President, the allegations of corruption in PhilHealth ay worse pa than COVID-19. Alam niyo kung bakit? Because it's more virulent, Mr. President. Ang dami pong nahawahan. At kanina, halos left and right yung sinasabing mafia. Bumabaha na pala ng mafia. Ngayon lang totally dumagundong sa apat na sulok ng ating bansa. Hindi lang po mga opisyal ng PhilHealth, kundi pati yung kanilang proseso, kanilang sistema, tulad ng interim reimbursement mechanism, provisional accreditation, etc. At ang problema po, Ginoong Pangulo, parang asintomatiko. Alam na nila na may irregularidad, alam nilang may mafia, alam nilang may inefficiency, alam naman nila na may favoritism, pero parang wala po silang nararamdaman. Ito yung nakakalungkot po at ang resulta ay kawalan ng sense of urgency. Binanggit kanina ng mismong chair ng COA, si Chairman Aguinaldo, na siya mismo have serious reservations doon po sa IRM. Si Commissioner ng PACC, Commissioner Belica, made mention na tila baga at mukhang klaro sa atin na sila-sila na lamang po yung nagkakaintindihan at sila-sila lamang po yung sumasang-ayon sa isa't isa. Having said that, Mr. President, I will try to keep short my questioning. And last week po, doon sa ating pagdinig, binanggit po yung dalawang existing payment mechanisms ng PhilHealth. Ito yung regular payment of claims at itong IRM. Itong IRM, gusto ko pang pagdiinan ng pansin dahil napakadami hong complaints na natatanggap ng ating opisina. And last week, Mr. President, PhilHealth also informed us that it has released 14.9 billion pesos to various healthcare facilities under its interim reimbursement mechanism. Matanong ko lang po si General Morales, based ho kasi doon sa report ng PhilHealth, doon sa payment to hospitals at yung huling report po nila nung inanex po doon sa 7th Bayanihan Report, yung following freestanding dialysis clinics benefited from the IRM. No? Ito, may table po ako dito and I'd like the Secretariat to show the table. Dito po, may papakita natin itong mga freestanding dialysis clinics. No? Mula po dyan sa, ayan, sikat na itong B. Brown Avitum na sinasabi nila na ng mga ilang officials na hindi paborito, pero baka pagkatapos po itong aking questioning, magbago na po ang isip ng ating mga officials sa PhilHealth at talagang makitang merong kahinahinala po dito dahil kung hindi, nakakalungkot po, no? Ang tanong po natin, General Morales, how much is the pending claims under PhilHealth's regular payment of claims dito po sa mga freestanding dialysis clinics?
I don't have, wala akong exact data ngayon pero mabibigay ho namin sa inyo yan. Yung mga freestanding dialysis clinics. Kung mapapansin nyo ho, ito mga dialysis clinics na to, nakalocate sila sa NCR, merong isang Benguet. Pero ito ho yung mga high COVID affected areas. Ito ho yung isang dahilan kung bakit kahit hindi sila ho COVID service ang binibigay, nasasakupan ho sila nung pandemic na sinasabi sa Bayanihan Law. So,
gusto ko po, opo, General Morales, gusto ko pong tignan ninyo itong B. Brown Avitum, no? Ayan po, yung una sa Benguet, sa NCR, meron sa Quezon City, dalawa, and then sa Maynila, meron din pong dalawa. Pakita nyo po dun sa kabilang slide. Mapapansin po ninyo, ang IRM limit, gusto ko hong itanong, no? Yung IRM limit, paano po nako-compute itong IRM limit? At pag tinignan nyo po ito, sa B. Brown na lang po yung tignan natin. Yung saktong IRM limit, yun din po yung nare-release. Gusto kong maintindihan, paano po ito?
Yung IRM limit ho ay base sa 90-day historical claim ng clinic. So itong halimbawa ho, itong sa Benguet, itong 11,375,000 niya. Yan ho yung equivalent sa 90-day claim niya nung lumipas na taon. So kaya ho may mga limit yan para hanggang doon lang ho ang pwedeng i-claim ng mga clinic. Meron din ho mga clinic na hindi ho sinagad yung kanilang IRM at meron din ho mga clinic at sa mga hospital na hindi rin ho nag-avail ng IRM.
Uulitin ko po yung tanong ko, General Morales, paano po nako-compute yung IRM limit? Yung sinasabi niyo pong hindi sinagad, kayo po yung nagre-release eh.
Opo, kami po nagre-release. ang pag-compute, titignan ho natin yung kanilang claims last year, yung claims record nila, divided by, sa tingin ko, 365 days, tapos times 90, yun ho yung entitlement nila sa IRM.
Okay, tingnan po natin ulit itong B Brown, no? Yung B Brown, lahat po ng IRM limit niya, yung limit niya, yun din po yung release. Hindi ko na po babanggitin yung binanggit na ni Senator Lacson. Yung for example, dito sa B Brown Abitum, dito sa NCR, 2nd District, 8,946,000, tsaka 5,302,000. Ang MOA received April 22, pero in May 8, na-release na po kagad. Ilan yung na-release? Kung ilan yung IRM limit, na-release po lahat. Now, let me go forward, Mr. President, no? Ang gusto nating i-point out dito, and kanina binanggit ni Commissioner Bellica, it appears na walang validation ng mechanism, no? Itong IRM, puntahan po natin yung next slide, no? And my question is, what explains the fact that all of the freestanding dialysis receive 100% of their IRM limit, whereas this is not the case for a number of hospitals. Ito yung mga hospitals. Ito pong mga hospitals na ito ay COVID-referred hospitals. Yung kaninang listahan na 100% na nire-release yung pong IRM limit, hindi po COVID referral hospitals. Bago yan, no? Bago yan, dun sa slide, pakita lang natin kung gaano kadami itong mga ospital na ito, please. Mula po dyan sa Batangas Medical Center, Cagayan Valley Medical Center, sa Region 2, sa Isabela, sa Bawan. Pakita lang po natin sa slide, please. Yan po, yung 4th slide. Ayan po, General Morales. Lahat po yan, hindi nakatanggap ng IRM limit nila. Pero yan, yung mga nangangailangan, kasi may pandemya eh. COVID-referred hospitals po yan. Now, let me go doon sa 3 hospital na lang. Tignan po natin yung 3 hospital. Ito po, yung Batangas Medical Center. Baka magalit si Brad Ralph dito. Yung pong IRM limit niya is 100 plus million. Pero ang release, 50 million lang. 50.6%. Yung sa Balayan, ang IRM limit, 12 million lang. Pero ang nirelease, 6 million lang. Sa Lipa Medical Center, I think this is in Batangas also, ganun din po, no? Tapos meron pa akong isa doon sa Isabela eh. Southern Isabela Medical Center. 51 million lang po ang nirelease, not even half of the IRM limit. So again, usual po ba ito, General Morales?
Yung pong kanilang kukunin na IRM, depende ho yan sa i-apply ng hospital. Ang binibigay namin sa kanila yung limit, pero nasa kanila na ho kung gusto nilang sagarin, or in this case ho, mukhang hindi ho nila sinagad. So, nasa diskarte ho ng hospital yan kung sasagarin nila yung IRM or hindi.
If I'm the hospital, General Morales, syempre gusto ko sagadin. I'm sure yun ang gusto nila, no? But if I may ask sila, Attorney Kit, what can you say about this? If I recall, Attorney Kit, you made mention in the past that sa paggamit nitong IRM, you should have a pending claims first to be eligible dito sa IRM. And the current IRM that na pinapatupad ng Philhealth does not require it anymore. Is this correct? So parang lumalabas po kasi parang cash advance na lang po ito, purely cash advance.
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator. Para po kasing pinamimigay na lang nila yung pera dyan, sir. Kasi yun nga po, sir, wala nang sabi nila deferred. Saka optional. Saka po, sir, makikita nyo dyan, sir, yung may favoritism. Ang po kasi, ang pera po kasi ng gobyerno, sir, tinitipid talaga yan para, inaayos talaga para mapunta sa dapat mapuntahan. Ngayon po, sir, kung yung ganyan po, sir, yung i-malverse mo, i-embezzle mo, mas appropriate mo sa isang purpose, that is already a crime, sir. Because there will be an undue injury to the government, which is defined by the Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, Republic Act 3019, paragraph 3E, sir. So nagkaroon na po ng undue injury dyan, sir, kasi yung mga ibang nangangailangan, wala silang magamit na pera. Yung mga hindi nangangailangan,
ang dami nilang pera. So there is a undue injury to the government, sir. Which can amount also to plunder na yan, sir, kasi napakalaking pera, more than 50 million, sir, billions po yan, sir. 14.9 billion, sir, na parang hindi siya mismanaged. It is deliberately nilagay-lagay dyan dahil for some purpose. Thank you, Senator, sir.
Thank you, no. Pag tinignan mo itong mga facilities, itong mga ospital, puro mga COVID-referred hospitals ito, pero hindi maibigay yung IRM limit. So, pag tinignan nyo po ito, sa aking initial na pagtingin, usually parang 60 to 70% lang yung nire-release. Pero surprisingly, yung mga paborito, yung mga pinagpala, 100%. Hindi ho ba ito red flag na, Attorney Kit?
Yes, sir. That is red flag na po yun, sir. Kasi nagkakaroon na po siya ng undue injury to the government. Yung pera ng tao na ipinagkatiwala sa gobyerno napupunta sa ibang pamamaraan. Nawawalan po yung nangangailangan, napupunta lang po doon sa hindi nangangailangan na nagkakaroon sa ng spillages. Yun po yun, sir. Salamat po, sir.
Thank you. Ginoong Pangulo, no, I just want to put this on record. Kasi yung IRM o Interim Reimbursement Mechanism po ng Philhealth ngayon, sa totoo lang, ang tingin po natin dito inequitable reimbursement mechanism. Paano pong hindi ginagamit po itong IRM para sa mga pinagpalang clinics o favored clinics ng Philhealth. And the numbers would speak for themselves, no? Yung freestanding dialysis clinics, ang releases ay 100% ng kanilang IRM limit. Samantalang ito po, napakaraming ospital, 60, 70% lang ang limit nila na inire-release. Now, let me go forward, Mr. President. No? Tungkol naman po dito sa provisional accreditation. May data po.
If you don't mind, Mr. Ragas is Pargas is asking for the floor to answer you.
Okay. I will yield, Mr. President. Thank you.
Billion Rebay. I think po, doon lang sa mga na-list yata na 50%. Because that time there was a released IRM for the hospitals in Batangas because of the Taal. That's why po during yung pong dun sa part ng pandemic na release for the IRM for another fortuitous event, hindi na po buo yun na ibigay. That's as far as I can remember. But I will check on that po. Because if we remember po, there was an board resolution also for the Taal IRM, and hospitals are covered then by the IRM for Taal. But
Your Honor, you don't think something's not right para ibigay yung 100% limit nitong mga freestanding dialysis clinics, tapos yung mga COVID referral hospitals hindi maibigay?
Mr. President,
There's nothing wrong with that?
with the permission of Senator Joel.
Yes, I will yield, Senator Lacson, please.
Yung sinasabi ni your SVP Pargas, okay, nag-release sila para sa Taal, and that was covered by another circular, IRM. Okay. So ang nangyari rito, nung nagkaroon ng pandemic, kasi yung na-release na 50%, 62%, intended yon para sa Taal, fortuitous event. Ang nangyari, nung nagkaroon ng pandemic, dinidak nila yung na-release na for Taal, which I think is wrong because COVID-19 is a separate IRM. It is covered by another circular, 007. Yung sa Taal, yung ba yung 2496, yung sa Taal?
Yes, I think the 2496, Mr. President,
Yes.
Senator Lacson,
Kaya
it is a board resolution which covers for the Taal and at the same time.
So
for
why
the
would you deduct? But you i-charge yung sa Taal, na pandemic din yung mga taga Batangas. Dapat start from zero yon as far as IRM for COVID-19 is concerned.
Mr. President, Senator Lacson, as I've said, sir, I will check on the records why it's 50%, but I think because of the time there was this IRM for Taal. I will check lang po kung if it was deducted or it was recommended then by the region.
Yeah, yung kasi yung reklamo ng particularly yung Lipa Medical Center. Bakit daw babawasin sa kanila yung na-i-release for Taal samantalang iba namang sabihin na natin quote-unquote fortuitous event, yung COVID-19. Dapat start from zero ulit sila. Thank you, Senator Villanueva.
Senator Lacson,
Go ahead. In response.
Thank you very much, sir. Sorry, sir. Sir, I am from Benguet, sir, and I've never heard of a B. Brown, a Bitom. I've never heard that, sir. And then there are many people who are messaging me. Kaya pala wala kami yung mga hinihingi namin sa Philhealth, hindi pa naibibigay, kaya ganyan kasi ang nangyari. Hindi po kilala po yung B. Brown na yun, sir. Saka lahat ng mga nagpapa-hospital doon, it's either Baguio General Hospital or Benguet General Hospital or Pine City. Doon lang po sila nagpupunta, sir. Hindi po yung B. Brown na yan, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes. If there is no SEC registration, how do we find out who are the people behind this B. Brown? Sino ang kausap ng PhilHealth dyan? B. Brown. No registration, no incorporators. All right. Yes,
I mean,
Attorney
sir.
Calisario.
Mr. President. We will check with the regional office concerned, Mr. President.
Sir,
All right.
if I
Very
may,
good.
sir.
Attorney Get, yes.
I've been investigating B. Brown, sir, and then I have a conclusion, sir, that it might be owned by Attorney Jojo Del Rosario, sir, because this is in relation to the Balanga Bank case, sir. The Balanga Bank case, sir, because you have been going to Balanga, sir. I have been traveling there for many times, sir. So I have been trying to follow up about this B. Brown, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
And the Balanga online payment, hanggang ngayon, mystery.
Yes, sir. It's
Walang
mystery,
closure.
sir. How will you pay? Some PhilHealth will pay to a bank. There's no demand. There's nothing, sir. They just
Because-
sent the money to Balanga Bank, sir.
Because the account number, yung 11 transactions, to just one account number, it belongs to B. Brown.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. The owner, sir, is still a mystery, sir. It is still a mystery, sir.
Sa record, we'll show you. Paki-plus mo sa screen yung record na kuha natin. It's all B. Brown.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
And yung yung 9.7 million na na-remit through Balanga Rural Bank. Merong record diyan, may account number. Ayan. Ito yung deposits made to the Balanga Rural Bank. As you can see, there are 11 deposits made on different dates, including different, ayan. That's just one account number. Ang HCI name attributed, healthcare institution na pangalan, B. Brown. Different amounts.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
This is a record eh.
Yes, sir.
All right. The Secretariat is directed to the Sergeant at Arms to find out who's behind B. Brown. For a full investigation. All right. Go ahead. Senator Villanueva.
thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, kung hindi pa rin po kayo nako-convince na merong favoritism at walang kalokohan na nangyayari dito, talagang mahirap po gisingin yung mga nagtutulog-tulugan. Bago lang ho ako pumunta, I was supposed to be asking about provisional accreditation, but I remember si Attorney Del Rosario made a statement na proactive sila, mahigpit sila, and kanina he made mention na itong B. Brown merong mga legal cases. If I'm not mistaken, binanggit niya po kanina yun, no? Kahit na 7 oras na po ako nandito sa computer, alam ko, binanggit po niyo na merong legal cases. Pero again, kung merong legal cases itong B. Brown, imagine po ninyo, yung IRM limit nila, million, halos 50 million na po itong nakikita ko, nire-release 100%. Hindi ko alam, Mr. President, kung magdududa pa tayo na merong favoritism dito. Siguro, gusto ko lang matanong, bakit ganon? Meron palang legal cases, pero ang bilis, wala pang 1 linggo, halos 1 linggo. Pagka-receive ng MOA, meron na kagad release, 100%. Hindi ba kahina-hinala po yun, Attorney Del Rosario?
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just react on the preposterous allegation again by Mr. Torson that I'm the owner of Pibron. I categorically deny that I have any interest in any dialysis center or any healthcare provider for that matter. And this is one of the lies of Attorney Torson, and I hope that he will face the consequences if he cannot prove this allegation, if this allegation proves to be a lie and so untrue. To address your concern, Sir Joel, yung ano ulit yung bakit
Binanggit
mabilis
niyo,
yung Pibron? Bakit mabilis yung Pibron? We will, as I've said earlier, kailangan pong check yan kung bakit at ano yung reason yan.
no,
No?
sir,
Hindi po dumadaan.
I want to remind you what you mentioned kanina. There are legal concerns, may
Legal,
legal
yes, yes.
problem. So
Yes,
bakit
yes,
na-release ka agad
yes.
dyan? Bakit
Meron pong
bilis na
kaso
na-release?
po, Mr.
100%.
Sorry.
Sige po.
There are several cases that have been filed against Pibron. We will submit to this committee the status of those cases. And we will also submit the investigation report regarding the Balanga bank that I'm being accused again by Attorney Kit, being maybe that the account belongs to me. So we will submit the investigation report. During the course of this investigation, I was on leave because they are saying that I might destroy the evidence. So I was on leave for quite some time. Anyways, doon po sa bakit siya nabigyan kahit na meron siyang kaso, yan po ay decision ng management. Hindi po yan decision ng legal. Ayan po ay yung mga polisiya po natin ay Philhealth Board. No, so kung paano yung prioritization yan, that should be answered by those who processed and approved such IRM. What is the basis of what is the criteria in the selection of, in the prioritization of the IRM funds? We will submit to you the documents kung sino-sino po ang nakapirma, following up
Yung fund management sector ni Renel Lim Xiaopo.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yan
President.
yung kanyang jurisdiction eh. But anyway, Mr. President, may we request Commissioner Belica? I understand there's a task force na yung PACC is also a member. Now, we can easily get the details of this account. There's an account number, there's an account name under HCI, Healthcare Institution, na B. Brown. Ang ombudsman po, empowered sila under the law to coordinate with any agency of government, including the AMLAC. So probably, you can make representation with ombudsman to dig deeper into the details of the account. Bibigay po namin sa inyo yung account number, identify naman yung bangko, and let's confirm kung Bibron talaga yung account name. But at least there's an account number. Kasi nilabanan ito ng Balanga Rural Bank, ayaw nilang i-release talaga. In spite of representations made by Philhealth, sabi nila, teka muna, may inconvenience spirito in the amount of 49,000 plus pesos. So napilitan ngayon, as per reports that we received, na mag-abono yung some personnel. This is to be confirmed, no? Hindi validated. But ang report, merong personnel from Philhealth na nag-abono ng sariling pera. And, you know, I don't know if this is authorized or this is legal, na yung government transaction may mag-aabono na personal money para lang ma-release the amount is 9.7 million. So, sana abutin ng inyong investigation po.
Yes, Your Honor, gagawin po namin kagad yan. I'm instructing my staff to do accordingly right now.
Yes.
And with the permission of the Senate President, we'll provide you with all the documents that we have, you know, that have been submitted to us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Lacson is correct. The Ombudsman is empowered to authorize the Anti-Money Laundering Council to open any bank accounts, especially of dubious nature. Anyway, if Senator Villanueva is true, it's more than 10 minutes already, but just again, another unsolicited advice from the chair to our resource person. You know, the best thing about telling the truth is you don't have to remember what you said. All right, Senator Villanueva, are you done? I can give
Just
an
two more.
extension.
Please, thank you.
One
Thank you,
minute.
Mr. President. Thank you very much. Mr. President, let me ask SVP Pargas. about basis for COVID-19 packages. I remember last week I raised this question. I asked about the average hospital bill of a COVID patient, and unfortunately hindi po tayo nabigyan ng klarong sagot dito. Now, I want to ask Mr. President a related question. How did you come up with the amount of COVID-19 benefits package, which provides a benefit ranging from 43,997, I think this is for mild cases, up to, yung range po up to 786,384 sa critical. I wanted to know the basis.
Yes, Mr.
Go ahead, Mr. Vargas.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Villanueva. Yes po. The principles po applied in the costing, we were able to cost amount of case payments for the inpatient. We have the full economic cost. We also base this on the standards of care during the time, especially we know that the clinical guidelines and protocols are still evolving. Our cost recovery, market fees, and charges, and of course some of the quality of care as an input. What we did po was we asked from the itemized billing charges of the hospitals. Sila po yung naging source of the data natin, and that would include of course all the accommodation, all the drugs and medicine supplies and everything po, and it was done through cost estimates, and we were helped here by a third party, the Palladium of the USAID. So sila po yung nag-cost at saka po nag-compute on this.
Okay, so hindi ba ganun kalawak yung 43,000 to 786? Hindi ho na masyadong malawak yung range.
Actually, sir, that's why even when the board actually approved these packages, we were also instructed to do revisions. And so,
Okay.
technically po, ito po ay hindi ko po masasabi na ganun kalawak siya because gaya po na ng binanggit ko, the inputs here are really coming from the costs
Sige.
of the hospitals po.
Sige, gusto ko lang i-clarify yung before May, April 14, libre ka. Pero after, dito na pumapasok itong range na ito. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Thank you.
Senator
Thank you. Last question ko na lang tungkol dito sa community isolation package. Sa ngayon po, how many community isolation units are accredited by Philhealth?
Mr. President, Senator Joel, 98 po.
98?
Yes po, as of today.
As of today. Kasi yung huli po na binigay sa akin, 38 lang. Hindi ko alam kung kailan po ito. But may we know what is the basis for PhilHealth Community Isolation Package amounting also to 22,449?
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, Senator Villanueva, it would include po kasi the 14-day quarantine. Kasama din po dyan yung pong board, room and board, the food, the hygiene kit, the information campaign, all the drugs and medicines as identified in the DOH guidelines for the community isolation units, and all the services po provided. So it was also...
So it's like a one size fits all kasi dun sa unang binigay sa atin noong unang report sa atin, 38 lang po itong CIUs. Can we just show the table please, Secretariat's office? Kasi 38 lang po ito, and pag tinignan nyo po, pare-pareho. So kung ang region mo nandun ka sa BARM for instance, tapos sa NCR, pareho lang yung reimbursement rate. Ganun po ba yun? Just to be clarified.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Villanueva. Opo, because again, this is a package being paid to per person basis as confined or admitted or isolated in a community isolation units.
Okay.
We can update po on the number and addresses of the accredited community isolation units as of...
Yes, please. Kasi as of July 10 pa ho yan. And napapansin nyo, 13 out of 38 CIUs are in Eastern Visayas. Pero yung BARM, isa lang, Zamboanga, isa lang. So, gusto lang ho natin makita. Well, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, and I
Mr.
just
President,
wanted to
Senator
put
Villanueva.
on record just wanted to put on record yung sinabi ni Dr. Robert Klitgard, no? Yung bakit nga ba may corruption? Yung formula is corruption equals monopoly plus discretion minus accountability. Kung hindi po malakas ang loob ng ating mga whistleblowers, maaaring hindi na tayo humantong sa ganito. Kaya sana patuloy silang magkaroon ng lakas ng loob at tapang at mas marami ho silang kakampi, lalo na dito sa Senado. At dapat bawasan na rin po yung control and discretionary powers ng mga opisyal ng Philhealth para hindi po mangyari ito at dapat maglagay din ng maraming mata. Agree po ako doon sa binanggit ng ilan nating mga kasamahan. Increase the number of auditors, in-house ombudsman para masigurong may sumusubaybay at may nagbabantay sa Philhealth. At higit sa lahat po yung dagdag pa o dagdagan pa yung pananagutan ng mga nakaupo o opisyales ng ating pamahalaan. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat sa ating mga research persons at sa ating mga kasamahan sa Senado. Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. President, Senator Villanueva, just to clarify lang po, as of July 29, we already have 152 pala po. We have the stats and we will provide this to the Senate.
Thank you.
152.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Christopher Bongo is next. Senator Bong, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Magandang araw po sa lahat. Itong PhilHealth issues na pinag-usapan natin dito ay parang isang sakit. Totoo naman ang korupsyon at walang pakundangang pagnanakaw mula sa kaban ng bayan ay talaga namang sakit ng lipunan. Kagaya ng lahat ng sakit, dalawang dapat nating gawin. Curative and preventive measures. Una, kailangan itong gamutin, kailangan ng curative measures. Kaya po nag-utos ng ating Pangulo na si Presidente Duterte na bumuo ng task force. Hindi po lingid sa ating Pangulo ang mga aligasyon ng katiwalian sa PhilHealth. Alam naman po nating lahat at patuloy ko pong sinasabi na dapat walang masayang ni isang sentimo sa kaban ng bayan. Itong task force na ito, whole of government po ang approach dahil nandito na po ang Department of Justice, ang NBI, ang PACC, ang ating Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission, with the support from the Office of the Ombudsman, Commission on Audit at iba pa. Public office is a public trust. Walang puwang sa administrasyon na ito ang mga corrupt at mga magnanakaw. We expect this task force to initiate through investigation, conduct audit, and lifestyle checks, recommend suspensions, prosecute, and file cases at even dismissal po, and ensure that those accountable to be put in jail. At nabanggit po ng Pangulo na talagang yayariin daw niya kayo. Nabanggit niya yan kagabi. Alam kong nabibigyan na tayong lahat sa walang katapusang alleged corruption sa PhilHealth. Dapat po ay masuspindi na ang dapat masuspindi para hindi na po maka-impluwensa at lifestyle check rin po. Pero hindi po dito nagtatapos ang paggamot na gagawin natin. Kailangan na rin natin gumawa ng mga hakbang para magkaroon ng vaccine. In other words, kailangan ng preventive measures para hindi na ito mangyari pang muli. Isa na po rito ang transition natin sa e-governance to minimize red tape and eliminate corruption. While your efforts to initiate IT reforms are commendable, kailangan ring siguraduhin natin na that the transition itself is free from corruption. Dahil kung magiging successful ang inyong initiative, magiging best practice ang tawag dyan at gagayahin ng ibang ahensya sa pag-transition to e-governance. Pero kung sablay naman yan at nababalot ng corruption, imbis na maging best practice kayo, magiging test case lang kayo ng task force laban sa systematic corruption. Anyway, having said that, let me ask some questions to General Morales. May pangako ba ninyo sa amin at sa buong sambayanan na makikipag-cooperate kayo sa investigasyon ng gagawin ng task force na ito?
Opo, magko-cooperate ho kami. Asa nakita niyo naman, halos lahat ho ng mga datos na ginagamit ng mga senador ngayon, galing ho sa Philhealth yan. Papatuloy ho kami magbibigay ng mga kailangan yung informasyon sa Philhealth. At open din ho kami sa lifestyle check at sa kung anumang investigasyon ang gagawin ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno.
At kapag meron tayong allegation ng corruption against a particular official, pwede bang preventive suspension? Wala bang way for the health board to suspend the people suspected of committing fraud? Kung meron, bakit hindi ginawa ito? Meron bang hindrance? Is it the law? Kung batas ba, dapat natin itong ayusin?
Please respond. You're addressing General Morales, Senator Bong?
Yes. Wala ba sila sa Philhealth? Wala ba silang way for Philhealth board to preventively suspend the people suspected of committing fraud? Kung meron, bakit hindi nila ginawa?
Meron po, kahit po sa management, meron hong kapangyarihan ng management to suspend yung mga suspected of committing fraud. At nagamit na ho rin ito sa nakaraan.
I think ang problema rito, hindi makagalaw ng maayos ang mga investigative bodies natin dahil nasa pwesto pa rin po ang mga suspects. Pero hindi sila matatanggal at magkaroon ng preventive suspension. I think we as legislators may consider the possibility of amending the laws on public officers to allow preventive suspension kagad para hindi na po makagalaw at hindi na po maka-influensya. Anyway, President Morales, kung inosente naman kayo, just continue working at cooperate please with the investigation of the task force. No? Tulungan nyo po. Alam kong you mean well. Gusto nyo po nilagay ka dyan ng Pangulo para linisin ang PhilHealth. Talagang hirap na hirap ka. Halos taon-taon na tayong nag-iimbestiga rito. Wala pa rin pong nangyayari. Dapat talagang merong masuspinde, ma-audit. Anyway, speaking of audit, to the Commission on Audit po, last year po ay pinatawag na rin po kayo sa Senado para bigyang linaw ang mga anomalyang transaksyon sa PhilHealth. In fact, I urge the COA to conduct a special audit on PhilHealth and submit your findings to the Ombudsman. No? Last year po pa yung sinabi na magtulungan tayo sa pag-imbestiga at mapanagot po ang mga corrupt officials ng PhilHealth. Ano na po ang status ng audit na ito? I'm addressing to the Commission on Audit.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello?
Chairman Mike?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Narinig namin kayo.
Okay. Yeah, meron, in fact, to the good senator, we actually sent a letter, I think, last week, giving you an update on the different audits going. They've been going naman, kaya lang yung problema, because of the community quarantine, medyo na-delay because there was difficulty in accessing the offices of PhilHealth during the quarantine. Pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin po. We have about 4 or 5 different audits ongoing. 2 of them in combination with the NBI. Ito yung mga fraud and fictitious payment audit. We have one with the Insurance Commission taking the lead. Ito yung actuarial life. We have one looking at the case rate system to determine, bakit ba ginawa talaga yun and whether it really should be abrogated. And we're also looking at their IT systems because previous to General Morales, we had encountered difficulty accessing their IT database for various reasons. Although recently, nakaka-access na po kami. So we're actually able to continue working on that. We have software that's been developed in-house that will help us detect statistical anomalies in some of the payments being made, no? Yung mga repetitive payments, yung those things that would make you raise an eyebrow na bakit ganon. So ngayon lang namin ma-access yon because we've only been able to tap into their info system recently.
Sir, mainit yung issue ng IRM. pwede bang masali niyo po ito sa inyong audit na gagawin?
Kasama po yan. One of the fact report sa atin yung auditing. That was one of the points of discussion. Because yun nga, we're wondering on a basis ito. And of course, ang bottom line there is yung liquidation. And I think the advice of the auditors was to speed up the liquidation process para matingnan na siya. But there are indeed a lot of questions that have been raised during the hearing about how they do the allocations. And that's one of the issues na siguro maganda rin po tingnan.
Sir, medyo naputol po yung first part ng sinagot nyo kanina. Sa tingin niyo ba merong pagkakamali doon sa mga naibigay ng mga amounts doon sa
As a whole, the concept, I think, is pretty good kasi pinapaunahan nyo rather than wait for because we're in a pandemic, I think it was a good idea. But then determining how much goes where, posible talagang magkaroon ng problema yan. In fact, under the Universal Healthcare Law, merong yung prepayment system. And one of the questions that I raised in the past with Philhealth was how do you determine how much you will prepay? Ano ang magiging basehan ng amount na ibigay nyo? And this is something that they've been working on. And in fact, sumulat sa akin si General Morales, I think, last week. Mag-schedule sana kami ng presentation so that they can explain how they're going to do it. Medyo na-delay lang because nagka-MECQ muna. So I'm predicting na siguro after MECQ is lifted, matutuloy na namin yung presentation na yan. We need to understand also how they determine how much goes where. There has to be some basis for it.
Salamat po, Ginaldo. Sa PACC naman po, nandiyan pa ba kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa isang taon na I called on PACC to investigate Philhealth issues po, and I understand you already have findings and recommendations on the matter. Is it correct that you found that fraud is bolstered by the ineffective legal sector of Philhealth? Maraming case backlog at approval of decisions are prolonged. Can you explain to us the step-by-step process kung saan nagsimula ang cases, sino ang nag-imbestiga, sino ang nag-prosecute, sino ang nag-desisyon, sino ang nag-aproba ng mga desisyon, at sino po ang nagdedetermine ng mga penalties, saan pwedeng i-apila ang mga desisyon?
Yes, Your Honor. Tama po yan. Yan po ang isa sa aming nakitang findings na ang matagal na sistema ng legal system sa PhilHealth is causing a lot of opportunity for corruption. So dami ng steps na dinadaanan plus yung details sa kada dinadaanan po niyan are all opportunity for corruption dahil pag pinigil mo ng investigasyon, pinigil mo ng pagpa-file ng kaso, nagkakaroon na ng posibleng aregluhan at every step. And this is evidenced by the very little cases that has been filed by the PhilHealth to the courts or to ombudsman. Nagsisimula po ang kaso sa PhilHealth sa region, nagpapaimbestiga po sila sa kanilang fact-finding group ng region. The fact-finding group will submit its findings sa region, and the region will now submit it to another fact-finding group doon sa central. So dalawa na ang fact-finding to. And what is weird about this is that the fact-finding report will now undergo another fact-finding by a group who doesn't really who is really not involved or hindi siya kasali mismo doon sa ilalim. So kakaunti ang as an experience by any investigator. Pag wala po kayo doon sa baba, ay kakaunti ang iyong knowledge. After the fact-finding sa central po, ipapasa po ng fact-finding enforcement division po yan sa prosecution. Ang prosecution po, ayusin ang kaso at sasampa po sa arbitration. Arbitration po, doon po mag-hearing at doon po ang arbitration magde-decide at bibigay po ang kanilang rekomendasyon sa board. Sa board po pwede mag-apila. Pag natapos po ang apila o matapos ang board at gusto mag-apila ng kinasuhan, ibibigay na po, pwede na po mag-apila sa Court of Appeals. So you will realize, Your Honors, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senator, prosecution, isang fact-finding sa central, isang prosecution, isang arbitration, bago pa sa board. 5 steps at kada isang step niyan po, kada isang grupo, meron pang mga detalye po yan na hawakan pupunta. That causes delay, and delay will always reflect to injustice. Kaya po halos wala napaparusahan. And my concrete example that I gave kanina po, yung corpus case po, 220 cases po yan na pina-order na po ng central para po i-file sa prosecution, pero up to now ho, hindi ho yan na-file. Ang ating pong rekomendasyon dyan ay dapat ang legal system ng Philhealth ay ilabas sa opisina ng Philhealth para ito po ay matutukan na mabuti at ang tama sa tamang korte. Dahil as long, by experience sa Philhealth, as long as when the cases, ang mga kaso ay naroon sa Philhealth, hindi o halos nagpo-prosper yan.
You mean to say, would it be wise to suggest creating a separate office or commission na mag-handle ng mga kasong ito, separate from PhilHealth para maiwasan na maimpluwensyahan ang mga kaso at aregluhan, para maiwasan ang sabuatan sa loob ng PhilHealth? Katulad po ng, for example, no, sa NLRC, the creation of a separate office similar to the NLRC, which is a separate commission from the DOLE. Ito po yung adjudicates labor disputes involving local and overseas workers. This way, PhilHealth can focus on providing quality healthcare to all Filipinos. Sa tingin nyo ba, mas magiging mabuti kung magkaroon po ng separate office?
Yun po idea, separate office, pero you can utilize na, Your Honor, offices like PACC and the NBI para hindi naman masyado magastos creating another office. Ang point lang po doon, if the investigation was being done by a office outside the PhilHealth, mas malabo po ang magkaroon ng aregluhan at mas malinaw na matapos ang kaso.
Salamat. To General Morales, last year po sa Blue Ribbon hearing, may mga pinangalan ng regional vice presidents na di umano member po ng mafia. May magawa na ba kayong investigasyon tungkol dito? Gaano po katagal usually nagsiserve ang mga regional vice president, ang mga VPs, at nagkakaroon ba ng regular rotation ang mga reassignment sa mga regional vice president para maiwasan ng familiarity with sa isang area po? Maraming mga issues na lumalabas sa mga pagdinig na ito at inaasahan natin na mas malaki ang gagawing pagsilip ng buong task force. Now, as legislators po, considering this hearing is not only an exercise of our oversight functions but also in aid of legislation, bigyan po natin ang pansin ng mga bagay na pwede makatulong sa atin as a guide sa paggawa at pag-amenda ng batas natin to prevent corruption from ever. Anyway, please answer po, General Morales, dun sa RBPs.
Opo, regular ho na niro-rotate natin yung mga RBPs except there are 2 RBPs who, yung isa ho for health reasons na sinasite niya, hindi siya pwedeng mag-retire na siya pag siya nilipat. Yung isa naman ho, nalipat na rin ho, na-rotate na rin. At yung isa naman hindi pa namin napepresto. But I think na-minimize na ho natin yung problem sa non-rotation ng mga RBPs.
Nabanggit ko ninyo, General Morales, yung upgrade to the IT system will help eradicate or at least minimize corruption. I agree. That is one of the reasons why I filed Senate Bill 1738 or the e-governance bill, because not only it will help address the perennial issues on corruption and red tape, but also make accessing public services more convenient for the people. My question is, how can an upgrade to the IT framework help in minimizing corruption? Nabanggit nga ninyo na noong nakaraang hearing na merong 5,000 members sa database ninyo na 130 years old. Paano makakatulong ang IT para ma-improve ang inyong database at overall operations? General Morales.
Opo. Unang-una po, sa membership database ho natin, ma-update ho natin kung makakagamit tayo ng biometrics tsaka facial recognition, ma-identify na ho natin kung ito talaga yung membro at tsaka kung buhay siya. At saka yung mga transactions ho natin magiging electronic, wala na hong human intervention ang mga transactions. Mami-minimize ho natin ng malaki ang fraud sa PhilHealth. Ngunit yung isang project ho na ito ay malaking gawain ho ito. Hindi ho ito kaya ng mga nag-o-offer na mga information system. Ang tinitignan ho namin dito, dapat mga global players. Kasi malaki ho ang PhilHealth. 35,000 ho araw-araw ang nagkiklaim at meron hong 103 million members at 2 billion sa isang linggo ang binabayad. Hindi ho natin pwedeng isalalay ito sa mga maliliit na players, no matter how well-meaning, no matter how talented. Kailangan ho, ang kukunin natin, yun talaga merong pangalan at maaangat niya ang sistema ng PhilHealth sa level nila.
Maraming salamat, General Morales. Ilan po, Mr. Chair, I would like to reiterate, dapat pangalagaan ang pera ng PhilHealth, lalo na sa kinakaharap nating pandemya ngayon. Galing yan sa taong nagpapakahirap sa trabaho at umaasang mabigyan ng maayos na serbisyo kapag sila ay nagkakasakit. Imagine po, kung totoo ang 15 billion na nawala dahil sa corruption sa PhilHealth, 1.9 million families na sana nabigyan natin ng amelioration assistance. Nakabili na rin tayo ng 7.5 million PPEs or 16,000 ventilators. Nagamit sana natin ito sa pambili ng bakuna o dagdag allowance sa ating mga health workers. Kaya po siguraduhin natin na mananagot po ang dapat managot. Malaki ang responsibilidad na nakasalalay sa PhilHealth, lalo na sa panahon ngayon. Kung gusto nating maayos na healthcare, kailangan nating maayos ang PhilHealth. Salamat po, Mr. Chair. At sa mga PhilHealth, we need your cooperation. Sa mga inosente naman po, huwag kayong matakot. Just cooperate po. At tulungan niyo po ang ating gobyerno.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Go. Next is Senator Villar.
Mr. President, can I just say something?
Tony Del Rosario, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regarding the statement of the Honorable Commissioner Greco Bilheca, we had the occasion to talk and I discussed with him the investigation process at PhilHealth. But I just want to clarify that the investigation, if conducted in the regions, it is not being repeated in the central office. No? The assistance being given by the fact-finding and enforcement department is in the preparation of the complaint affidavit. But the FFIR, we call it, the fact-finding investigation report, will be the basis for that complaint affidavit, and that will be filed with the prosecution office. Now, in cases where the region already prepared the complaint affidavit, it will only pass through the FAID for the docketing. No? And the observation is that the process of the legal system is problematic. We acknowledge that fact, and actually I've been pushing for the revision of the PhilHealth rules on administrative cases, and the proposal mentioned by the Honorable Commissioner to merge the prosecution department and the FAID is part of that proposal, and that has been submitted to our Organizational Systems and Development Office. And for the record, during my limited time at the legal department, at the legal sector, I have forwarded to the regions 1,003 cases for the filing of criminal complaints. And the number of our referral to the National Bureau of Investigation is in thousands of cases already, since I assumed that SBP legal. We acknowledge that the problem in the legal sector is quite a challenge. And hopefully, all the problems in the legal sector will not be dumped in me. No? Dahil makikita niyo po sa figures kung gaano po kabilis na resolve yung mga cases during my time and how I initiated for the reforms. I wrote a paper on the problems of fraud at PhilHealth, and I already gave a copy to Commissioner Belhica. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Senator Cynthia Villar, you are recognized. You have 10 minutes. Please unmute your computer.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, now okay. Go ahead.
Fellow senators, our Senate President, and our resource persons. Last meeting, I requested the list of the almost 15 billion which they gave to some 700 hospitals of Philhealth so that I would know where the interim reimbursement mechanism went to. And they gave me the list, and I rearranged the list, and I found out that 7 billion plus went to private medical facilities, and another 7 billion plus went to government medical facilities for a total of a little less than 15 billion. Each IRM cost the government around, the minimum is 1 million, and for others, it's 150 million per hospital. So I went through it, and I asked myself, and I want to ask also them, and it has been asked before, what is the basis for giving this IRM, wherein some hospital will get 150 million and some hospital will get 1 million. And they said that they base it on 90 days collection of each hospital from Philhealth. Of course, we questioned the choosing of 90 days because when they decided to give them, we haven't yet the experience of what hospital will be so involved in the COVID-19 program and what hospital will not. And there is a question also that they gave to dialysis center, which in any way did not contribute to the COVID-19 program. But that has been discussed, and I guess that would be the basis of our committee report. Okay. And I want another question that they submit to me the list of all their accredited hospitals, so we will know why they chose the 700. Okay, so we will have an idea how the hospitals were chosen. And in this connection, I tend to agree with Senator Drilon that there was some hindi tinulungan ang Region 6. Oo. Kasi tiningnan ko yung list ng hospital. Lahat ng region, meron silang for government hospital and meron sila for private hospital. It is only in Region 6 that they gave to a government hospital, the Western Visayas Regional Hospital, for 121 billion. They did not give to any private hospital in Region 6. Oh, nakakapagtaka yun kasi if you look at the list, lahat ng region, kahit maliliit na region, meron sila sa private hospital. And it says here, the biggest went to NCR, 4.1 billion, both private and public. Region 3 is 2.467 billion. Region 4A is 1.89 billion. Region 7 is 1,045 billion. And Region 11, 890 million. I guess Region 6 should belong to this 7 or 6, top 16, top 6. Because in terms of development, Region 6 is one of them. Nakakapagtaka na ang binigyan lang is a government hospital in Iloilo, hindi binigyan ng any government hospital in Negros Occidental, in Antique, in Capiz, in Aklan, tapos wala rin private hospital. I wouldn't think that there are no deserving private hospital in Region 6. So I agree with Senator Drilon that he should complain. And another thing that I noticed is in Region 9. Lahat ng binigyan Zamboanga del Sur. Alam naman natin, sa Region 9, meron Zamboanga del Norte, merong Zamboanga Sibugay, at Zamboanga City. Bakit sa Zamboanga del Sur lang nagbigay? Oo. Parang, yun lang ang very noticeable doon sa nakita ko sa listahan. Of course, the question of priority is another, but those two are very noticeable in the list. So, yan lang ang masasabi ko na I want, and if the resource person, siguro yung in charge of finance, can answer that question, why they didn't give to Region 6 and only in Region 9, Zamboanga del Sur, when there are many provinces in Zamboanga del Sur. In Region 9. Yun lang ang question ko. Yes.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Yes, General Morales.
Yes, ma'am. Regarding Region 6, ang masisisi ho natin dyan si Attorney Bal Olero na siyang Regional Vice President doon na aking pinapollow up kung bakit mabagal ang pag-process ng kanyang IRM. Actually, June lang ho yata ang na-process yung kanyang IRM. Ako ho ang nag-assign kay Attorney Olero doon at pinapollow up ko siya kung bakit hindi niya ma-process yung IRM niya. Ngunit siguro, mabuti rin ho, magbibigay ng paliwanag, hihingi natin ng paliwanag si Attorney Olero sa isang kasulatan kung bakit hindi niya napabilis ang pag-process ng IRM.
Maybe you should write to the Senate Committee for an explanation. And at the same time, sa Region 9, bakit Zamboanga del Sur lang ang binigyan?
Tatanungin din po natin yung Regional Vice President doon.
Oo, kasi very noticeable. Kasi inisa-isa ko yung listahan because that's the list I ask. And inisa-isa ko, dinivide ko by region. Yun lang ang very noticeable. Yung Region 6 at saka Region 9. And at the same time, I want to ask for all the list of all the accredited hospitals in the Philippines para makita natin paano pinili yung 700 out of the list. How many ba ang accredited hospitals ng Philhealth?
Nasa mahigit ho sa 5,000. Including mga lying-in clinics, dog bite centers, marami.
Yeah. We want to have a list. Thank you. And I want to make another manifestation kasi maraming nagsasalabi na may problema yung IT system nyo. I also agree with Senator Drilon that we should look into a private contractor that can do your IT system. Oo, kasi minsan napakahirap talagang mag-implement ng IT system, even in private. Lalo na kung merong konting malaking ayaw nila na ma-implement ang IT system. Kasi yung IT system is a system of control. So pag ayaw nilang makontrol, may konting parang ayaw nilang ma-implement yan successfully. So if we can ask a private contractor to do it, para mag-succeed tayo. Just like what they did in the Bureau of Customs. Di ba, nung hindi nila ma-prevent ang smuggling for a time, hinire nila yung SGS to do yung pag-value ng mga ini-import natin para mas tama yung ating pagsingil ng tariff sa mga ini-import natin. Yun lang, marami nang natanong ang aking mga kasamahan. So yun lang ang question ko. And I'm looking forward that they will answer this Region 6 and Region 9. And at the same time, give me a list of all the private, all the institutions accredited with Philhealth that can receive benefits from Philhealth. Yun lang po. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you po.
Philhealth was well advised to do the request or to give into the request of give to the committee the request of Senator Villar. The Vice Chair has a follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hindi ko po gustong ninanais na maging apologies para sa Region 6. Pero I happen, in the course of our research, I happen to chance upon documents related to the question of Senator Villar. There are two letters here, April 8, 2020, for Brigadier General Ricardo Morales, AP retired, President, Chief Executive Officer, through Brigadier General Augustus de Villa, from Attorney Valerie Ann H. Holero, Attorney 6, Acting Regional Vice President. Subject, recommendation for the approval of IRM as per 2020, yung circular po ito, 0007, dated April 8. Nakalista po yung mga pangalan ng Western Visayas Medical Center, Government, 121 million, Corazon Montelibano Regional Government, Locsin Memorial Hospital, 41 million, St. Paul's Hospital, Private, and so forth and so on. There's another follow-up letter, April 15, 2020, again addressed to General Morales through General De Villa from the Acting Regional Vice President, Philhealth Regional Office Number 6. Subject, recommendation for the approval of IRM as per PC 2020-0007. Ang first response na natanggap niya from the Central Office, ang date June 22, 2020. From signed by Etrobal B. Laborte, Head Executive Assistant. So, yun po. I don't think we can blame Attorney Holero for being incompetent or inefficient kasi nagpapaloob naman po siya rito based on our records na nakuha namin dito. So, yun lang. And corollary to that, may natanggap din kami reklamo from Eastern Visayas kay Governor Verdone. Nagtataka siya kung bakit ang lahat ng, meron siyang I think 10 district community hospitals in Eastern Samar. Wala ni isa mang nakatanggap sa mga government hospital sa Eastern Samar. Ang sinisingin nila nasa mga 24 million. And yet, 4 na private hospitals ang nabigyan sa Eastern Samar. Kaya sabi niya, mahirap na probinsya ang Eastern Samar. Bakit naman hindi sila makasingil at bagkus, inuna pa yung mga private hospital. So, this is a, there's a pattern here. Bakit laging ganun na nangyayari, parang ang mayroong favoritism sa pagpipili. Ito yung mga 4 level 1, level 1 private hospitals na nakatanggap ng IRM funds doon sa 0007 circular, amounting to 21.5 million. Bakit inuna ng Philhealth na marilisan yung private hospitals na level 1 in favor to the disadvantage of 10 government hospitals in Eastern Visayas? Ito, pinatatanong lang ito ni Governor Evardone kasi naghihimutok siya. Thank you, Mr. President.
General Morales, will you please respond? Because apparently the person you were pertaining to has been following up with PhilHealth.
Yeah, we will check our processes because I remember calling up Attorney Holero and reminding her to speed up kasi lumalabas po sa aming monitoring na wala pang release yung Region 6. And I called her up because of that. But we will check our internal records to see why this happened.
So it's unfair, your answer earlier to Senator Villar, that you are blaming right away the vice or the regional director Holero. Because ito lumalabas nagpa-follow up sa inyo Ngayon sasabihin nyo mag-iimbestiga. Aalamin niyo bakit hindi nababayaran.
Kasi siya lang ho, sa mga regional vice president, siya lang ho ang tinawagan ko. Yung iba ho, nakapag-process naman ho. So siya lang ho ang natatandaan kong tinawagan ko.
Ay, hindi po totoo nakapag-process Samar, isa lang ho Region 8 ito.
Mr. President, ito po yung recommendation siya. Upon the recommendation of the Validation Committee, the undersigned respectfully recommends the approval for the availment of the Interim Reimbursement Mechanism, IRM, as stated in PhilHealth Circular 2020-0007 of the following healthcare institutions. And then may follow-up letter, April 15. April 8, April 15, sinagot siya June 22. Now, in connection with the Eastern Visayas IRM releases, may I move that we invite the Regional Vice President, Gibson Hernandez? Anyway, the Regional Vice President of Eastern Visayas, Mr. President.
All right. We're hearing no objection, so approved.
See, I heard that he was just given the master list. Walang nanggaling sa kanyang recommendation, but it was just rammed down his throat. Ang hospital na unahin, Katarman, yung mga ganon. So
Mr.
that's the
President.
reason why sa Eastern Samar, siya yung nirereklamo ni Igo. Dahil siya nagpapalap. Sabi niya, I'm helpless because binigay lang sa akin yung listahan at hindi naman kami kinonsult. So maybe the committee would like to hear directly from the regional vice president. Mr. President.
Yes, we'll do that. Senator, the minority leader, Senator De Lobos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. You know, to set the record straight, given the statements of Mr. Morales, let me place on the record the following. Most or almost all of the 33 claims were filed on April 8, 2020. The Corazon Montelibano Memorial Hospital filed it on April 8. Qualimed filed it on April 6. Holy Mother of Mercy in Kabangkalan filed it on April 8, etc., etc. Generally, it's filed on April 8. And the next thing that they heard from the head office is on June 23. That's May, June, May, April, May, June. That's over 2.5 months just to respond. And maybe they required more documents. Again, these letters of June 23 were responded to on July 8, generally, first week of July. That means after 2 weeks. That was the last time the hospitals in Western Visayas heard about their claim under this IRM. So it is not true that it has not been processed. It has been processed, but it has remained pending in the head office, and the notation is for release. That's from January, July 8 up to today. That's over a month, 5 weeks, and up to now, it is still for release. So it is not true. I'm sorry, Mr. Morales. It is not true that, and I do not know your regional director there. I do not know her at all. But just to set the record straight, the difficulty and the error or whatever it is in the head office. Because in fact, if you compare this to hospitals in Region 8, the date of the release, the date of the application for IRM inclusion is March 23 or 24. It was released, the funds were released 1 week after. In the case of Iloilo, April 6 up to now, hindi pa po lumalabas. And in this particular case, in Regions 8, there is only one COVID case, but 196 million was released. Also in Region 5, the application for inclusion in the IRM was filed on March 23. The funds were released 2 weeks after, and there is only one COVID hospital, and the total amount released was 247,464,000. So the prejudice to and it's difficult for us to believe that the regional director is at fault. It is clearly the error or whatever error is the least damaging to the way this is run. But it is quite obvious that it is in the head office, not in the regions, as wrongfully claimed by Mr. Morales. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sir,
Thank you. Yes.
we will make a full report, sir, regarding this.
I am reading from the report of your regional people, regional office, and these are all based on records.
Yes, sir. We will also submit the report, sir. So
What report are you going to submit?
to explain why it happened that she submitted April 8 and then only got the release on June 22.
No, not yet. No release yet.
Rome, at this point, there is no release yet. We filed it on April 8. The head office, central office responded
2 months after, 2.5 months after, and obviously there were some documents being requested. Within 2 weeks, all these documents were submitted. First week of July, most of them. So first week of July up to today is 5 weeks. It has not been released. It's still in the process of being approved. So it is quite obvious that there is something wrong here, and it is not true that the regional office is at fault, because at least on the basis of the records, it has been submitted to the head office as of April 8th. It took head office 2 months and 1 week to respond. And then after the requirements were completed, it was completed over 5 weeks ago. Up to now, it's still just being processed. So it is quite obvious that there's something wrong with this, and it's as testified to by one of the resource persons. It is because the regional director here, is it Attorney Holera, was part of those that exposed the anomalies in the executive committee last year. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Next is Senator Pangilinan. Senator Pangilinan, you have 10 minutes. Is Senator Pangilinan online? We have. Please bear with us. We have 3 more senators on the line. Senator Pangilinan. If Senator Pangilinan is not ready, we can call on Senator Angara, the chairman of the Committee of Finance.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to address a question to SVP Aragona. Is she still around, Mr. President?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, SVP Aragona, ano po yung purpose ng Adobe Master Collection? That's part of the proposed procurement for IT?
Yeah, that is also, may I correct yung po, yung Adobe, that's not 21,504,000 po yan. At a unit cost of 100.
Pakiulit ho, medyo choppy ho yung linya. What's the unit cost? It's not 21 million, you're saying?
It's not 21 million, but it's 504,000. The 168 units on the ISSP approved, that is the unit cost, and in 2020, isang unit lang po yung computed doon, kaya 1 times 168. Pero yung dun sa 2020, 3 units po ang bibili ng Adobe, and that's basically 504,000 pesos.
So how many units did you recommend to procure?
3 units at 168,000. And total is 504,000 pesos.
Okay, anong silbi ho nun?
Actually, we're going to use that for our something like the multimedia thing also for the Adobe.
Yeah. I just found out wala na po 'yun. It parang tulad nung sinabi ni Bal Laborte kanina na yung isang software ay nabibilhin ay obsolete. Napalitan na pala tong Adobe Master Collection ng Creative Cloud. Are you aware of that?
Come again, sir. Please repeat.
Yung Adobe Master Collection, hindi na pinoproduce ng Adobe yon. What they do is they've substituted it with Creative Cloud, a software called Creative Cloud. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So baka yung sa kasi nag-update po din ngayon. There's a continuing update review of the different items. So there's the possibility na pagdating po doon sa actual, we will be changing din po the requirements, especially if there will be new technology. So ganun din po yung nangyayari sometimes pag naka-plan, and then pag nag-canvas sila and there's more updated product, so ina-update po nila yung specifications together with the innovations that is currently in the market.
Okay, thank you. How about ano yung plano nyo sa IT? Kailan makakompleto yan? Ano ang total cost po ng IT upgrade ninyo na lagi pong sinasagot ni President Morales sa atin?
Before I proceed with the digital transformation thing, so I would like to provide this information, sir, regarding na una po yung walang validation yung system. it's not true that walang validation ng system because if not, wala po tayong mga return to hospital. At
Why are you
nakaroon po tayo-
wait, let me interrupt you, ma'am, because this is my time, no? Hindi
Yes,
ko naman
po.
tinatanong, hindi ko naman ho tinatanong 'yon. Ang
Yes,
tanong ko po, what is the plan for IT improvement sa PhilHealth? We support that ho, pero we don't want it to be a bottomless pit na hulog lang tayo ng hulog ng pera, ma'am, no? So give us the roadmap. How many years? How much will it take?
For the 3 years po, we have the complete automation end-to-end solution, just like what our PCO has told us. So all the processes will be automated. So we are going to have big companies to be involved here. Sir, I cannot give you the price because we're going to have the RFI. The roadmap has changed. It's not an individual project that at a time, but it's really a one-time solution that we have. So can we be given sufficient time because we are now still in the process of getting an initial estimate for the end-to-end solution that we would like to embark with?
Ngayon nyo palang pinukuha 'yon na VP Aragona?
Yeah, no, sir. Kasi ang strategy noon, we have the Enterprise Resource Management Information System, we have the CRMIS Business Intelligence. Now, this thing is included po doon sa 2.1 budget namin, which was not yet approved no, by the board. So,
I want the complete roadmap. I don't want you to confuse us with technical jargon. Just tell us what will it take to modernize the IT of PhilHealth in line with what President Morales wants. How much time do you need to give us the details?
we have a 3 years map, sir, 3-year program, starting
Hindi, para ibigay mo sa amin yung detalye noon kasi sabi mo wala kayong presyo eh. Hindi naman yung sigurong niluluto pa yun, ano? Siguro.
Hindi naman,
Oo.
sir. Hindi naman,
Okay.
sir.
So how long do you need to give those details to us?
Give us siguro mga 2 weeks from now, sir, and we give you the figures.
Okay, sige po, sige po. Meron ba kayong nagkonsulta ba kayo sa mga ibang ahensya tulad ng because PhilHealth handles public monies just like GSIS, SSS, and it's meant to ang trabaho niyo talagang i-safeguard po yung pondo na yan so that it can be used for its intended purpose. Nagkonsulta ba kayo sa mga ibang ahensya?
Actually, we are also getting some data information from GSIS, SSS since before. So, say now we're at par and using also some of the technology that they are using.
Okay, I suggest you consult them because matagal na nilang na-solve yung problema na sinasabi ni President Morales na meron kayong 130-year-old na nasa records nyo pa. Matagal na na-solve niya ng GSIS and SSS with the help of information technology. So that's my advice to you, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. President, can I ask President Morales a few questions? President Morales?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes po.
Sir, I remember in my first round of questioning po sa inyo, tinanong ko po if you think two of the whistleblowers are credible, namely si Attorney Keith and si board member Kabading. And sabi po ninyo, hindi sila credible kasi may vested interest sila sa posisyon o kaya sa pagbenta ng lupa. How about Bal Laborte, who is your executive assistant and who you brought personally to PhilHealth? Do you believe he's credible?
Yes, until today, Senator, I believe he was credible.
Until today, bakit ho?
Because he did not divulge anything that he said here to me previously, and this resignation letter was straightforward, and he even thanked me for giving him a chance to serve with me in PhilHealth.
So medyo masama ho yung loob nyo kaya sa kanya because hindi niya dinevald sa inyo.
Yes, sir, because he was supposed to be a very close confidant, and obviously he developed even closer confidence with Mr. Kabading and not with me.
Okay, thank you. But do you believe he has competence to testify on IT matters, for instance? Because he said he's Cisco parang certified ba yun?
Well, there was one incident, if I may mention, that made me seriously doubt his reliability for information. Because we were attending a conference in Bangkok, and we were listening to a panel discussion. One of the panel members was a Filipino doctor. This this panel this activity was sponsored by the World Health Organization. And when he saw this person, he told me na hindi sir yan ang tunay na pangalan niya. I was alarmed by this because the WHO obviously will not put a person with a false name up on a panel of resource persons. So from that time ho, I began to doubt his reliability. Yun lang po, that's the first time.
Thank you. How about General De Villa? You believe he's credible?
Yes, sir. He has always been straightforward to me. He is frank. He expresses his opinion freely, and I respect him. I respect him.
Ano po yung pakiramdam nyo na sinabi niya nag-resign siya for personal reasons, but he also said earlier that he believes there's corruption in PhilHealth?
Well, there is always corruption in Philhealth, but I think the specific incident he was referring to was during the last Senate hearing when Attorney Keith identified General De Villa as pinpointing who the mafia in PhilHealth was, and these were the senior vice presidents. At that time, the senior vice presidents identified, looked at General De Villa, and I felt that the confidence between General De Villa, a senior member of the management staff, and the SVPs was seriously compromised. And I informed General De Villa about that.
Okay, medyo choppy. Hindi ko talaga marinig masyado yung sagot. But anyway, I'll move on, President Morales. Do you know who owns this B. Braun clinic that received a lot of reimbursements or really received a lot of allotments under the IRM mechanism?
No, Senator, I understand that it is a corporation.
Oo, but every corporation has principals, the incorporators. You have no knowledge of this?
No, no, Senator, I have never met any of their principals.
Opo. Who were the officers approving the grant of IRM?
That is myself ho. I approve the IRA.
Ikaw lang ho. Kayo po ang what's the process before it goes to you?
It goes to the regional vice president, and it goes to finance, and then to the executive vice president before it goes to me ho.
So tatlo pong approval bago kayo.
Opo.
Okay. Sir, I note what PACC Chair Greco Belhica said that grabe daw yung procedures dyan sa inyo pagdating ho sa legal. Are you open to working with the anti-red tape authority to speed up things and make things more efficient?
Oh, certainly. I was always looking forward to cooperating with outside agencies because I think they would be more effective conducting internal investigations of PhilHealth.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now, can I ask, is Captain Laborte, Sir Laborte still around? Is he around?
Colonel Laborte.
Colonel Laborte, sorry, yeah.
Yes, he is.
Hi, Colonel. Magandang hapon, no?
Senator Angara, good afternoon po, sir.
Were you part of the BAC or the Bids and Awards Committee sa PhilHealth, ho?
No, sir. I'm working under the Office of the President po.
I see. So may binanggit ho kayo na very interesting sa akin, yung single calculated bid kanina. Would you know kung yun ang talagang preferred mode of bidding ng PhilHealth?
Sir, yes, sir. I'm just wondering, sir, why the 2018 and 2019 procurement, sir, yung mga implemented projects na sobrang significant yung amount, sir, big ticket projects, sir. Lagi, sir, na ang awarded as a single calculated bid, sir. So, lagi kong tinatanong, sir, ang mode of procurement, palagi naman nilalagay nila is competitive bidding. However, ang result is always single calculated bid. Hindi lowest bidder ang nananalo, sir. So, sa tingin ko, sir, is nire-rig na nila before the bidding proper. Kasi ang dami po niyan na project, sir, eh. So, dapat, sir, nag-aagawan pa nga yung mga suppliers sa bawat project, sir, eh.
Yes.
During, kunyari, sir, 40 million worth na IT project, dapat maraming interesado, sir. So, dapat maraming magbibili ng bidding documents, tapos maraming mag-a-attend sa bidding proper. Pero ang nangyayari, sir, maraming pupunta sa bidders conference, sir. Pero during the bidding proper, isa lang, sir, ang laging pumupunta. So sa kanya ina-award, sir.
Okay,
Which is disadvantageous po.
Yes, Colonel, may alam ba kayong maraming mga purchases na yun din ang ginawa, yung single calculated bid, na walang competition, kumbaga?
Sir, almost all, sir, eh. Sa mga document set at contracts na review ko, even yung mga 2018, 2019 na implemented na, sir. Isa lang, sir, ang nakita ko na awarded as lowest bidder, sir. Eh. Isang contract lang. Out of siguro mahigit 40 na contracts awarded.
Sino bang in charge dyan? Sino ang members ng BAC? Sino nag-a-approve, etc.?
Formerly, sir, si Joseph Vergara po yung ang secretary ng BAC. Pero po, sir, kasi sa IT resources, sir, merong sariling BAC head dyan, sir. Yung head ng BAC IT resources. Si Miss Nery Santiago po.
Hindi ba siya yung parang nagsalita about the reserves of Philhealth, si Nerissa Santiago?
Yes, sir. Siya po ang...
The same Nerissa Santiago, yung nagsabing mauubos na yung reserves ho ng Philhealth.
Yes, sir. Siya po ang BAC ITR head.
Mr. President, is Ma'am Santiago still with us today?
Yes,
Mr. President, before we let go si Colonel Borte, with the permission of Senator Angara.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Of course.
Di ba heya ka ni dati ni General Morales? Head Executive Assistant.
Opo, sir.
So, trabaho mo na inform siya about anything about PhilHealth, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hindi mo ba siya, kasi sabi niya kanina, ngayon lang niya nalaman, hindi mo raw siya iniinformahan ng mga problema sa PhilHealth. Did you ever, kasi ang information before, ni-red flag mo siya about overpriced items for procurement.
Opo.
Is that a correct statement?
Yes, sir.
So how did you inform him? Verbally, written, or how?
No, sir. In a form of a memo, sir. I wrote him a memo, May 21, sir, informing him of 3 major findings that I have observed doon nga po sa AIG ICT report, which is very alarming. And I told him that yung proposing overpriced or padded ICT equipment is a grave offense. And so as the non-recording of the details or information for property accounting. So may mga recommendations din po ako doon.
So anong ginawa niyo doon sa memo mo?
Hindi ko po alam, sir, kasi from May 21, wala na po akong narinig sa kanya.
General Morales, is that because sabi mo wala namang reliability si IT? Kaya hindi na aksyonan yung memo?
Sir, yung mga memo ho niya, pinadala ko sa mga staff to reconcile the figures and to explain kung bakit may discrepancy.
Thank you, Senator Angara.
Salamat, Senator Ping. Mr. President, can I go to VP Lim Siaco? Is he around?
Yes, also Ms. Santiago is here. So go ahead, whoever you want to ask.
I'll go back to Ms. Santiago after si VP Lim Siaco. VP Lim Siaco, are you here, sir?
Mr. Chair, yes sir, nandito po ako, sir.
Opo. Sir, kayo pa bang in charge sa preparation ho ng financial statements ng PhilHealth?
The financial statement of PhilHealth, sir, ay nangyayari, ginawa mula sa regional office natin and then paakyat po sa central office and then consolidate ng ating controllership department, Your Honor.
What is your role ho? Do you sign off on the financial statements?
My role is to recommend the approval po of the financial statements, Your Honor.
And kailan po kayo kailan pa yung role ninyo ho? Anong mga taon ho? What financial statements did you recommend?
Pumasok po ako sa OIC SBP, Your Honor, last July 2018 po, Your Honor.
So kayo po yung nagrekomenda po nung 2018 financial statement and 2019 financial statement, ho?
Yes po, Your Honor.
What about, kasi yung 2018 may mga adverse findings or disclaimer ang COA regarding your financial statements. At kayo rin ba ho nagsabi in the past hearing na naayos niyo yung mga issue na yon?
Your Honor, ang ating 2018 po na financial statements po, mayroon mga disclaimer ang opinion po ng ating auditor. And then po ay mga recommendation po nila ay ginawa na po ng Philhealth. And we are expecting po that ma-cure na po yung mga recommendation ng ating auditor po. Ginawa na po ng year 2019 po yung mga recommendation po. I think there are only few, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, na hindi po naayos pa natin po. Ongoing pa po. Kagaya po ng sinasabi po kanina ni Auditor Tuason po that mga transaksyon na wala po supporting documents, yan po ay nanggagaling sa ating regional office. And ang ating regional office po ang nag-request sa ating regional office COA to verify po yung mga transaksyon na yan given po na masyado malaking dokumento po na iakyat during the time. And ang ating resident auditor po, si former resident auditor Ray Darang, ay nagbigay naman po ng pahintulot na doon na po i-review sa regional office natin po. And sa katunayan po, ay halos lahat ng regional offices po ng mga prior year adjustment ay nagawa naman po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Yung 2017, sinong nag-sign off doon? Who played your role for those financial statements for 2017?
Sa 2017, Your Honor, prior ang ating
Prior years, 2017, 2016, 2015?
Sa 2016 po wala na po ako, sa 2017 po wala rin po ako. Dahil sa 2016 po ng October ay nasa regional office na po ako ng Tacloban.
Pero hindi nyo alam sinong gumawa ng trabaho ninyo to recommend the approval of the financial statements?
Ang Senior Vice President OIC, Senior Vice President during the time, Your Honor, ay si Mr. Gregorio Relioda, Your Honor. Relioda po.
Relioda. Anyway, ito lang ang point ko, sir. No? Kung pribadong kumpanya ito at paulit-ulit na adverse po ang findings sa financial statements ninyo, sinibak na ho kayo yung nakaupo dyan. Matagal na ho. Yan ang point ko lang ho. If you look at the previous accounting scandals for big corporations, pagka may skandalo ho sa financials, pag may fraud, sinisibak ho yan. Hinihingi po ng mga shareholders yan at saka ng board of directors. So I'm wondering, paano ho nangyari na this one, which is a public corporation, na dapat actually mas accountable at mas strict tayo dito kaysa sa pribadong korporasyon kasi pera ng bayan ito. And yet, paulit-ulit, taon-taon, nauulit itong mga audit observations ng Commission on Audit or COA na kulang-kulang po ang mga submissions ninyo. And yet, the same actors are still in place. That's what I'm wondering, VP Lim Siaco, no? Kasi kung sa akin, kung pribadong korporasyon ito, matagal nang nasibak yung mga taong in charge dyan sa mga financial statements.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, 2018 lang po ang ating financial statement, yung disclaimer ang opinion po. And prior years po ay unqualified ang opinion ng ating.
Yes, so basically they're saying you're not transparent. What the COA has been saying for many years now is Philhealth has not been transparent because mayroon siyang mga understated income or overstated income, tapos yung mga claimed the benefit payments hindi supported. So all of this paulit-ulit ho, yun ang sinasabi ko. So anyway, I've been made aware na merong COA special audits on 4 topics. So I'm happy na meron dahil yun ang panawagan ho natin. Sana yung COA isama na rin yung IRM dito because para makita talaga kung above board and fair yung dito, wala yung mga claims na present ni Majority Leader Zubiri, yung different modus operandi for instance, no? I have a slide, if we could put it on the screen, regarding the payouts for pneumonia. Mr. President, if the Secretariat could put that on the screen for the last 10 years, no? Ito po, for pneumonia ho. So, I'll address it, it's an open question to the Philhealth officials. Since 2009, where the payout for pneumonia was 1.6 billion in total for about 290,000 total claims, over 1 decade, it has ballooned 6 or 7 times to 10.6 billion, representing 737,000 claims. So napakalaki po yun ng paglobo. Klarong-klaro ayon sa datos. Would anyone want to answer why this is explain this phenomenon, sirs? Maybe President Morales will give him the first shot. Ho.
General Morales.
Maybe
I'm not familiar with these figures because they go back about 10 years, but maybe SBP Lim Shaku should be familiar with them.
Okay, let's ask SVP Lim Xiaoqu, Mr. President.
I think SBP Pargas or Dr. Pargas can clarify this thing, Mr. Chair.
Sige ho, kahit sino na lang ho.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Angara. Well, one is increasingly from 2010 up to 2020, the membership of Philhealth is also increasing, and now we have a universal coverage wherein everyone is a member. So, well, it could be one of those issues why, of course, the number of cases that we are receiving or claims that are being filed are also increased. However, yes, we have seen that increasingly the numbers are increasing through the years.
Could you furnish the committee with data as to the membership over those years that correspond to these claims, ho? Like what was the membership in 2019? What was the membership in 2018? Just furnish it to us, please, so we could see if your explanation is correct, no?
Mr. President, Senator Angara, yes, we will provide po.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Who is that? Who is that speaking?
Tony Del Rosario, are you allowing Senator Guerra?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Sani. We have a report coming from our health informatics and data analytics regarding pneumonia. We will submit po.
Sige ho. What is the answer, ho? What is the gist? SVP Del Rosario, what is the summary of that report?
The summary of the report is it is highly improbable for some areas to have sudden increase in pneumonia, and the report points to upcasing in those particular areas. The analytics report identify the regions where this is present, Your Honor.
Anong gagawin niyo ho? Anong action ang take niyo ho dyan sa mga based on that report?
Marami po ito, hindi lang pneumonia, no? Diabetic ketoacidosis, sepsis, yung ano yung operahan yung buong abdomen. Anyways, marami po itong reports. We have forwarded this to our regional offices. They have conducted investigations. Some of these were already referred to the National Bureau of Investigation. And the recent report amounts to 4.7 billion. Ganun po siya kalaki.
Kindly furnish us, SVP Del Rosario, ano po yung actions taken on your part and on the part of Philhealth?
The action taken is to furnish the reports to the regional offices, and for the regional offices to conduct the appropriate investigation. And the instruction is if the cases exceeds 20, this has to be referred to the National Bureau of Investigation. And if the case built up has already been conducted, to file the appropriate criminal charges before the respective DOJ prosecutors in the respective areas. So we submit those reports, Mr. President, the Senator Sani.
Yes, also. Total, andito ka na rin, SVP Del Rosario. Could you furnish us with all the cases which you reversed or the PARD reversed, which were denied at the regional level, but which you reversed and which required Philhealth to pay out? Could you furnish us with all those? I think you have thousands. Maybe just a summary of the cases and how much Philhealth paid for those reverse cases.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The payment of claims is still with the regional offices. The decision of the part is whether there is merit in the appeal of the concerned providers. This is one of the topics during the congressional hearing in 2018, that there has been so much backlog in the processing of appeal administrative protests. The data forwarded to Congress was only 30,000, but when I conducted the inventory, it is almost 60,000. So this is a big challenge that was tackled by me during my tenure, Mr. President, Senator Sani.
Paki-furnish na lang ho nung datos and the details of the cases, please, sir.
We will do, Mr. President.
Mr. Chair, Senator Angara, if you don't mind.
Yes, Mr. President, okay lang sa akin for Mr. Kabad.
Yeah, I would like to take an exception of what Fisio Morales is trying to paint. The idea that I'm interested of the property. Of course, I'm interested because that is for the building of regional office. October of 2019, I was at the fourth floor of this building, who've been occupied by the regional office for like 20 years. And there was an earthquake there, and I saw that the escape route for what do you call this, for the fire escape, it's not even the standard, and it's right beside it is a gasoline station, and second floor is a what do you call it, is a restaurant plus a printing press. And the process there is the main office came to look at for the property. So and then let me show the petition. Let me show you quickly in a lightning manner the petition filed by the regional office for that building that for all these years they'd been longing to have, because parang sardinas ngayon sila dito, and nakita ko yan. So I thought that request the board to approve for budget for a building lot and building for Region 9.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I think that's okay. He can just furnish us the details. Medyo hindi na related yan sa mga tinatanong ko, Mr. President.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Besides, it's almost 6:30. We've been here for...
Just two questions, Mr. President. I'm wrapping up.
Go ahead.
Kay VP Santiago, Nerissa Santiago, in relation to the question of or the statement of our Colonel Laborte, could you furnish the committee with all of the bids which were single bid or single calculated bid and not competitive bids? Hindi ko na po tanungin isa-isa, but can we, and if it's not furnished, Mr. President, could we subpoena those documents? Dahil sinabi nga ni Colonel Bal na halos lahat single calculated bid and parang niluluto ho.
Yes, you're hereby directed to submit the documents requested by Senator Angaro.
And the last question, Mr. President, is for the GCG chairman, si Sir Sammy Dagpin. Is he here, sir?
Yes, he was here earlier.
Yes, yes. Yes, sir.
Ay, good evening ho. Ang tanong ko lang ho, di ba yung mga bonuses po ng Philhealth officials, depende ho yan sa inyo? You have to sign off for them to get it?
Yes, based on the performance scorecard.
Anong patakaran ho dyan?
I explained that a little while ago, the balance scorecard, it contains the strategic perspective.
Hindi na ho yung scorecard, hindi na yung ano yung score na pag yun ang nakuha nila, hindi nila makukuha yung bonus. So.
At least 90.
They need to get 90.
Yes, yes, yes.
So nakatanggap ba ng bonuses yung mga PhilHealth officials in the past few years?
17 and 18, no. 16, it was, the scorecard is based on a previous commission. They passed, they get their bonus for the 2016 scorecard. For the last 2 years, 17 and 18, no bonus. For 2019, still under validation because they submitted their documents just August 4, and we need to validate it first before we can secure that rating.
Para di na tumagal, sir, can we get the details in writing, Mr. President? That's all for me. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Dagpin. And thank you to all the officials for answering our questions. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Next is Senator. About 10 minutes.
Sir,
Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone. I'll be brief. I'll take off where Senator Sani Angara left off. No, President Morales about he showed us slide about the dramatic increase in the cases for pneumonia. And earlier, Senator Marcos also discussed her concern about the upcasing. So, what exactly was your reply to the question are you familiar with that issue na napakaraming cases, and in fact in the last hearing somebody was even more explicit and said na nadadaya talaga itong sa pneumonia, no, yung pag-upcase. What was your reply again, President Morales? Like, are you familiar with this situation?
No, ma'am, I'm not familiar with this because this already existed. I think it was SBP De Rosario who was able to answer that question regarding pneumonia
Pero
cases.
okay. So hindi po kayo familiar, but that itself, sir, surprises me because when I chaired the Committee on Health in 2004 up to 2010, broken lang by 2 years or so, no? But or sorry, between 2004 to 2016, but may break po 'yon. How many times na bring up sa amin yung yung situation ng upcasing ng pneumonia. So I'm a little bit surprised of something of that magnitude. Hindi ho kayo familiar. So I'll be the one, I'll cut this short and be the one to explain what happens, no? And let me know if you've never heard this or if you've heard this. Ang nangyayari, simpleng ubo, sipon, some doctors, well-meaning siguro without any intention na mangdaya, palibasa yung may supon, let's say trangkaso, pwede naman umuwi, pwede naman antibiotics lang, knowing that yung pasyente wala man ng 200 pesos or 1,000 pesos na pangbili ng antibiotics or upang ubo-sipon, sasabihin niya na, sige, i-consider na lang nating pneumonia yon para wala kang babayaran because our health system at present only pays for inpatient. Wala hong outpatient. Kaya para bang yung system natin, there's something wrong with it that it veers you towards inpatient care only. Are you familiar with this? Has this been brought to your attention,
Yes, ma'am.
sir?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's part of the 20,000 cases being investigated by the legal sector.
So familiar ho kayo
Okay, sige.
na parang endemic itong problem na to because partly aggravated by the system.
Opo,
So I'm
opo.
not even talking about may nandadaya pero so familiar naman kayo to that extent.
Opo, opo. That there is such a
So
problem.
okay. No, but are you familiar with the fact that part of the problem is the fact that inpatient-centric ang ating Philhealth system? Are you familiar that that system aggravates the problem?
Opo, opo.
Okay. Sir, what is your timeline and what are you doing about the outpatient care?
We are putting together the Consulta package, which is supposed to be part of the universal health care. It's supposed to be rolled out this year.
Okay.
And it has run into, well, because of the COVID pandemic, we have scaled back some of the activities, the packages which is under the Consulta package. But if I remember right, the package would include a series of tests to be conducted on patients. There would be an assignment. Every citizen will be assigned a healthcare center to which he would go for healthcare, and then he would be given a test so that his health profile can be determined, and then his medication and maintenance can be provided to him. But it is a long-term plan. Right now, I think yes. Okay.
Senator Zito.
Sige, okay na, sir. Okay. Ay, nag-e-echo po. Somebody has a Ayan, nawala yung echo. Thank you. So, just to put on record, sir, no, ang under the UHC law, you are supposed to implement that by February, 2 years from effectivity. So, by early next year, dapat po effective na yan. So, I'm just pushing for that because I think I'm just trying to help you. This will help solve some of the problem. Not all, dahil hindi naman niya ma-address yung graft and corruption, pero yung mga naaawa sa pasyente, tapos they will book it as a inpatient pneumonia case, baka ma-solve po yan. Okay, so that's just one point I wanted to bring to your attention. Pneumonia is probably the worst, but there are similar cases also. My next question is directed to Attorney Del Rosario. Sir, nasa under your office ba yung task to draft the circulars that you issue, that Philhealth issues?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ma'am, ano po yung circulars?
Is it under your office? Is that your job?
I'm sorry. The implementing circulars are being drafted by the program offices. So it will depend on the nature of the circular. If it pertains to healthcare financing policies, it will originate from one of the departments under the health finance policy
So
sector.
let me make this simpler. So itong circular that is very specific to COVID, yung pag-release ng IRM for fortuitous events. Sinong office ang nag-draft niyan? And do you have authority over the final review and release of that circular?
Mr. President, ma'am, si SVP Vargas will respond.
Okay.
Good.
Mr. President, Madam Senator, yes po. From the Health Finance Policy sector po, we revised the circular on fortuitous events, and it is now the circular 007/2020. We need to revise it because we have to include the IRM as
No,
part of
I'm
the
not asking about revisions. I'm not asking about revisions. I'm just asking who is the office in charge.
the program management team for claims po under the Health Finance Policy sector.
Okay. Pero Attorney Del Rosario, lahat yan reporting to you as SVP Legal o hindi?
No, ma'am. I just, if they request for a legal opinion pertaining to a policy that they are implementing, they will request.
Okay. So ito, hindi mo ni-review yung drafting nito.
I don't remember reviewing that, but we issued a legal opinion, Mr. President.
Okay. The point I'm driving at, Mr. President, is simply that ilang senators na ang nagbanggit nito last hearing and this hearing, and I'm one of the last and I'm repeating it again, na ano ba yung basis for releasing IRM for non-COVID related cases. And no less than President Morales, I believe, and kayo din, Attorney Del Rosario, that's why I initially directed it to you, keep on justifying that affected din naman kasi itong mga non-COVID cases by the whole situation. Yung mga may diabetes, yung mga whatever, di ba? Nagsabi din kayo, di ba, Attorney Del Rosario, no? You answered that earlier, right?
That is correct, Ma'am Pia. Mr. President.
And kayo po, President Morales, you also answered in a similar manner na nangangailangan din kasi itong ibang pasyente na non-COVID related. Tama ho ba?
Opo, under pandemic po.
Yes, okay. So the reason why I'm going back to the drafting is because it's very clear sa aking pagbabasa, and I will not prolong my time because it's late in the hour. Kayo na lang ho ang magbasa. Part 2, I'm referring to Philhealth Circular 2020-007. It's the guidelines or provision of special privileges to those affected by a fortuitous event. So subject pa lang niya, fortuitous event. Ang objective niya is continuous provision of healthcare services to all Filipinos adversely affected by a fortuitous event. So again, i-repeat ko, specifically addressing President Morales and Attorney Del Rosario na hindi fortuitous event yung mga may diabetes treatment, yung mga may iba pang whether it's chemotherapy, kahit ano pang treatment, because matagal nang nandun yun. If you wanted to assist them, you should have assisted them by virtue of a different circular. I'm pointing that out because part of the problem here, whether it's graft or corruption, another problem is unauthorized use. No, there may not be intent to deceive, pero it is inaccurate and unauthorized use of the funding as stated in the circular. So I'm just pointing that out kasi kayo yung VP for legal, and I would have assumed na dumaan to sa inyo. Sabi nyo nga kayo nagbibigay ng legal opinion. I don't really answer. Well, you may reply, but I'm done, Mr. President. Kasi paulit-ulit lang na ginajustify na nangangailangan lang yon. Eh, ang dami ng senador na paulit-ulit din sinasabi ng alam namin na nangangailangan sila. Pero ano yung legal basis nung pag-release nyo? Hindi dapat itong fortuitous event kasi hindi fortuitous event yung non-COVID na predictable naman. So I just want to be clarify if I make myself clear kasi it all goes back din dito sa mga pinapapirmahan nyo sa board members nyo because it should be accurate and in line with the objective that you intend to address.
All right.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Sir, give this one. We'd just like to reply to the statement of General Morales, sir.
Wait,
regarding this, sir.
allow Attorney Del Rosario to respond to Senator Cayetano, then you can take the
Thank
floor.
you, Mr. President. Ma'am Pia, we understand your point, but it's the position of the Philhealth management and including the board that in this case, the fortuitous event is the pandemic, and that the role of Philhealth in financing healthcare during this crisis is of paramount importance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well,
Mr. President.
Before you do that, Senator Cayetano,
Mr. President.
the Secretariat
Ay, sorry po.
at the back. is noticing that Attorney De Rosario keeps on using the first name of the senators. You're not authorized.
I'm sorry,
You-
Mr. President.
You call them by their family names or your full name if you want.
Thank you, sir. I
Don't
apologize,
speak like
Mr.
you're
President.
chami-chami rin sa mga senador. Ha? All right, Attorney Keith, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sir, because
Sorry, Mr. President, can I just respond? My last response lang kasi paulit-ulit ho yung sagot nila, so I feel like they still don't get the point eh. Mr. President, Attorney Del Rosario, you keep saying that it's the board's intention to address the pandemic. Wala naman ho sa amin, sa lahat ng senador, who disagrees with that. But I do not understand how come you do not get it that your circular was very specific to the fortuitous event and the effect of that fortuitous event. So hindi nga kasama doon yung hindi fortuitous na mga pagamutan. So please review that again because I cannot, at this point, I feel you're just being defensive about it. When the reality is, there's no one, and there's quite a number of lawyers in this team, in among the senators, who can understand how you can equate non-fortuitous ailments and consider it fortuitous. So yun lang pinapoint out ko kasi ang dami yung problema dun sa mga board resolutions na hindi clear, hindi iba yung interpretation nyo, iba yung intindi namin sa nakasulat. So that aggravates your problem. Yun lang, Mr. President. Thank you.
President, Senator Pia is a lawyer, so I'd like, would this tantamount to technical malversation?
Hindi na ako
Legal
sasagot
opinion.
niyan. I'm not a criminal lawyer. So let's ask Senator, the minority floor leader who is laughing. My background is in corporate law.
Former Secretary of Justice and former Executive Secretary, you answer. Minority Leader. You
Yeah, okay. Well, making a malversation case might be difficult because malversation is when you spend for something which for an activity which is not contemplated in the budget. In other words, malversation of public funds usually would involve conversion or spending of funds for a purpose not contemplated in the original appropriation. So maybe not. It's difficult to express an opinion just sitting down here. We may need to study it further.
all right, so we recognize Attorney Keith.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Sir, I have here since General Morales said that he does not trust me a while ago, sir. Actually, sir, job, sir, to do, just like for the accreditation of HCP, Dr. Portia Camps Natividad, sir. He has here his penmanship, sir. And this is a very alarming case, sir, because she was not accredited and this was involved with the well-med case, sir. And I think it's 4 days or 5 days before I resigned, sir. She told me to fix also the well-med case, sir. That was my the last time, sir, that I can no longer handle the illegal orders from General Morales, sir. So there were 3 illegal orders, sir. The same.
Wait. Rewind a little.
Yes, sir.
By General Morales ordering you to fix the well-made case.
Yes,
What
sir.
do you mean
It's
by
the
fix?
accreditation of Dr. Portia Camps Natividad, sir? Find a way to for her to be accredited against us an HCP, sir. And he has his penmanship here, sir. And then the date also is here at the back, sir. When he told me to fix this case, sir. And then I did not. I told Colonel Laborte about this one, sir. And then he told me that it is disconnected with the well-made case, sir, that which is gross dialysis. And then 4 or 5 days before I resigned, sir, he told me to also to find a way to for well-made WellMed dialysis to be accredited also, sir. So he trusts me, sir. But before, sir, I informed him that I do not want to be doing this, sir. That's why I told him that I do not want to talk to Commissioner Greco Bulica, sir. Maybe that he did not get they are trying to recruit me, in short, sir. Also, Attorney Jojo Del Rosario, sir, for me to transfer to his office because they are trying already to recruit me, sir. That's all, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Commissioner Belica, you are
Mr. President.
you
Yes, sir.
have heard it. You are aware of it. I hope you
Yes, sir.
secure
We will
these
investigate,
documents.
Mr. President. We will investigate if I can request a copy of the documents right now.
All right.
Mr. President, may I answer? Yes, the accusation of Attorney Kit regarding Dr. Portia Natividad, I asked him to clarify it, not to fix it, because according to Dr. Natividad, her signature was forged in the claims. So that is what I wanted him to clear up. Her signature was forged. And yes, I asked him to liaise with PACC because at that time, after the, I think the Senate hearing, when the case rate of the COVID testing was brought up, and we were charged that our testing rates were overpriced, which we maintain up to today, were not overpriced. I thought that a simple clarification with PACC would resolve the matter. I did not tell him to massage. I never used that word. Now, when we received a formal subpoena from the PACC, I told him to stop the liaison because it would be already interfering in a formal investigation. So that was the reason I told him if he could resolve the issue of the case of Dr. Natividad because as a phrenologist, Dr. Natividad's only source of income is practicing her profession. And she was also, I think, I was approached by a board member if I could do something about it. So I did not instruct him to fix it. I told him to resolve it if there is basis that indeed the signature of Dr. Portia Natividad was forged, as was her claim.
Wasn't that the case already with the ombudsman?
WellMed po, WellMed.
Yes, WellMed. That's already with the ombudsman. It's a non-existent dialysis center, right?
Hindi na ako I'm not sure if it still exists today, Mr. President.
So you mean it was existing before?
Yes, they were existing. They got claims from Philhealth for dialysis, and that is the basis because they were charging for dead patients.
Then why did you order Attorney Kit or ask Attorney Kit to fix the accreditation?
No, only of
accredited before.
Dr. Portia Natividad. Because her accreditation was suspended because she was named as one of the, I think, the medical director. So she signed some of the documents which was claimed by WellMed.
So you were pertaining to the accreditation of the doctor.
Yes, sir.
Senator Lacson is asking, what's your interest in having the doctor accredited?
Well, because many doctors only make their living by claiming from Philhealth. And if they are deprived of this living, they cannot support themselves. And in this case, I was informed, I think one of our board members informed me that according to Dr. Natividad, her signature was forged. So that was what I was asking Attorney Kit to clear up, if indeed her signature was forged.
Mr. President, trabaho ng Defense Counsel sa ombudsman, kung may defense counsel si Dr. Natividad, trabaho ng defense counsel niya yon to validate kasi gagamiting defense na forge yung kanyang signature. It's not for the PhilHealth President and CEO to be interested in finding out whether or not forge yung signature ng tao. I cannot understand.
Well, this was brought to my attention by another board member. I was just trying to help out.
Who is the board member?
If I remember, it was board member Padua, who was also a nurse and was a acquaintance of Dr. Portia.
All right. Yeah, we will. Okay, we can verify that. Senator Richard Gordon, you're recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, from the very beginning, itong PhilHealth ay snake bit. Na nag-uumpisa yan, ay ginagamit ng lahat ng Pangulo na nagbibigay ng mga ID card at ginagamit yung eleksyon. Yan o, dahil nag-umpisa yan. Kaya pag nakikita ng mga tao sa baba na nangyayaring pinupolitika yan, gagawin rin nila. So sa madaling sabi po, makikita natin ang historical record ng PhilHealth ay talagang, kung masasabi natin, notoriously undesirable na. Sorry for the statement. Ano po? Dahil ang dami-dami lumalabas na katiwalian at kawawa rin si President Morales dahil bago lang siya, nasasambot niya lahat. But like I said the other day, taon-taon halos nagpapalit ang presidente ng PhilHealth. Hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit. Matagal na. Pinakamatagal dyan si President si Duque, tapos si iba 2 years, 1.5 years, 1 year. So sa madaling sabi po, umpisahan po natin ang tugtugan dito. Ang tanong ko, have we been scrupulously careful with the money of the people? Mukhang hindi eh. Mukhang hindi ko careful. Makita nyo, umpisahan po natin dito sa mga financial protection na nasasabi natin. Tatalangin ko lang iba at makikita natin na yung mga lumalabas na case rate payment hindi ginagamit ang ulo. Halimbawa, ang case rate ang babayaran mas mababa, tinataas pa rin nila yung case rate. My suggestion, sir, is pagka may case rate ka, dapat pwede mong i-adjust yan. Kung ang presyo ng hospital mas mababa, the PhilHealth should have the option to pay them the lower rate. Pwede po ba yan, Mr. Morales?
Pwede po, to pay the lower rate.
In other words, may flexibility tayo. Ano?
Opo, pwede po.
Hindi porque case rate ipipilit. Kasi lumalabas ang laki-laki ng diferensya ng case rate. Makikita nyo, halos 153% ata ang binayad. Ayan, halimbawa sa pneumonia, ang critical 786,000, pero ang actual claim is only 511,000. So madaling sabi, 153.65%. Sino ho naghahati dyan sa sobra? So malinaw na pwedeng tigilin kagad dyan by saying, hindi, babayaran natin yung lower rate. Yun ang sinisilang hospital. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, sino ba talaga in charge? Sabi ni Mr. Salvador, nung isang beses, ang nasa frontline talaga mga regional directors. Sabi niyo, regional directors ngayon lang pumapayag na magpa-shuffle. Pero totoo niyan, 20 taon na, hindi nag-shuffle ng regional directors. Sama po ba yan?
Opo.
Kaya magkakaroon tayo ng mga sabuatan. Halimbawa, isa sa buwatan dyan, yung sa Katarman, 20 kama ang binabayad, napakalaki. Hindi ba? May mga cases na mga binabayaran kahit na walang accreditation. Hindi ba dapat hawak ng regional director yan bago dumaan sa inyo, dadaan muna sa kanila?
Opo.
Yun. So, ang dami pang mga ginagawa na yung tinatawag nating mga ginagawa ng dapat gawin ng regional director na dapat i-report. Yung overpayment numbers, nandyan, ilan yan? In 2016, 2 regional offices ang nag-overpayment. Bagay, 5.825 million sa kanila, maliit lang yon. 2017, 2.72 million. Sa 2018, 4.679 million. Overpayment lahat yan. May ginawa ba dyan nung araw? Hindi na sa inyo yan. Pero before pa yan. Kung umiiral yan ngayon, dapat imbestigahin na kagad. Ba't nag-overpayment? Tama po ba yan?
Opo.
Hindi ginagawa. No. Halimbawa, dito sa ospital, may findings ng COA, overpayment in pneumonia cases. Sa Bukidnon, 56,000 ang actual charges. Ang siningil ng PhilHealth, ang binayaran ng PhilHealth, 150,000. Lampas ng 93,000. Ang Mondok Peninsula, 200,397. Ang binayaran ng PhilHealth, 5,025,000. Ang Siasi District Hospital, 67,000. Ang binayaran ng PhilHealth ay 439,000. Ang lalaki ng sobra. Patong-patong. At even here sa Manila, Gat Andres Bonifacio Memorial Medical Center, 5,200,000. Ang binayaran, 28.8 million for an overprice of 23,600. So, makikita nyo, all the hallmarks are there. Ginagawan ba yan ng PhilHealth dati? Ng paraan, yung mga dating presidente? Inaalis ba yung mga regional director? Hindi. Yung WellMed, hindi ba? Yung WellMed, ang tagal-tagal bago na-discover na nagbayad tayo ng 153 million sa mga patay, 200 patay. Tapos, anong ginagawa ninyo ngayon? Nasa inyo na yan ngayon. Kinasuhan niya ng dinala sa regional trial court, hindi umusad yung kaso. Yung pala dapat i-file yung kaso sa municipal trial court. Ano po ang ginagawa niyo dyan ngayon?
Sa pagkaalam ko, ang Department of Justice nag-file ho ng kaso na yan. At ang makakasagot siguro ng exact kaso niyan si SBP De Rosario na legal sector ho namin.
Andiyan ba siya?
Andito po.
Oh.
Mr. President, good afternoon, Senator Gordon.
Good afternoon.
Yes,
Sir, the thing with the Metropolitan Trial Court, Mr. President.
Nando ngayon?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Na-file nyo na?
Yes, na-file po ng prosecutor ng DOJ.
Oh, hindi ba dapat bilisan niya yung kaso na yan? Talinaw-linaw, close, open and shut yan.
Yes, sir. I think it's being prioritized.
No, tatanungin kita, sino ang prosecutor niyo? Ang record ng prosecutor niyo, 0 ang napo-prosecute at isa lang ang arbitration. Sa dinami-dami ng kaso, 0 ang napo-prosecute. Ikaw ba yun?
So as I explained earlier, the 0 rating given by the GCG refers to the number of cases that were processed within a defined turnaround time. But ang nangyari po, the cases resolved was around 1,700. Pero lahat po lampas po doon sa 40 turnaround time ng prosecution. Kaya po siya 0. And this was in 2017, I think, tama, Director, no? 2017. Thank you, Mr. President.
Nonetheless, ang perception, di ba, ang perception lumalabas, wala tayong effect. Wala tayong nagagawa. Hindi umuusad ang mga kaso. 0 ang perception, kahit anong paliwanag natin, 0 pa rin lumalabas yan. So, ang nangyayari, nakakalusot lahat yung mga nagluluko. Meron na ba kayo pinoprosecute na regional director?
Yes, sir. Mga regional directors na their cases is about to be presented to the Philhealth Board.
About to be. After 20 years, about to be, magkakaroon kayo.
Yes, sir. I understand it will now be deliberated by the Philhealth Board. In the
Dapat kayo deliberate pa. Dapat meron na kayong forward na recommendation. Kung talagang meron sense of urgency, mabilis na yan. Eh bakit kung tatanungin lang, doon lalabas, di ba?
That is correct.
Sasabihin ko lang, ito, ginawa ito ni Senator Drilon. And yung creation of the Governance Commission for Government-Owned or Controlled Corporations, pinabantayan ng mga korporasyon. Ito nakalagay. Payag ba kayo dito, Secretary Morales, General Morales? A, evaluate the performance and determine the relevance of the GOCC to ascertain whether such GOCC should be reorganized, merged, streamlined, abolished, or privatized. Have you tried to reorganize, sir?
We are trying po. We're trying but we're still in the process. I fully agree po with that proposal.
Ibig sabihin, present progressive tayo lahat. Ginagawa pa lang ho. Ang sagot. Ganyan ang sagot sa gobyerno. Pag may tinanong, ang sasabihin, present progressive. Ginagawa na ho. Parating na ho. Oh. Tapos, tayo ba ay nag-reshuffle? Narinig ko kanina, sinabi ni Senator Drilon, sasabihin ko, pareho kami. Restructure na o nag-reshuffle na ba tayo? Sinabi ko na yun isang araw pa.
Opo. But before we do that po, kailangan mo sana namin mag-business process review para maintindihan ko paano ang mas magandang structure ng organisasyon for the universal healthcare at sa expansion ng PhilHealth.
Paano naman tayo mag sa universal healthcare? Nakikita nyo, nagkakalat yung mga tao natin. Dapat matanggal lahat yung mga non-performing asset, mga NPA. Yung mga salbahe.
Opo, kaya I'm looking forward to report ng PACC at baka may magamit ko kami galing sa kanilang finding.
Ito, tingnan nyo ito. Section 3. The GOCC is not producing the desired outcomes or no longer achieving the objectives and purposes for which it was originally designed and implemented, and or not cost efficient and does not generate the level of social, physical, and economic returns via the resource inputs. Ang lalaki ng pinapasok, nakakakuha ba kayo ng balik dyan? Ang serbisyo na sa tao dapat. Pero ang lumalabas, some are served more than at pinaghahatian pa yung sobra. Yan ang lumalabas sa akin. Saan nagagaling yan? Again, regional director. Kaya yung nagsabi na hindi raw walang kasalanan yung regional director, hindi niya alam ang pinagsasabi niya. Because nag-uumpisa sa baba ang problema. Malayo sila. Kailangan nakatali sa inyo yan, meron kayong hinihigit na tali pa nagkakamali sila. Tama po ba yan?
Opo.
Dapat yun ang gawin. Kaya dapat, tignan nyo na, recommend to the President the abolition or privatization of the GOCC and upon the approval of the President, implement such abolition or privatization unless the President designates another agency to implement such abolition or privatization. Andiyan lahat ang power sa GCG. So, dapat hindi na natatakot yung mga tao natin dyan sa Philhealth eh. Ang nakikita ko, lahat may kanya-kanyang paputok, no? So, kailangan malaman natin. So, gusto ko lang sabihin, patapos na ako, kailangan natin overall ang system. Tama po ba yan?
Opo.
At the very least, we have to reshuffle. Tama po ba yan?
At the very least po.
The Vice Presidents, if they're guilty of something, they must be removed and charged. Tama po ba yan?
If found, kung may evidence po, yes.
Maraming ebidensya eh. Paano nyo naman matatago yung ebidensya nyo, yung mismong SBP nyo? Tama ba yan? May kamag-anak siya, binabayaran yung mga 20-bed hospital na napalaking amount, 9 million ata yan. Tama po ba yan?
Opo.
Ano ba bang kailangan ebidensya doon? Dapat magpaliwanag na kagad yun. Ayan, no? 40 beds sa Borongan amounted to 50.6 million. I correct myself. 50.16 million just in 1 year. In Oras, Eastern Samar, nakalagay dyan, a 20-bed hospital collected from the Philhealth, 43.2 million. Ano pa ba ang kailangan na liwanag para malaman natin na dapat sibakin na yan? Notoriously undesirable.
Malinaw na po yung mga ebidensya na yan na makakaproduce po siguro ng kaso.
Pero dapat gumalaw na ho kagad. Yan ang hinahanap ng tao. Kaya ang tanong ko, yung bang pera ng tao nagagamit natin para sa kapakanan nila? Susunod ko po ito. Kung hindi talaga nagpe-perform, tanggalin na ng attrition. Sa military may attrition di ba? Bago ka ma-promote, kailangan mag-i-examine ka, titignan yung performance mo. Sa civil service may ganon. Ilang beses na pumapalpak, hindi nakaka-prosecute. Dapat palitan na yan, di ba? Parang time out, yung mga doktor time out, di na namin kaya, magpahinga tayo, alamin natin kung saan tayo papasok. Wala atang ganyan Paano palit ng captain ball or coach? Di po ba?
Opo.
Panahon na po ba magkaroon ng Board of Supervisors ang Philhealth? Siguro kumuha tayo ng mga retired na mga matataas sa taxpayer. Alam nila siguro magagawa dyan para matulungan kayo. I'm proposing that na lahat ng matataas na nagbabayad ng taxes dito na mga may panahon, tulungan tayo dahil ito ay napakaselan sa bayan natin. Magkakagulo ang tao pag wala nang ibabayad sa ospital. Tama po ba yan?
Opo.
You agree with that?
I agree po, Senator.
Thank you. And then, yung bang wastage, binabawi ba natin? Ano ba, yung binayad doon sa hospital na yan na 20 beds at saka 40 beds, hindi ba nyo hahabulin yan? Yung overprice, yung overpayment sa pneumonia, Diyos po, 153%, hindi natin mahahabol yan?
I-liquidate po nila yon. Yung magsasabito sila ng mga liquidating documents sa pagkakalam po.
Paniliquidate, pero kailan matatapos yan? Sa isang taon? Maybe this year, maybe next year, maybe never? Ang tao nagagalit. Naghihintay sila.
May limit po.
Halimbawa, sa
liquidation
pneumonia, ang record ng gobyerno, official records ng National Statistics Office at ng DOH ay about 400,000 plus ang pneumonia. Ang binayaran nyo in the same year is 750,000. Di ba dapat tingnan nyo yun? Bakit ganon? Mas mataas ang binayad niyo kaysa doon sa talagang na-record ng ospital, nasa mga record ng public health na 400,000 lamang ang nagkaroon doon sa Philhealth sa pneumonia. Hindi ko maintindihan yun. I suggest you look into that. Because hindi naman kami naghahabol dito para sibaking kayo. Inahabol namin yung gagawin ninyo. Ayan, 454,000 ang DOH, ang PhilHealth 707,000. Ang disparity is 253,135 or 55% more ang nakikita nyo pneumonia kaysa sa Department of Health. Nakita nyo na po ba yan? I'm sure nakita nyo na yan.
Meron po kaming computer program na nagtatako ng mga ganyan, mga outliers. At sinusubaybayan ho namin yan.
At pag hinimay nyo, makikita nyo kung saan region marami. Tama po ba?
Opo.
O, bakit hindi natin gawin kagad yun para malaman natin? O, halika dito, papalitan ka na. Ayan na, di mo mapaliwanag yan.
Opo, meron na kaming
Saka yung
data dyan.
overpayment, di ba? Lalabas yan.
Opo.
O, tapos, magmamadali ako at kulang sa oras eh. Halimbawa po, yung sinasabi ng mga kwan, di ba panahon na magkaroon tayo ng, meron akong pinafile na bill ngayon na yung pareho sa Amerika, yung FBI, meron silang anti-fraud insurance group. Sa akin, NBI, pero isasama ko Insurance Commission para magtulungan pati Philippine National Police para yung mga ganyan, masasabat natin at mahuhuli natin lahat yung mga nagluloko. Payag ba kayo doon?
Opo. Opo.
Oh, nakikita ko magaling kayong leader, sa payag kayo ng payag sa akin eh. Hindi naman ako nagbibiro pero yun ang nakikita ko. Tapos hindi po ba yung mga namamatay nagbabayad kayo? Di po ba panahon na dapat i-computerize natin yung Philippine Statistics Authority na dapat pag may namatay, automatic bibigyan ng SSS, bibigyan ng Philhealth, bibigyan ng GSIS para nalalaman natin kung sino namatay at alam din natin babayaran para hindi mangyari yung sa WellMed. Pwede po ba yan?
Meron na kaming memorandum of agreement with the PSA at yung ibang ahensya po.
O, ano nangyari sa memorandum?
Inaano yung IRR at yung mga detalye yung wino-work out.
Ano nyo, pinakamatagal gawin dyan, yung IRR eh. Dapat bilisan nyo. Nail it down, fix it later. Dahil kailangan mapaliwanag sa tao bakit sabog-sabog. Masasabi ko therefore ngayon, ang conclusion ko, talagang hindi lang kayo, wala naman ako nakikita sa inyo, kundi yung nakaamba yung 25 million na dapat ikukuha nyo na IT, kailangan nyo yung IT, I'm supportive of that. Pero kung meron nag-a-attempt na mag-overprice, meron na ba kayong ginawa dyan?
Opo, ngayon lang po, pinapano ho namin yung mga COVID, marami hong nag-reports na yung COVID, kahit na hindi yung COVID, nire-report na COVID, so pinapa-imbestigahan namin ngayon.
Pero hindi, yung sa overprice na 25 million, yung sa mga sasabihin bibilin ninyo sa IT, na sinasabi ko.
Nire-rectify ho namin yan. Nire-reconcile namin yung mga cost.
No, pero dapat, pag nahuli na yung tao na nag-overprice siya, attempted na yun, sira na ang kanyang credibility sa inyo. Di po ba?
Opo, mabablacklist na ho sila.
Hindi lang yung supplier, pati yung tao mo.
Opo.
O, meron na ba tayong ginawa, tinanggal dyan, o pinapagpaliwanag?
Meron ho, pinapaliwanag.
Yan. So, ayun lang, panahon na rin ba maglagay tayo, kumbaga sa private insurance, meron silang adjuster. Para kung sumobra, dapat maayos. Di ba?
Meron po, third party ho yan. Sa federal ho, merong third party na insurance adjuster, ginagamit po nila. Pero wala ho tayong
Kaya mo, hindi pwede magkaroon ng ganyan.
Wala ho tayong ganyan, pero pwede ho tayo magtayo ng sarili natin.
Inahain ko rin yung legislation dyan. Dahil kayo, nasa government corporations kayo, ilalagay ko yung mga report ko. Yun lang po ang gusto kong tanongin. Marami pa, pero alam kong pagod na si kapatid Senate President Soto. At gusto ko lang magpaalam at sabihin sa inyo na, well, we have to fix the problem. Hindi lang fix the blame. Hindi lang tayo banat ang banat dito. Pero dapat may mga solusyon. Ayan o, ilan sa mga solusyon. Pagtulungan natin yan, para hindi naman mapurnada yung mga binabayad ng taxpayer sa tao. Hihingi na naman kayo ng 72 billion pesos. Pagkatapos uulit na naman yan, hindi na talaga makakapayag ang tao. Lalo na ngayon, naghihirap ang tao. Di po ba?
Opo, Senator.
Ayan. Sige po, sa madaling sabi po, I just want to inform my colleagues in the Senate na yung investigation ko po dito sa Blue Ribbon nitong PhilHealth noong Agosto dapat tumuloy kaya lang natapakan ng GTC yung yung kalokohan doon sa jail, sa prison at tapakan ng iba pa mga iniimbestiga. Tapos po yun. Ngayon ko ilalabas ko na ho yan kasama na ho yung mga information. Isasabit ko na lang ho dito sa Committee of the Whole para magamit natin pare-pareho yung na-findings natin with the permission of the Senate President.
Yes, that is most welcome, Senator Gordon.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for giving me the time. I hope I did not overstep my bounds. Thank you very much. Thank you, General Morales. Thank you.
Senator Lacson and I usually enjoy your overtime.
No.
No problem. If you have used more than that.
Baka i-relate nyo, made by PhilHealth. Baka magkakamali kayo.
All right. Thank you.
Senate President, just
yes,
one
Senator
concern.
Lacson,
This was
before we
barely touched
wrap up.
during the discussion. I wonder how PhilHealth will address, because they are a withholding tax agent of the BIR. And since yung kanilang mga advance payments, hindi sila nag-withhold ng taxes, and kung hindi makaliquidate, may suggestion si Senator Gordon kanina, na pag hindi makaliquidate, i-retrieve. So I think that's an accounting nightmare, no? Kasi hindi kayo nag-withhold ng taxes, like yung providing tax on facility fee, on VAT, no, professional fee, pati sa facility fee nila. How would you handle that? Medyo magulo. Kasi kung nakapag-release na kayo ng how much? 14.09, no, 14.9 billion pesos in IRM. Wala kayo na withheld na tax. And you are a withholding tax agent ng BIR. Pag hinabol kayo ng BIR, sino magbabayad? Philhealth. No, so how would you handle that? I'm just wondering. Saan kayo kukuha ng pera pag hinabol kayo ng BIR?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chaco,
Relative to the withholding tax, Your Honor, ang withheld lang po natin po ay ang private. Sa government po ay hindi ho tayo nag-withheld. Ibig sabihin po, total na 14.97 billion po, halos kalahati lang po doon ang ating subject to withholding tax, Your Honor.
So, sa private, nag-withhold kayo?
Sa private lang po yung withholding tax po natin.
So, naka-withhold kayo? Sa private? Did you withhold the taxes on
Your
private
Honor,
HCI?
I'm sorry to say, Your Honor, na
Hindi.
ito po ay ang IRM natin ay advances.
Yeah, advance payment subject to withholding tax yan. I asked the BIR on this.
Okay.
Pag advance payments, kailangan withhold yung taxes. So, ang tanong ko, whether it's 7 billion or 14 billion, how will you handle that now since you did not withhold?
Yes, Your Honor. And it was discussed, Your Honor, that Philhealth will remit the withholding tax intended para sa BIR natin na kumbaga that's amounting to 156 million pesos, Your Honor, na binayaran po ng Philhealth sa ating BIR dahil that was last, I think,
Saan yung charge?
August 3 po ang deadline ng pag-remit po ng supposed to be i-withheld po natin.
Well, saan yung charge?
Yan po ay kasama po doon sa charge natin sa COB natin for the benefit benefit expense.
Dapat withhold nyo yun from the private hospitals or HCIs. Hindi nyo withhold, so nag-abono ng PhilHealth.
Yes po, Your Honor. And we will, during the liquidation, Your Honor, ay doon natin kukunin po yung pinubayad natin sa BIR.
I cannot understand that. Alam nyo palang dapat mag-withhold, at least sa private, so hindi nyo withhold.
Your Honor, sorry, Your Honor, I think hindi ho namin alam na mag-withhold kami sa umpisa po, Your Honor. That's the reason why po na hindi ho tayo naka-withhold doon, Your Honor.
Eh bakit alam ng mga senador? Pera ng PhilHealth, dapat unang-una yun.
Your Honor,
ang galing naman, magtanong na kayo sa BIR eh. Di ba? Hindi naman mahirap magtanong. Ako isang telephone ko lang, nagtanong ako sa isang official ng BIR. Sabi niya, advance payments, dapat mag-withhold na. That's why I'm asking you now, bakit kayo hindi nag-withhold?
Yes, Your Honor. And that was also the advice of our tax consultant, Your Honor, on that the matter that during the time that it was discussed sa ating board, Your Honor.
Now, how will you liquidate 150 million plus? Saan yung charge yan sa account ninyo?
Yan po ay kukunin po natin during the liquidation, Your Honor, sa ating mga HCIs, Your Honor. Liquidation,
I cannot
sabihin, Your
understand
Honor,
that. Hindi ko maintindihan yung
diba
sagot
yung
nyo.
claims nila, Your Honor, na may ipapasok sa atin and i-charge doon sa IRM and sinasabi ho kanina that na-defer siya and ngayon ay tutuloy na natin yung liquidation. Po, natin ibabawas pati po yung ibayad natin sa BIR, Your Honor.
Hindi nga deferred, ginawa yung optional ang liquidation.
Your Honor, the liquidation is not optional, Your Honor. Yung liquidation, Your Honor, defer lang yung time niya during this time that nasa pandemic pa tayo.
Anyway, that's all, Mr. President. I cannot understand the responses.
Mr. President.
Your Honor,
yes, Attorney Git.
Yes, Mr. President. During the previous calamities or fortuitous event, they all the taxes here, sir. So is he's saying that he does not know, sir, but he knows, sir, because he's a CPA, sir. And they have already past experiences, sir, that they always withhold taxes, sir. And it is a criminal and administrative liability, sir. They were not withhold. And then the amount that he's selling, that's only 154. It's not accurate, sir, because it's the minimum tax that the PhilHealth could withhold should be 300 million, sir. And the maximum is if the what's in this slide a while ago, sir, it will be 1.7 billion, sir, if they're going to really withhold taxes, according to the slide a while ago, sir. Thank you very much,
Your
sir.
Honor. Withholding tax po sa ating IRM, as mentioned kanina, mayroon na tayong Yolanda, mayroon na tayong Marawi, mayroon na tayong Taal. And sinasabi, Your Honor, na nag-withhold kami doon. I'm sorry, Your Honor, hindi ho namin naabot sa aming kaalaman na mag-withhold ho tayo. And ang liquidation po, ang withholding tax po ay ginawa natin during liquidation po. So kumbaga nakaremit naman po yung taxes intended for our BIR.
Professional fee, 15% yan eh. Sa doctor, final.
Yung ating po sistema ng
Sa healthcare providers,
ito po ay withholding tax lamang sa ating HCI po. Wala sa healthcare institution lang po. Wala po tayong withholding tax sa professional dito dahil ang payment po ni PhilHealth ay binibigay po natin sa hospital, sa mga facilities po. And it's up for the HCI to withhold whatever taxes intended para sa ating mga, galing sa ating mga doctors, Your Honor. And
Okay,
sinasabi ko
Mr.
nga-
Limsiaco,
Yes po, sir.
how much are you paying your tax consultant on a monthly basis?
I don't
Magkano
have,
consultancy fee?
Your Honor, right now.
How many tax consultants do you have?
Isa lang po.
How much are you paying him? You fire him. May tax consultant tapos hindi alam na mag-withhold.
Your Honor, ngayon lang po namin kukuha yung consultant and kasi advice ng consultant po natin na mag-withhold nga tayo, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
The way I listen to your explanations, talagang mahihilo nga si General Morales sa inyo. Hindi lang
Ito
ikot
bang
eh.
naawa kay General Morales sa ginagawa ninyo?
Actually ho,
Ikot eh.
alam mo niya board member ka ba din yan, pero hindi niya ho shinare yung information.
what? Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Attorney.
Hello? It's a matter of, excuse me, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, go ahead. Alam ko daw yan, sabi ni General Morales, di mo raw sinabihan.
Oh, that is not something for the board to be discussed. That is a matter of operation, and it's the one who handles the disbursement. They know that in and out they're withholding taxes. Eh. Why would we discuss that on the level of the board? We have different agenda there. These are being every month.
He wants the board, he wants management to fail. That is his intention.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
That is also the intention of the question. We want the withholding taxes paid to government.
Yeah, I don't understand why would they say that to me. I don't think so. That's my intention. My intention is for it to be better. And kung if you're referring to the IT to be failed, it's not my intention that the IT to be failed. Tinitingnan lang kung kailangan ng IT bibilhin natin. Bakit naman? Tinitingnan lang natin yung overprice. At saka yung mga hindi approve ng DICT. That's about it. So why would you say that I want the board to fail? That's absurd. Thank you.
Baka hindi tayo narinig masyado ni General Morales. We were talking anyway, we related to the motion earlier presented by Senator Lacson, and because it's already past 7 o'clock, we are constrained to suspend and continue next week. We will subpoena and invite the necessary persons to. Senator Dillon, yes, you are recognized before the good manifestation.
Yes, just a point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman. last week we requested that the legal opinion, which I think one of them mentioned as having been rendered before the IRM was adopted, they committed to submit it to the Senate. I'm just wondering if it has been so submitted. And for the next hearing, we would like to request that the GCG chair be requested to come back. And also, we do hope that Secretary Duque can be available. That's all, Mr. President. And
All right, we will, the Secretary will take note of the manifestation of Senator Dillon and the necessary invitation or subpoena. By the way, the records that we asked for were submitted. Yun nga yung kanina pinagtatalunan na nauna yung karwahe kaysa sa kabayo. Yes, Attorney Lavi.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Senators. I'd just like to make some manifestation or clarification to the issues mentioned today, sir, before the committee ends today. Number one po, sir, sa case po ng Balanga. Yes, the resolution of the ad hoc committee is already in my office, and we are actually making a recommendation for General Morales because the content of the resolution, there were several material facts that were omitted from the case, Your Honor, and that's why we are making recommendation direct to General Morales. And the way
May I ask, what material facts were omitted during the first investigation? Ano yung mga material facts that were omitted?
Several, sir, like how many instances that they made transfer to the bank, and among others, sir. So those are material
Ano initial findings? Deliberate or what?
neglect, sir.
Neglect.
Simple neglect, sir, which
Simple neglect.
okay, which my office could not let General Morales sign documents like that.
Anyway, Commissioner Bellica will attend to that kasi may coordination sila sa ombudsman. Ano?
Yes, sir. And further to that, I remember because I joined Philhealth around August, and SVP Del Rosario was not the SVP of legal that time because he was on study leave, sir. And I was directly coordinating with the OIC, Attorney Pocalyan. So I got hold of the information about this case, and that's why when the resolution was forwarded to my office, me and my other lawyers in the OCLC were is plugging that document, sir. Then as regards to the switches, we also plug it, sir, because of the advice. But I think there's some sort of miscommunications among PhilHealth employees, to be candid about it, because Colonel Laborde already informed Brigadier General De Villa about the alleged overprice. But to my surprise, when I conducted an investigation about this, there was another document that came out wherein a VPCO was already a signature with this. And I suppose that should be communicated back to NCR, pro NCR, because the project or the end user is from PRO NCR po. Then, with regard to the assigned cases assigned to me by General Morales, especially the arbitration office po, for the record po, Your Honor, Mr. President, I think this is unparalleled because there were, for this, for 1 year alone, arbitration office was able to resolve 2,954 cases, including WellMed po, kasi ito po yung pinapatutukan po sa akin ni General Morales, one of the assignments na binigay po niya sa akin. WellMed, there were 82 cases po na na-decide na, and according to record po, 8.2 million po yung penalty na
Attorney Lavi,
penalized na po.
will you just furnish the committee a copy of your
Yes, Mr.
of your
President.
legal actions that you will be submitting also, huh? So
Yes,
that
sir.
we can save time, right? Thank you.
po.
We will take it up next time. Anyway, in the meantime, as I said, before I suspend, related to the motion earlier presented by Senator Beng Lacson, granting immunity to certain Secretariat is hereby instructed to communicate to the Secretary of Justice that the Senate President has approved a recommendation that the following witnesses in the legislative investigation of the Philhealth be admitted to the Witness Protection Security and Benefit Program in accordance with Section 4 under Republic Act 6981. Attorney Torson Montesquit, Mr. Alejandro Cabading, and Colonel Etrobal Laborte. For the record.
Thank you very
Okay.
much, sir.
So with that, we will suspend the Committee of the Whole until Tuesday of next week, but perhaps we will have to make it earlier if there will be sessions already. We will inform you of the exact time. It's either 9 or 10 in the morning. Thank you. Session is suspended.